I'm really excited that we're doing this today. This is a conference that we at ITIF have been wanting to put on for a long time. Somebody, when we had this on somebody tweeted about the conference, and so there was some economist, I won't say where, but he retweeted back and he said, and I quote, "Industrial policy is evil, and Atkinson is at the center of all of it." I said, thank you. And then he said, well, how come you don't have any opponents at this conference? And I tweeted back, I said, because every day are opponents of this conference. This is a safe space. So we can all say this without being attacked as crazy and economically illiterate. So anyway, really happy to be here. We're going to have a great day. We're going to move things along. Just a couple of couple of reminders. If you're interested in looking at the body of the whole corpus of our work on industrial strategy, it's on the bottom of that event page. So we've done all sorts of various reports on why we need this, how to structure it, and what specific policies we're going to get into. Also on your program, there should be a little barcode. If you want to ask questions, you can. There will be mics here when you want to just come up, but also there's this Slido. You can just go to slido.com, hashtag Hamilton Conference 2023, and you can put in a question. Okay, so let's just get right onto it. I want to, I'm so honored and happy to have our first, our keynote speaker, Lord David Sainsbury. And I've gotten to know David over the years because he, what I think first really, helped me figure this out was he had a book called Windows of Opportunity, How Nations Create Growth. And I encourage everybody to buy the book. You don't have to read it. Well, actually, you should read it. You should read the book and buy the book. But it is really just, I don't know, to me, a seminal book in this area because he explains in a very sort of layperson's way why the conventional economic model of growth is really bankrupt and why we need this new approach. And Lord Sainsbury will explain that in just a minute. He is the former chairman of Sainsbury Stores. He was appointed Minister of Science and Innovation in the UK cabinet under the Blair administration from 1998 to 2006. He is quite involved in supporting and helping to advance, if you will, industrial strategy in the UK and making, I think, significant progress on that task. And we're so happy to have him here today. So please join me in welcoming Lord David Sainsbury.
Rob, thank you for those kind comments. As you've heard, in 2020, just weeks before the outbreak of the COVID pandemic, with really disastrous timing, I launched a book I'd written called Windows of Opportunity, How Nations Create Wealth. And in this book, I argued that while all the G7 countries had shown declining rates of growth since 1990, neoclassical economists could not agree on an explanation. And this was really a critical problem because it meant that policymakers did not know what to do. And I therefore set out in my book a new theory of economic growth, which I called a production capability theory of economic growth, as opposed to the neoclassical market efficiency theory of economic growth. And I hope I showed how it could be used both to explain why all the G7 countries were experiencing slower rates of growth and how governments could develop policies to improve the country's rate of growth. And as you can imagine, I was therefore delighted when Rob Atkinson asked me to come over and explain why my theory could be applied to both the US and the UK economies. I should at this point say that while I think the challenge which is faced by the UK and the USA and all the G7 countries are the same, I'm not saying that the position of all the countries are the same. The USA clearly still remains the preeminent economy in the world, while this is obviously a position that the Brits gave up a long time ago. So I'm not saying they're the same, but I'm saying that the problem we face is the same. So let me explain what the problem is, and then what I think can be done about it. This first slide shows you what I think is a point which is largely forgotten in this debate, which is it shows that all the G7 countries, not just the UK and America, have since about 1990 had declining rates of economic growth. And I think that's significant because it first of all says this is a problem which is outside and is affecting these countries. So explanations which say it's something to do with the British tax system or the American tax system are inherently very unlikely to be the case because all the countries have been affected in this way. And this is just a chart which is particular to the UK. It's not about America, but it shows you the explanations which have been given by economists for this decline. This was a survey which was done by the London School of Economics of the main British economists they dealt with. And it's interesting, I think, for two reasons. One is that there's no agreement at all about what the causes of the low rate of growth are. The most popular one is low demand, which I think is a slightly curious explanation of it. But also you can see all sorts of other explanations, including those who think it's about a productivity mismeasurement problem. But the second reason why it's extremely interesting is at no point in this does anyone say it has anything to do with competition. And yet you can be absolutely certain every one of these economists would say we are market economists and we believe competition is very fundamental. But the point about competition is some people win and some people lose. And this is what this whole story is about, as I hope I'll now show you. This is a chart, a very favorite chart of mine, because it says something really fascinating. What it shows is that going back to the year 1000, what was the share of the world economy held on the one hand by China and India and held by the G7 countries? And what, of course, it shows is that China and India had about 50% of the world economy. I think to most people that's a kind of fairly remarkable fact. Of course, if you know about Chinese history, of course, that shouldn't come as too surprise. That was the period of the Song dynasty in China, which was a very flourishing society. It was headquartered at Kaifeng in China. And Kaifeng was a city of about 600, 700,000 people, probably the biggest city in the world at that point. And Kaifeng was famous for its lacquerware, its silken garments. It's the place where movable type was first invented. So this was a very flourishing society. Kaifeng is one of my favorite cities because it advertises itself today as having 1,600 years of growing and appreciating chrysanthemums. And that seems to be a very interesting thing and puts places like New York and London in their place as not being able to compete on that time frame or on that very important thing. And what happens is you can see here that that position stays pretty much the same right through to the 1700s and 1800s, which is, of course, the time of Industrial Revolution. There's some changes. The G7, this is the period when you have the woolen industry in Britain, you have Florence, Venice, our commercial centers, then there's the Dutch Industrial Revolution. But the picture doesn't really change to the Industrial Revolution, when the G7 countries take off and go steadily up, and then the China and India go steadily down. And the G7 country share goes up till 1990, when it reaches about 2/3 of the world economy, and then it plateaus in about 1990 and starts coming down. And equally, China and India are coming up. So the question is, what happened in 1990 which changed the world economy in this way and changed competition in it? And this next slide, I think, shows you what happened in 1990. It's not absolutely exactly in 1990, but you can see here market reform in China started. Deng Xiaoping first. This is really the first privatization of state enterprises, pretty much around 1990. There'd been some market reforms before that. You had Manmohan Singh started liberalizing the Indian economy, which had been very much a license economy, planned economy, and that started being liberalized. And then, of course, you have the collapse of the Russian Federation in 1990. And the significance of this is that these three huge economies became effectively market economies for the first time. And I put here the population of those countries. And you can see when you have countries that size come onto the world market with market economies, that radically changes competition in the world economy. And that's why the G7 countries have seen declining rates of economic growth. Now, what happened? What is the impact of that on individual economies? And this is, I'm going to show you now what was the impact on the British economy. To understand that, you have to, I think, understand one other thing, which neoclassical economists don't like and even go as far as to deny its existence, though these are actually figures produced by national statistics bodies. But if you look at individual sectors, the value added per capita, or per hour in this case, is very different for different sectors of the economy. And as you can see for the British economy, if you take financial services, well, you take mining and quarrying, actually it's North Sea oil, but it's always called mining and quarrying, it's nice oil. You have a very high figure of value added per capita. Financial service insurance also has a high figure. Manufacturing is a mid-range thing. And then there are a whole lot of service industries particularly, which have non-traded and have very low value added. And what's been happening in the British economy is that we've been losing out on the manufacturing part of our economy, and we've been creating jobs, a lot of jobs in low value added services. Now, what that means is that has a very dampening effect on the rate of economic growth. So obviously, if you go from high value added manufacturing to low services, that will dampen down the rate of economic growth. And you can see that effect here. If you take what we call the within effect, that's what happens within sectors. And then you look at the between effect. This is what the effect on the growth rate is of changes in the composition of the economy. So if you go from high value added manufacturing to low value added services, we put the effect of that in the between column. And you can see here that overall, we increased, if you just take the individual sectors, they increased by 15.7% over this period, 2010 to 2021. But if you then take the between effect, that decreased it by 13%. So that's going from high value added manufacturing to low value added services. And the result is that we had a miserable rate of change, economic growth of 2.4 over this 10-year period. So it's disastrous performance, but due to losing things like high value-added manufacturing. And the US economy, it's pretty much the same story, but not as bad. You can see here again the difference in the range of value added per capita, manufacturing mid-range quite good, and then lower for the various service sectors. And then if you look at the total performance of the US economy, it's much better than the UK economy. Within effect, here is 12%, and you only lose 3% because of the between effect, and the end result is you've got 9% growth over this 10-year period. So it's not good, but better than the UK economy. And I think these charts show you why it is that we have both countries declining rates of economic growth. And if you did the same in other countries, you would find other G7 countries, you'd see the same effect. Now, the other point I think that needs to be made is if you're faced with this competition from low-wage developing countries competing now head-on and effectively with your industries, what is the thing that you have to do? And there's no question what you have to do. You don't try and compete by cutting back the wages, because A, that won't get you anywhere, and B, it obviously contradicts the whole point of economic growth, which is to have more wealth and pay higher wages for higher value-added jobs. So what you have to do is go into higher value-added, more advanced industries where potentially you can create competitive advantage due to your skills and knowledge and research, and in that way compete against the developing countries who won't necessarily have those capabilities. So that's what you have to do. And it's what I called in a report I did for the British government, it's a race to the top. The thing you mustn't do is try and have a race to the bottom by cutting wages and getting costs down. You have to have a race to the top and get into the more advanced areas. And this is where the ITIF figures, which I think are brilliant figures, in illustrating that actually on this front, we, both America and the UK, have a really difficult problem. Because what the Hamilton Index showed was that if you take these advanced industries and you look at two things, what is the percentage they are of the world economy? And what you discover is that the concentration of these industries in the world economy is about 8%. And then what the ITIF did was to look at what each country has in terms of advanced industries as a proportion of their economies. And what you find is, rather alarmingly, it's countries like Taiwan, Korea, Germany, Switzerland, which have high proportions, Japan also, Singapore also. But the United States has under 8%, and the UK has 6%. And I've showed these figures to a number of British audiences, and everyone says, "Christ, that was really, really awful." And then the second thought is, well, actually, at least we're still ahead of France, and that gives us that gives us a bit of confidence. So I think these are brilliant figures, and I hope, Rob, that I've correctly interpreted them. But they show very clearly why we have a problem. If we're going involved in a race to the top, we'd start from quite a difficult position in terms of advanced industries. Just two further charts, which just, I think, reinforce Well, let me just say one other point about this particular analysis. What I think it shows is that what the economists have almost uniformly been saying over the last 30 years or so when I followed this is, economists have said it doesn't matter losing manufacturing capability and manufacturing industries because we're all becoming service industries, so it's all right. And that turns out to be completely wrong. First, the main reason being there are, of course, two kinds of service industries. If it's knowledge-intensive services, like financial services, management consulting, that's fine, because that has a high value added per capita. But if it's low value added food services with low value added, it isn't all right at all. And actually, if you go back to previous figures, you can see if you start losing constantly on the manufacturing, which is high value added, you're in real trouble. It's very difficult to see a strategy which will keep you growing if you're losing all the time the position in manufacturing, which is high value added. So there are real implications of it. And I think this slide, which you probably all know, which is the trade balance on advanced technology products for the States, you can see that I think up to about 2005 it was positive, and then it goes negative, and recent years has gone very negative to about 250 billion, which is a significant figure, and I think that reinforces the argument I've been making, which is you can't afford to have advanced manufacturing losing out on that scale. And this is another slide, which I think is extremely interesting. This is a slide which I think, again, illustrates the point about the importance of manufacturing. What it shows is a comparison of the value added per capita of Singapore, United States, and the United Kingdom. And you can see that actually Singapore has a very high GDP per capita compared with the United States and the UK. There has to be some query about these figures because the question of is Singapore helped in some sense by tax haven considerations? That's about companies moving profit to a tax haven, and that obviously boosts the GDP per capita. So Ireland does quite well on these figures, it's tax haven. The question is, to what extent Singapore is a tax haven? Its corporate tax rate is not particularly low, but there has to be a query about that. But at the same time, you can see why it has a high value added per capita. Because it has, in knowledge services, this financial services management consulting, a very high figure, which is comparable to both the United States and the United Kingdom. Those are very high figures as a proportion of knowledge services. And it's remarkable that Singapore has that level. It's something to do with its geographical position, obviously, but those are high. But when you look at manufacturing, you can see that it has 21%. United States has 11%. We have 9.9%. Now that is, in fact, the result of a very conscious decision by the Singaporeans to have 20% in manufacturing. And it's that, and also look at what is the proportion of that manufacturing in medium high-tech manufacturing, 17%, compared to 6% United States, 4% in the United Kingdom. Those are remarkable figures, and they are part of a conscious industrial policy. And a key part of that is, of course, Biopolis and their position in biomanufacturing, which is a quite deliberate strategy. They went out and said, we want to be big in biomanufacturing and pharmaceuticals. And I remember hearing about this 20 years ago and thinking, these guys are very smart, but this time they've got it wrong. And they got it wrong because they don't realize that pharmaceutical businesses depend on high quality research, and they haven't got it. Now, going back 20 years later and looking at the figures, you find there's a remarkable story. The remarkable story is they said we have to, if we're going to be big in pharmaceuticals, we have to have a research base. And how do we do that? Well, we go out into the world and we find out who are the best biological researchers in the world. And we say, come to Singapore, we'll give you any kind of laboratory you want. You don't have to apply for grants, which immediately there's every researcher clamoring at the door. And we'll give you lots of bright young Singaporean scientists to learn from you. Just come, maybe just 6 months a year, run your laboratory, and that would be brilliant. And that was extraordinarily successful. When I was a young undergraduate at Cambridge, our great hero was a guy called Sidney Brenner, who went on to get the Nobel Prize for work he did in breaking the code and also research on nematode worms, but that's another story. But he was our great hero, and he ended his life running a laboratory in Singapore, and that gave them the research. And now Biopolis is one of the centers for pharmaceutical research and biomanufacturing. So that tells you that there are, at least if you're really smart, you can do industrial policy very successfully. So let me sum up what I'm saying, which actually is a really pretty simple message, which is why do we, the US and UK, have a slow rate of growth and the other G7 countries? And the answer is we have a poor rate of innovation in advanced industries, which are really the engine of economic growth. And as a result, we're not producing the high value-added, innovative, world-beating products and services in the quantities we used to and which we should be doing. And that is the very simple answer to why we have a low rate. We have, both of us, low rates of growth. If you doubt this, a very simple test is just to go to your house, sit in your study or wherever it is, and look around and see what are the products you have there and where do they come from. And if I sit in my study, my house, and look around, what I see is I have an Apple iPhone, I have an Apple computer, I have a Cisco telephone system, I have a Canon printer, I have a Swatch watch, which comes from Switzerland, and then if I look at my clothes, they have all sorts of brand names, but they all come from Bangladesh, with the exception of my ties. My ties come from Italy, France, America, and 2 come from Britain, and one of which I'm wearing today, but it comes from Dunhill. But I cannot conceive that a big export of Dunhill ties is really going to do much for our economic growth rate. So just ask yourself where, if you look around your house and ask where do the products come from, it won't be as bad in America because there will be lots of American products, but you probably ought to ask a second question, which is where are those products manufactured? And I think you'll find quite a lot are manufactured in China, Mexico, Germany, and certainly a large parts of some of the components of that will apply to. So making that statement, you can check pretty clearly. I was also recently, I had to go for a medical examination, and the doctor I went to charges exorbitant fees, and therefore feels that he has to engage in conversation for some time to justify those fees. So we always end up talking about the economy. And I then had to go and have a sample taken. And while he did that, he went round his studio and looked at where all the products came from. And do that in your doctor's studio, and you'll be horrified about where this high-tech equipment came from. So what do we need? That's the explanation. What we are is not simply producing enough high value-added, innovative, world-beating products and services in the quantities we used to. What do we need to do? Well, the only people who can produce those products are companies, and it's companies that you have to focus on to produce that. And but the government can play a role, not in directing companies, but providing targeting support, that's R&D, skills, finance, and demand, on the following sectors, if they have realistic plans to increase their value added per capita. I think we can learn something here from the Singaporeans, who have what they call transformation maps. This is something you'll never get in America and Britain, but the spirit of it is, if you in industries come up with strategies for getting into high value added or increasing the value added proportion of your sector, then we in government will target research and everything else, skills, on helping you achieve that higher value added. So we need to learn from that, I think, and target particularly medium high-tech manufacturing, green industries, and other advanced industries. So I think that, I hope, explains what I at least think is the reason for our poor growth rates and what we need to do about it. So I hope that gives you the answer to one of the questions which is critical to this conference. And thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Lord Sainsbury, thank you so much. As we like to say in the US, well, at least thank God we're not the UK. Economically. So before I make some remarks, I would ask people if you're interested. We have a poll. We're going to do a number of polls throughout the day. It's on Slido if you just go to that 3D barcode. So the first poll is going to be, what's more important, slowing down China or speeding up America? And you got three answers: slowing down China, speeding up America, or both. Okay. So, oh yeah, there we go. Beautiful. All right. So I'm going to make broad overgeneralizations, simplifications, but for the sake of argument, I think it's important. This was America from the founding of the Republic. Hamilton argued, as did many others early on, that we needed government to ensure we were not going to be dependent upon the major techno-economic threat of the time, the UK. We put in place, for example, and Mike Lind will talk about that later this morning. One of the things we did is we put in place the armory system, and it gained us a 50-year advantage over the UK because we developed precision manufacturing and interchangeable parts way 50 years before the UK did. And the only reason we did it is because we had the armory system. If you ever go out to Harper's Ferry, go look at that machine shop there. That was a key factor. But this tradition, this report on manufacturing, this tradition of national developmentalism, it wasn't just a one-off. It really lasted all the way through the 1970s. In 1963, the United States government spent more money on research and development than the entire rest of the world combined, business and government. So we've done this before. In fact, this is normal. This is our tradition. Unfortunately, we went off track. And that's largely, I would argue, and again, oversimplified way, that's what America is today. We look at the economy through the lens of finance, and our If you're on the right, your hero is unfortunately a British import. We should never allow intellectual imports to this country. Adam Smith, he's the gospel. Just follow Adam Smith and everything will be fine. And on the left, I put 30 books up there. On the left now, it's don't worry about economic growth. Don't worry about what Lord Sainsbury is worried about. Just focus on redistribution. You don't need to worry about growth. And you can see those are pretty far apart in terms of the polls. What we need is a new vision. And that vision, what we would argue is, as Mike Lind has articulated, national developmentalism or Hamiltonianism. Now, Lord Sainsbury mentioned this report we did looking at these 7 major industries. And what you can see, the US has fallen on virtually every one of these industries except for other transportation equipment, which is largely aerospace, and IT and other services. I'll talk about it, but this is not a very good trend. You can see this is the global average of where we would be if we had the same amount of those as the rest of the world as a share of our economy, and we're below average. And I think this is really interesting because one of the real core strengths of the US economy is the information services economy, part of it. So think about Google, Microsoft, those kinds of sectors. As you'll see, we do very well there. If you take that away and you just look at the hardware side of the world, we're almost a developing nation. We have 0.8%, at 0.8, instead of, if we were at the global average, sort of the same amount of car production as everybody, the same amount of machine tool production as everybody, we'd have a location quotient of 1. But our location quotient is actually 0.8. So when people say, oh, the US is powerful in advanced technology, the reality is we're not. We're below the global average of about 75 countries, which, as you saw in Lord Sainsbury's slides, includes countries like Saudi Arabia. The other problem here is that we're moving in the wrong direction. So if you think of these are basically the size, and then if you look at that vertical line, that's like from 95 to 2018, were we gaining share or were we losing share? Pretty much every sector, with the exception of other transportation equipment and IT and other services, we were losing share. Okay, and as you saw before, these are our peers. Thank God we're ahead of Italy, but we're behind Mexico. Now, that's not to say that Mexico has more advanced firms. What it is to say is Mexico has more advanced value added in advanced industries than we do as a share of its economy. So you can, the way you look at this, these are the 10 countries we looked at. This is a very typical slide. You're going to see China way over here. And the US is way over here. And this, again, this line, if we were at the global average, we're below half of where we should be for electrical equipment. We're below significantly on motor vehicles. We would need 14 major motor vehicle assembly plants in the US just to get back to that average line. Look at where the Germans are. Look at where Mexico is. Machinery and equipment, again, below the global average. Germany, Japan. We hear a lot about Japan as a sort of failed economy. That's because people don't look at what Japan's really doing. They're a massive global leader in machinery and equipment. And look at China. Computers and electronics. This is why we passed the CHIPS Act, thank God. So we're big, yes, because we have a big economy, but look at shares. Taiwan, 9 times more. That sector is 9 times bigger in Taiwan than it is in the global economy, partly because of TSMC and others. In Korea, it's about 5.5 times bigger. In the US, it's actually about a little bit right at the global average, even though we invented that industry. So these are the 2 success stories, I'll say. IT and other services. We're above the global average. We're big. We're way ahead of everybody else. And the other sector is, oops, sorry, wait a minute. That was not, sorry, should have been another slide. The other sector I wanted to show was biopharmaceuticals, where again, we're big, we're ahead of other people. And yet what you think is ironic about this, if you look at the two sectors where we still have, I mean, Lord Sainsbury talked about once you lose these capabilities, it's hard to get them back. You got to fight. When you have the capabilities, you can build on them and you can work to advance them. And what's striking about US politics in the last few years is the two main sectors we're still healthy in, two of the three, aerospace being the other. Public policy in Washington is intentionally trying to degrade our position. So drug price controls, repeal of the Bayh-Dole Act, which is a critical factor in biopharma innovation. And in IT, it's all about the techlash and antitrust, how we need to break up these companies. Even though if you look at data from the OECD, from the EU, the top 5 American companies are all, but in terms of R&D performance, are all tech companies. Their R&D is bigger than the entire UK R&D budget, private sector. So we have these wonderful champions who are out there fighting globally, and yet we're saying we got to tear them down. A little bit like Algernon Bergeron in Kurt Vonnegut. Well, they're doing so well, we better put lead weights on them. So anyway, that's where we are overall. Now again, we're big. But look at China, and China is going to keep going up. Taiwan, Korea, Germany, Japan. Now you can say, well, they're smaller than we are. Yeah, of course they're smaller because they have a smaller economy. But those countries are much more specialized in these industries. They're in a much better position going forward to be competitive there. Interesting slide here. 38% of all advanced industry output growth from 2006 to 2018. Take the whole world. 38% of that growth came from China. Okay. So why is there so little Hamiltonianism? We had a nice rebound, if you will, Hamiltonianism. We passed the CHIPS Act, the Chips and Science Act. Senator Coons, Senator Young will be here, played a key role in that. So we've done some things, but we really haven't embraced Hamiltonianism. And so why? A couple of things. One, famous line, Michael Boskin, potato chips, computer chips, what's the difference? I don't even explain that to this group because you all know. But you can laugh at that, you know, but that is what most neoclassical economists think today. There is no reason to pick a sector. One sector is as good as another sector. If you believe that, right away, you can't do advanced industry strategy because advanced industry strategy is saying there are key sectors that US has to be healthy on. Mike Brown is here and has talked about there's in a new, I guess your testimony to the House, you talked about, was it 15, 17 sectors? 19. Yeah. 19 key sectors that we have to do well in if we're going to thrive, and 17 of them are largely commercial. So if you believe that potato chips and computer chips are important, you're not going to focus an industrial strategy. The second is this notion of distortions. So if you're an economist, the worst thing you can do is distort the economy. Because under neoclassical economic theory, price signals maximize allocation efficiency. So if we tax these chairs and we subsidize the tables, we're going to have too many tables and too few chairs. Now you can say, well, that's useful. Problem is it's largely irrelevant. When you look at new growth theory, people like Romer and others, what really drives growth is not you have a little bit more too many chairs and a little bit too few tables. It's you produce the chairs in a highly productive way, and are you producing innovative tables? And neoclassical economics just ignores that. Now, why am I saying this, by the way? I should frame that. Because the single most important battle that we have to fight is an intellectual battle. It's not a political battle, it's an intellectual battle. Because every time we argue this, you will see economists sort of scoff and look down their nose and say, well, you guys clearly are not economists, as if that's the proving point. It's like, I'm not a chiropractor either. So that's domestic. Now, international, if you remember Ricardo, Portugal makes wine, the UK makes textiles, and that's the way it should be. Now, again, if you believe that, then it suggests that whatever industry mix you have in a global sense, you were destined to have that. For some bizarre reason, we're the global leader in waste paper. That's because we have competitive advantage in waste paper, because we have a lot of rain, a lot of forest, I don't know, but that's the theory. And the last component of the theory is we don't compete. So Paul Krugman once said that international competition is a myth, it's a farce. And he would say, well, you know, Intel might compete with TSMC, but we don't compete with Taiwan or China. Now you put all of that together, which is the dominant view now today in Washington, you put all that together and the result is nothing. The result is nothing. It's, well, you know, we'll make sure we have good IP system, of course. We'll make sure we don't have a distortive tax system, of course. We'll make sure we fund science, of course. We'll make sure we fund infrastructure, of course. But that's as far as you're allowed to go. Now, what do we need to replace that with? Number one, we need to replace it with this notion that computer chips are more important than potato chips. The 19 sectors that Mike just alluded to that OSTP has identified, that's what we need to be focusing on. Those sectors, no offense to anybody else, those sectors are the most important ones, or those kinds of sectors. Second, we need to stop thinking about the economy as this sort of market that is determined just by price signals. So Janet Yellen last week at a speech at CSIS, she said, quote, "An economy is an aggregate of the choices people make." No, it's not. An economy is an aggregate of the capabilities of firms and entrepreneurs. And Lord Sainsbury did not mention the other part of his book, which is, to me, really powerful. Lord Sainsbury and David Teese, I don't know where David is, from UC Berkeley. David has also talked about this, dynamic capabilities. So if we shift over from this notion of that the economy is this price signal thing, you don't want to mess with it, don't want to distort it, leads to these beautiful outcomes, instead to what you really need are you need dynamic capabilities in your firms and organizations and entrepreneurs. What are dynamic capabilities? Well, capabilities are the ability to produce stuff, whether it's a good or a service, in an innovative, highly productive way that can win in global market competition. Dynamic means that you're not just doing it this way, but you're constantly improving, whether it's a process, technology, a business model, or a new product. So what we really have to be focused on centrally is dynamic capabilities, and that is all in this complex ecosystem, this system of innovation. So stop thinking about markets and prices, and let's start thinking about dynamic innovation ecosystems. Internationally, it's pretty clear to me the reason that TSMC is the global leader is that Taiwan, their beaches have incredible amounts of sand, and they mine that and they create the best silicon in the world. It's clear. What else could it be? Perhaps it was because the Taiwanese government decided that they were going to lead in this industry through a thing called ITRI, the Industrial Technology Research Institute, which, by the way, was originally funded by the US government through AID back in the 60s. And they worked their way up, and Morris Chang left there and was given a really good foundation to build on. And obviously, Mr. Chang built TSMC. So this notion somehow that competitive advantage is just sort of given. No, it's not given, it's fought for. Once you buy into that, then it's like, well, we do care that we specialize in waste paper. Maybe we shouldn't specialize in waste paper. Maybe we should specialize in 3 nanometer chips. And Mike Schmidt's going to talk about that a little later today, head of the CHIPS program office. So the notion is we have to think about these industries globally. And as Lord Sainsbury said, we're in a competition, and it's a win-lose competition. There's only going to be so many chip fabs in the world. There's only going to be so many jet airplanes made in the world. There's only going to be so many advanced robotics made in the world. Now, we want everybody to innovate. I get all that. But at the end of the day, where that goes, that's a zero-sum game. And we want to win. And lastly, competition. This is about competition. I remember we helped push in the original What's the original, the act, pardon? The Competitiveness Act in like 10 years ago, anyway. Yeah, the original Competes Act. And Senator Klobuchar, we worked with her. She got a provision introduced to establish a national advanced innovation strategy. And this was tasked to the Department of Commerce. And so I was honored to be put on this committee. Really great people. One of the founders of Genentech was there. And one of the very first discussions we had, which unfortunately lasted more than 3 seconds, was, is it really fair for us to compete? Because we don't want to hurt those other countries. Like, they want to hurt us. And I don't mean that in like hurt us. They want to take value-added advanced industry share for themselves. Nothing wrong with that. And the idea that we have that we don't want to compete. If you don't want to compete, you're going to lose. So thinking about the global economy as a competitive arena. Now, again, you can compete by cheating, which is what the Chinese do, or you can compete fairly but aggressively, which is what we need to do. All right, so let me wrap up by saying, what would Hamilton do? What are the big things we have to do? Number one, it's really fundamentally, it's just, do we want to do this? Is this an important mission? It's not clear that we've decided that. If we decide that, I have every faith in the world that we will do it well and we will succeed. But it's not clear to me that we will define that as the most important mission. Secondly, going back to that, we need to, if we're going to have that as the mission, we need a set of guideposts. We need a set of principles to guide us, and that cannot be neoliberal or progressive economics. It has to be this notion of national developmentalism, and what Lord Sainsbury talked about at the last slide, how you help firms that want to do that. And then this goes to the key point here. If we're going to do that, then we need to help businesses in America. And I say that specifically because I don't mean American businesses. American businesses can do something outside, that's fine. I'm talking about businesses in America. They can be foreign, they can be domestic, but they need to be businesses in America that are committed to building high value added production systems here. We need to help them gain market share in these industries. One last problem with that is if you listen to some Republicans, they will say, no, that's crony capitalism. Why should we help companies? They can do it on their own. The reality is they can't and they won't enough. And on the left, you see the same thing. Why should we help companies when we have people who are homeless? The reality is, unless you help companies, we're not going to be able to solve these other problems. I remember a long time ago when I headed up the Rhode Island Economic Policy Council. Rhode Island, very democratic state. So we came up with a whole plan. It was also the worst performing economy in the country at the time when I went up to lead this group. And we had a whole bunch of initiatives like the highest R&D tax credit in the country, an investment tax credit, all these programs. And some of them obviously help business. So we went down to the Senate Democratic Retreat one weekend, and I took my board member, George Nee, who was head of the AFL-CIO, to help sell the plan. And so we get down there, and George and I give our plan of what we want to do in Rhode Island. And first question from a Democratic senator was, look, this is really great, but is there any way we could do this without helping business? George, to his credit, says, Senator, I really wish there was as head of the AFL-CIO, but there's not. If you want to help my members, you have to be able to help business. That doesn't mean random helping business do whatever, but it means aligning business goals with what we want. We have to limit China's ability to profit from predatory innovation mercantilism. That's what it is. It's predatory. It's unfair. Not every Chinese company. I'm not saying that, but many of them. And I don't know why that said that. Sorry. We need to integrate politics and geoeconomics, geopolitics and geoeconomics. We separate them. Mostly what we're doing is geopolitics. We need to put geoeconomics into that and think about all our foreign policy through this lens. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to call on the next panel to come up. Let me quickly introduce our moderator. Carol, why don't you, whatever, I'm going to say get in the middle, but Carol Thomas is, I've known Carol for a long time. She's kind enough to be on our board, but Carol's main activity until quite recently was she was the director of NIST's Manufacturing Partnership Program, MEP. Wonderful program out there helping small and mid-sized manufacturers compete. So Carol also wrote a really nice piece, it must have been 8 years ago or so, on Hamiltonianism and why it's relevant to what NIST was doing. So Carol, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, I did write just a little blog, and I had told Rob about it. It was the 225th anniversary of the manufacturing papers. And when he mentioned doing this, I said, who would have thought after all that time? Anyway, I'm happy to get us started today with our esteemed panel of folks here, whose focus will be on how industrial policy Hamiltonianism has been a part of the country's core tradition from as far back as the Constitution all the way through to Ronald Reagan's administration. First, I'm going to start off with Michael Lind, a prolific author. In fact, I have one of his books here for him to sign for me. And he's a visiting professor at the Lyndon B. Johnson School of Public Affairs at the University of Texas, co-founder of New America, editor or staff writer at the New Yorker, Harper's, the New Republic, and the National Interest. His most recent book is Big is Beautiful, Debunking the Myth of Small Business, which he co-authored with Rob. And previously he authored Land of Promise, an economic history of the United States, which is why this group, I think these two will be great to get everything started. And also, just quick, I will talk about Andrew Reamer. He's a research professor at GW Institute of Public Policy. His research efforts aim to encourage U.S. national economic development and competitiveness. His current sponsors include American Economic Association, the Ewing Marion Kauffman Foundation, the Lumina Foundation, and the Center for Regional Economic Competitiveness. Andrew is a member of several federal advisory committees, including the Department of Commerce's National Advisory Council on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, the Workforce Information Advisory Council, the Bureau of Economic Advisory Committee, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics Data Users Advisory Committee. Andrew joined George Washington Institute of Public Policy in 2010, but previously he had been 6 years at Brookings Institution Metropolitan Policy Program. That's where I met Andrew. He received a PhD in Economic Development and Public Policy and a Master of City Planning from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And that's our two panelists for this morning. I wanted to first start out by opening with a quote from John F. Kennedy that was in a recent article of Rob's. The great enemy of truth is very often not the lie, deliberate, contrived, or dishonest, but the myth, persistent, persuasive, and unrealistic. In this article, Rob goes on to point out that nowhere is this more evident than the myth that America's laissez-faire economic tradition enabled America to lead the world economically. Our panelists will remind us how, from the founding of the American Republic until the Cold War, national developmentism was used to gain first economic independence and then ultimately economic preeminence. And so I want to get started with Michael, who has an incredible background in history and understanding where this all came from. Particularly, as I said, reading his book, Land of Promise, and want you to get started with how did we start all of this in the beginning of our country?
Well, Hamilton is very popular today. Can everybody hear me? So the Libertarian Manhattan Institute gives out a Hamilton Award to various free marketeers and finance industry people. There's a Hamilton Project here in town devoted to neoliberal globalist economics and neoclassical economics. And then, of course, there's the Hamilton of the musical. So I'm going to talk about the real Hamilton and clear up a few myths about him. One myth is that he invented infant industry protection in a world of free trade and created a protectionist tradition. Free trade did not exist until Britain adopted it in the 1840s and 1850s, and France as well at the time. So the world in which the US gained its independence from the British Empire was a world of mercantilist empires, and they followed a very sophisticated version of what Lord Sainsbury has described as this production-based economics. So Hamilton did not have to be original in seeing how the US could catch up with Britain, but also France. He learned a lot of economics from a book by Malachi Postlethwaite, who I think because his name is so weird, he's kind of dropped out of history, but he had a universal dictionary of trade and commerce in the 18th century that was translated from a French tome by Jacques Savary, and it had basically all of the techniques that are used to this day for industrial policy. Tariffs, subsidies, government loans, free trade for raw material input, all of this was part of the tradition that Rob Atkinson and I have described as developmentalism. We talk about national developmentalism, but before it was national, it was imperial, with the empires like Britain and France. Before it was imperial, it was civic. Eric Reinert has traced the developmentalist tradition all the way back to the city-states of Renaissance Europe, like Milan and Florence. So this didn't spring out of nowhere, out of Hamilton's head. The second myth is that it was all about tariffs. So for Hamilton, there was this developmental program that he set forth in his report on manufacturers. It was by no means limited to tariffs. He advised tariffs on some products, removing tariffs from others, raw material inputs like sulfur for gunpowder. So you wanted free trade in inputs to your high value added manufacturing. He preferred bounties or subsidies. In fact, he wanted to have a low tariff on imports from Britain, and then you would use the proceeds of the tariff to subsidize particular manufacturing industries. Congress said no for political reasons, was afraid that if Congress had the power to subsidize firms in general, then you would end up, the party in power would end up subsidizing its patrons. But Congress passed all of Hamilton's tariffs within a year, and they said no to the subsidies. So the third myth, and I'll wrap this up fairly briefly, is that that Hamilton's ideas were rejected entirely by Jefferson and his party. Hamilton and Washington in practice were leaders of the Federalist Party. It was pro-merchant, pro-industry. And the Southern agrarians and the slaveholding planter class dominated the Jeffersonian, the Democratic Republicans, or Republicans, later became the Democrats in the Jacksonian era. In fact, Jefferson initially wanted an agrarian economy, but because of the embargo that he presided over as president on both Britain and France, and the turmoil and dependence on Europe that the Napoleonic Wars showed, by the 1810s, Jefferson was saying, and Madison as well, all this stuff that we said was evil with Hamilton's report, turns out, yeah, maybe we need a national bank, maybe we need infrastructure, maybe we need manufacturing. The big division in the US comes after Britain industrializes on a large scale, the 1820s, 30s, and 40s. Because before then, both the Jeffersonians and the Hamiltonians were national developmentalists of some degree. The Hamiltonians more than the Jeffersonians. What happened was, as you remember, at least the Americans from school, the cotton mill in Britain creates this enormous export demand for cotton from the slave South. And so at that point, the Southern ruling class basically will only hire economics professors who teach the then new doctrine of neoclassical liberal, or actually then it was classical liberalism, before neoclassical economics. So there's a big divergence from the 1830s and 40s really to this day, and you see it in debates over NAFTA and so on. The farming states and the mineral states who have absolute advantage in a product, they tend to be opposed to industrial policy because, you know, they don't need to worry about foreign competition. And then it's the manufacturing states. But the point is that the Hamilton comes in the middle of 1,000 years of developmental statism. And we then, Germany, Japan, the little tigers of East Asia and China were copying in the late 19th century what was called the American School of National Economy, which in turn had its roots in British and French and Dutch and Italian mercantilism.
Thank you, Michael. And I wanted to add, because I don't remember if you exactly said, Hamilton was the first Secretary of Treasury. He was trying to, with the tariffs, bring in money in a selective way, you know, picking those industries that he felt would help make us independent, you know, in terms of security, but he was bringing in money into the coffers, because I looked up at one point, the debt went from, I think, 400,000 to well over $1 million. And that's what he was really trying to do.
Well, this is why he wanted the tariffs to be initially low, right. Because he didn't want to keep out British imports. He wanted the tariffs to be sufficiently low that people would still buy them, but pay a tax on them and use that tax to pay down the Revolutionary War debt, but also if there were any left over to subsidize things. Now, his great successor was Albert Gallatin, a Swiss immigrant to the U.S., who was the Secretary of Treasury for Thomas Jefferson. And Gallatin came up with an equally ambitious plan. Just as Hamilton did not make tariffs the centerpiece, Hamilton preferred bounties or subsidies. Gallatin, interestingly enough, wanted government loans. So all of these tools of industrial policy, right? There's like directed loans, there's tariffs, there's subsidies. All of this was already familiar in the 1800s.
Excellent. And I want to bring us a little closer to today with Andrew to talk a little bit about what happened in the 20th century, including the need for yet structured relationships between stakeholders.
I'll answer that, and I actually want to build on what Michael said and do a bit more in the 19th century. So there's this tension from the beginning between strategy and policy. And, you know, the title of this event is Industrial Strategy. Now, and a lot of the effort lately has been around policy, which is sort of a set and forget approach. It's not about dynamic capabilities. And in my work in regional economic development, people conflate strategy and policy. Strategy is how you use your tools, and it's the dynamic capabilities that Lord Sainsbury and Rob were talking about. So from the beginning, America had a strategy. Hamilton's report was a strategy for making America competitive. A thread throughout the 19th and 20th century is the role of industrial policy in America's defense. The Hamilton report came from Washington saying we got to be independent of Britain for weapons. That's why Hamilton wrote that report. In the 1820s, Henry Clay then articulated this approach to the American system of economics, which was a framework. It was that 200 years ago, that was their neoliberalism. I mean, it was the opposite of neoliberalism, but it was a set of principles: high tariffs, infrastructure, and a national bank. And keep in mind that the federal government ran on tariffs 100% up to the Civil War. It was not just for protection, it was how the government got its money. It's like the equivalent of a hotel tax. You tax, you know, it wasn't taxing the people, it was taxing business. So Lincoln was able to put into place a lot of the tenets of the American system of economics because the Democrats had left the government. And his tool was tax grants, was land grants. So you think about the Morrill Act and public education. You think about the Transcontinental Railroad. You think about the Homestead Act. You think about creating the National Academy of Sciences, creating the National Center for Education Statistics. Lincoln was able to put all that in place, which had been, the Whigs had been fighting for over 40 years. So now you move, and tariffs were front and center, the key industrial policy strategy of the Republican Party from the Civil War to Hoover. A footnote, so Congress set tariffs, and so that was a strategy. Congress had to every other year, figure out what the tariffs were on various commodities for all the various political reasons. And our economic statistical system, the Bureau of Census on the economic side, the Bureau of Economic Analysis, and Bureau of Labor Statistics all come from 19th century efforts by Congress to get data from the executive branch to set tariffs. Never worked. But they tried, and the result was we have this foundation from industrial policy. In the 20th century, with advances in technology, all of a sudden you could do collaboration in a way that was not possible before through telephones.
And Andrew, I want to add in there too. That's when the National Bureau of Standards.
Correct.
In 1901, right.
That's a great example, because from 1900 to 1930, basically the country, people had kissed and made up from the Civil War, and the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant male upper class ran the country for 30 years, and it was friends and neighbors in government, in academia, in business. Business was focused on America. They had some global markets, but there was a collaborative approach. So the National Bureau of Standards was inviting in business to help set standards with government. And I enjoy telling people this, the US Chamber of Commerce, the arch enemy of the federal government, was created by the Bureau of Manufacturers in 1912 because the Commerce Department needed a business partner it was identifying export opportunities in Europe, and it didn't know who to give those opportunities to. So in 1912, President Taft convened a conference that chartered the chamber, and throughout from that period to the Great Depression, there was a series of these collaborations. In the World War I, there was the War Industries Board. So all of a sudden we had a planned economy, 52 industrial sectors, commodity sections, that top-down planned the production in steel and textiles and so forth. 2 people ran it, 1 person from business and 1 person from government. Collaboration. People liked that idea so much when Hoover became Secretary of Commerce. So Hoover was a lousy president, but he was a terrific Secretary of Commerce. His approach in the 20s was business-government collaboration. He didn't spend any money. It was all about information and relationships. And he had 3 prongs. One is he went to the National Bureau of Standards and said, for America to be competitive, we got to get the light bulb manufacturers to agree on, the socket and the light bulb. And so he created a whole series of business-government collaborations to set standards so that business could be more efficient and markets could be created. He took the War Industry Board model from the 19-teens and turned it into what today is the International Trade Administration in commerce. It was what's called the Bureau of Foreign and Domestic Commerce. And the idea was you had these sections that mirrored what was happening during the war, where business and government, these white Anglo-Saxon Protestant guys, figured out how to make America competitive. And the third piece was the statistics. If you're familiar with the survey of current business, it was getting data from business to put into a monthly journal so that business would know what output and demand was in different industries and would not overproduce. And Hoover arranged all this through making sure that every industry had a trade association that he could work with. And in the 20s, he tripled the number of trade associations from 700 to over 2,000. And this is the government, just like they did with the Chamber of Commerce, convening an industry to get itself organized. So this actually, a lot of the stuff that Hoover did is with us today. I don't have time to go into that. But the Great Depression blew all that up. And the Democrats came in and had a different approach that FDR was dealing with, the Great Depression and then fascism. What's interesting is that if you think about the Democratic presidents between the Civil War and John F. Kennedy, there were 4, and 3 of them were presidents during major wars. Right? Only Grover Cleveland, I have no idea what his industrial policy was, but Wilson and FDR, the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, which was this shape-shifting organization that Hoover created, ended up starting 8 federally owned corporations in World War II to create synthetic rubber and alternatives to petroleum and so forth. The government ran corporations. That was industrial policy. Just when the Democrats were in power, they happened to be fighting a war, so it was top down. At the end of the war, the U.S. had no competition globally.
Right.
So there was not the same need for industrial policy. In fact, Truman was trying to give away American manufacturing jobs so Japan would not go communist. And the result was they were lowering tariffs, and Truman was writing the chamber in some town in Missouri saying, you got to give up these jobs for America.
Well, and so our policy, our developmentalism went from growing the country to defending the country, and that's why the wars brought it on. So, Michael, can you tell us a little bit more about, you had started talking a little bit about the various different things that could be used or were used with the developmentalism. What changed, or when we went from growing to defending, what were then the avenues used for this developmental of the country?
Well, the military becomes central in World War II and then in the Cold War. And you get this strange bifurcation of industrial policy, which I think of as invented here, make it there. And as we heard, alliance diplomacy during the Cold War had a lot of to do with this. And every Cold War president, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, all the way up to the end, there would be debates about American allies and protectorates, particularly Japan, which had lost its Chinese market with Mao's takeover in 1949. Germany had lost its markets in Eastern Europe, West Germany, our satellite in Eastern and Europe and Russia. And so the diplomatic and defense officials would say, well, they have to rebuild. So, they can have essentially asymmetric trade with us. Japan can protect its own market. And if they sell us like little umbrellas, that's not going to hurt. And then in the 1960s, okay, now they're selling us little radios, but, that's not going to hurt us. And it really begins hitting when Japan and West Germany, then the Federal Republic, are really recovered. And the U.S., which, as you pointed out, had this kind of brief monopoly of advanced industrial manufacturing exports after World War II. Everybody else was wiped out. By the 70s, they had caught up. And initially, it was our own allies, Japan and West Germany. And if you go back and read the debates within the administrations, you have these embattled American industries saying we need to, some help, right? We're being wiped out. And it's particularly unfair competition in the case of Japan, which used non-tariff barriers to protect their home market, which is the second largest in the world, while having unimpeded access to ours. At that point, in the interagency meetings in the White House, the Defense Department and the State Department would weigh in and say, no, the Defense Department would say, well, we need the bases in that country. And the State Department would say, well, we don't want them defecting or becoming neutral in the Cold War. And the president again sided with defense and state. But the other aspect of it was invented here.
Mhm.
And the Defense Department was the greatest state capitalist in history, in human history, right?
Mhm.
You know, taking things, some of which had been invented in Britain and Germany, like the jet engine and early computers and so on, scaling them up.
Mhm.
In other cases, you know, nuclear energy,
Mhm.
first military, then civilian. All of the elements of computers and robotics came out of State Department. I mean, out of defense contracts.
Mhm.
You know,
And then in 1988, the National Bureau of Standards becomes the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And with that, with Congress passing the Omnibus Trade and Competitiveness Act, we try and start to get back into it. And one of the programs always near and dear to my heart, the Manufacturing Extension Partnership, which this year celebrates 35 years, still kicking after having to dodge elimination for many, many years, is part of where we're trying to get back in it. But Andrew, there is a program that comes in at that same time called the Advanced Technology Program. Tell us a little bit about where that fits into.
Well, thank you both. As Michael was saying, the U.S. ran its first trade deficit under Nixon in the early 70s. We had a positive trade balance for a century. And by the end of the 70s, people were starting to freak out around competition. Carter put together an innovation policy. I worked the summer of 1980 in the Carter Commerce Department with a Deputy Assistant Secretary for Industrial Policy, Nick Knickerbocker. And so Carter was ready to go with industrial policy, and he lost the election. But a lot of stuff happened in the 80s. The Bayh-Dole and Weidlich-Stevenson and Sematech and the 1988 bill. Back to this notion that the difference between policy and strategy, the Congress focused on policy. In other words, there was no strategy running this stuff. It was just, it was faith-based. If you create the ATP, if you create MEP, good stuff will happen. And so ATP was an effort to invest in technology where the thought was that there was a market failure, that there was a valley of death or something, where to commercialize good technology, the government could step in and give a key part of funding. And so that program ran at NIST for 20 years.
It's 20 years.
And we'll, I don't know the first time, but we'll get into why ATP got killed by Congress. MEP, like you said, was on the chopping block, but unlike ATP, MEP has footprints in every state. And so members of Congress did not kill MEP for the same reason it did not kill the Economic Development Administration, but it did kill ATP, and it killed the Office of Technology Assessment. So throughout the 80s and 90s, it's like there was nothing, it was not like nothing was being done. There were efforts all the way through. In the late 80s, in Bush 1 and Clinton, critical technologies. There was this notion that, hey, America has critical technologies, and Congress directed the White House to set up a Critical Technologies Institute to analyze and come up with strategies for our critical technologies. And the result is what people might know today as of STIPI, Science and Technology Policy Institute. But there was never any heart in this. So interesting, people got jobs and people did interesting reports, but there was no strategy. We had these tools, but not a kind of a playbook for how to use them. And then in the Clinton years forward, neoliberalism really took rise with the rise of the Gingrich Republicans, which was really the old Southern Democratic arm of the Democratic Party, which was, back to Michael's point, we gotta make the federal government weak,
Mhm.
because it gets in the way of what we try to accomplish. And so the result was ATP got killed. All these things, there are various reasons why industrial policy has been hamstrung, and it's there are many more reasons, but beyond the change in the Republican Party. But that is certainly one. That's why ATP got killed.
Mhm, mhm. And Michael, if you kind of bring us home a little bit of where things are and you know, and why.
Well, Lord Sainsbury, one of his slides, with the end of the Cold War and the opening up of China and India and Latin America, which had either they'd been communist or had import substitution policies, suddenly 2 billion workers join the global labor market, right? And it's clear now, looking back, I've been doing a lot of reading about this.
Mhm.
You know, the defenders of globalization in the US, whether they were consciously lying or deluded, this was all about labor arbitrage. Just as northern businesses moved factories from union states in the north to cheap labor non-union states in the American South after World War II, after 1990, 1992, they moved them to Mexico and China, and they spun this fairy tale about how NAFTA and the WTO are opening up these closed markets to manufactured goods made in the U.S., which will be exported to the China market. No, Ross Perot was right. It's all about shutting down factories in the U.S. To use the low-wage, non-union labor, unfree labor in dictatorships like China. So you just get the other part of that equation. The invented here make it there, and then the globalists retreated, saying, "Okay, well, only low value-added production will go to Mexico, and we will make all of the high value-added components. If they assemble it in China, so what?" And that was true for the iPhone, like in the 2000s, when it moved. It originally was all made in the US, and then they moved it to China. And many of the components were high value-added components from the US, from Germany, Japan, South Korea. But China has been going up the supply chain in other countries as well. So the final backdrop is, and Paul Krugman, for example, wrote this a few years ago. Well, maybe we would have done things differently, but it's too late now, right? We can't. We just have to accept with being a deindustrialized country. And I think you see this in some of the Biden administration. They have some good instincts on industrial policy, but the whole idea of we're going to use industrial policy to promote renewable energy and daycare. If you can have an industrial policy, you can have a daycare policy, you can have a renewable energy policy, as long as it doesn't make energy for manufacturing more expensive instead of less expensive. But industrial policy is about how high value added manufacturing, and it makes no sense to have an industrial economy where we say, well, we're going to make windmill rotors and batteries and solar panels, but we're not going to make other things. If you have the industrial capacity to manufacture windmills and batteries and solar, you can also make refrigerators.
Well,
and
it goes
automobiles
back to
and airplanes.
right. It goes back to Andrew's point about strategy. I mean, there's a lot of things that you could do, but you need to have a concerted, cohesive strategy about things.
Okay. Yes, and Congress has probably told the executive branch to create 50 strategies. And for the most part, but not always, the executive branch does. My perception is that there's relatively little oversight on the part of Congress about what it's getting back for its orders. And I would, for instance, in the American Competes Act of 2010, I think, Rob, you got Senator Warner to put in a piece that said, in 2012, there will be a review of America's economic competitiveness, and in 2013, an competitiveness strategy. Well, the 2012, and you were on an advisory board for that. The 2012, the Obama White House, took it away from the Commerce Department and created a infomercial.
Mm.
The strategy was never done. Congress never asked for the strategy. The competitiveness strategy of the United States, everybody forgot about it.
Mm.
You know, you didn't hear boo. So Congress has to be serious about its oversight. Now, back to the 90s, one thing that Gingrich did was cut down the staff budgets for members of Congress. So Congress has changed. Congress had a kind of a self-lobotomy. And it's not fully recovered. For those of us who worked with Congress before 1994 or 6, whenever it was, it's quite a difference.
Mhm.
And so, you know, I'm told by people in Congress that was intentional. You're going to have a weak federal government. You need to have a Congress that doesn't know how to think.
And with that, we're going to wrap up our panel. Hopefully, it's got juices flowing to hear about the rest of the panels. I want to thank very much Michael Lind and Andrew Reamer for their thoughts on how we got here. And pleased to be a part of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you, Carol, for moderating. We're going to take a break. We will start back up precisely at 10:50.
They're still milling. Can everyone hear? You can hear. All right, great. If everyone could maybe take their seats at your leisure or not at your leisure,
Okay, if everybody
at our
could,
leisure,
yeah, grab a seat.
grab a seat, as Rob said.
And we want to get started, kind of keep on the agenda. So we've been talking so far kind of overarching framing, a little bit of really in-depth history. Now we want to pivot for the next 3 panels on what do we need to do. And in the afternoon will be how do we do it. Super great panel. Gene Whalen from the Washington Post. If you haven't read Gene's work, really excellent coverage of all of these questions of industrial strategy, followed chips and science and the like. So I want to turn it over to Gene. Before I do, we have a poll answer. What's more important, slowing down China or speeding up America? 72% say speeding up America, 6% say slowing down China, and 22% say both. Very interesting. All right, over to you. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Our panel now is called Speeding Up, What a National Advanced Strategy Looks Like. And I guess national advanced strategy is another way of saying industrial policy or industrial strategy. There are a lot of different ways to say it. My guest next to me is Elizabeth/Liz Reynolds, who is a partner at Unless, an investment firm that invests in the industrial sector. She is also a lecturer at MIT in urban studies and planning, and a former advisor to the president on manufacturing at the National Economic Council. David Adler is an author of Inside Operation Warp Speed, a new model for industrial policy, which was all about the government-led program to speed up development of the COVID vaccines. He's also written a number of other books and papers and edited an anthology in 1993 called Understanding American Economic Decline. So kind of disturbing to know that we've been declining for that long, but since 1993, hopefully not. We were supposed to have a third panelist, but he couldn't make it, Brad Markell, so we're going to do without him. So we're going to be focusing on what more the U.S. needs to support innovative sectors, what more we need in terms of implementing an industrial policy. So Liz, maybe I'll start with you. We've had 3 pieces of legislation recently, 3 big pieces of legislation: the IRA, the CHIPS Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law. Does that in itself mean that we've got enough? Do we have an industrial strategy? What's missing still?
Well, first of all, let me say thank you for having me. This is a really exciting day and covering an incredibly important topic. And I think the first and foremost is to say, yes, in fact, I think those 3 bills across all of them represent a robust industrial strategy for the country, one that we haven't seen for a long time, as both Lord Sainsbury and Rob's work said beforehand. This has been a challenging area over decades, certainly for this country, also for the UK. And I think what we see across those 3 pieces of legislation is actually a step towards setting national priorities in the name of both economic and national security. And we have bipartisan support for them. And we have set priorities. We've put resources behind them. We have set up, I think, a process that is also robust, transparent, fair, with some conditionalities as well, because it's not just about the ends, it's also about the means to those ends. So we have, in many ways, we have indeed set off on a very ambitious effort at this country on industrial strategy. Is it enough? Is it everything, we want? Of course not. It's also very dynamic, because while we've set all of that up, we now have to land the plane. And we're landing the plane in a supply-constrained economy. And we're landing the plane, a lot of positive signs right now. If you look at over $400 billion of commitments by the private sector in response to this strategy in many ways, we've got the wind at our backs, but at the same time, we have challenges, whether that's in workforce training, immigration, supply, intermediate goods, and finding supplies and building out our supply chain, a whole host of things that actually need active government engagement, but also private sector, engagement and collaboration. And then we have to not only land the plane in this current strategy, we have to actually invest in building the institutional capacity for taking this strategy forward. It's not a one-off. It's not going to be just about chips or just about clean tech. There will be other topics. It might be in bio, it might be in other areas. Will we want capacity as a government, and also I think with the private sector and collaboration, to be able to do this kind of policy work and this kind of industrial strategy going forward. So I hope we'll get into what that needs to look like, but we've got a lot ahead of us, but we're building, again, I think for a long-term goals.
David, maybe you could talk a little bit about Operation Warp Speed. That was sort of a focused mini industrial strategy. What worked there and what didn't?
Thanks for having me, and thanks for the question. I'm going to be like a politician and simply ignore your question. Okay. No, I will answer it in a second. But before I do, I'd like to begin by talking about a relevant statement on industrial policy from China, from a party secretary who's the minister of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. So perhaps it's a parallel or shadow organization to ITIF, except it's a government agency. This is published in a party theory document, so it's an official statement that is highly relevant to this morning's presentations by Lord Sainsbury and Rob. And the minister wrote in the theory document, this is in February, industry is the main engine of economic growth. Industry is the main battlefield of technology innovation and is the field with the most active innovation activities, the most abundant innovation achievements, the most concentrated innovation applications, and the strongest innovation spillover effects. Keep the proportion of manufacturing industry to GDP basically stable and prevent the economy from moving away from the real to the virtual. And this is a final key point, because we've been talking about competition and whether such a thing exists with China. Promoting new industrialization is urgent to build a large country's competitive advantage. It is the foundation for winning the initiative in international economic competition. So here we hear the words winning and competition. So with that opening statement, which I think is relevant to today's themes, I could talk about warp speed as an example of industrial policy. And just to give it in one line, it is... Someone from DARPA said it to me. Well, he said, we create technologies, but we don't land that plane. This is honing in on what Liz Reynolds just told us. And warp speed effectively landed the plane. And we could talk more about that.
And can you tell us a little bit how? So what was it? Who started it? How did it work?
The history of warp speed goes back to DARPA, where Jeffrey Ling, a program officer at DARPA, had the innovative idea that mRNA technology could be useful for vaccines and speed up the vaccine production process. Then DARPA funded Moderna, which stands for mRNA, hence, it's in its name. And after that, the tale's a little fuzzier of who funded what next, but essentially there was a prototype created of Chickamauga virus, where a vaccine was created, and then that was the end of the story. It hit a dead end because the U.S. there was no commercial reason to scale this technology. It shows a failure of the U.S. innovation chain and system, that things can be invented, even prototyped, and then nothing because there's no scale-up capability. So a lot of my article actually used the framework developed by Liz next to me, and how warp speed came in, and their line is we were DARPA at scale, and through very, very complex interventions was able to take this essentially still untested vaccine technology and develop it and disseminate it. And there are very complex elements to doing this involving supply chain mapping, finance, actual production of new technologies, and also a lot of experimentation using a portfolio approach of where different vaccine formats were tested, and what was expected to be the most successful one, which was J&J's because it was a single shot, turned out not to be. It was okay, but it was not the huge winner in the marketplace. And there's a whole sideline of parallel technologies where warp speed was successful, such as glass. Everyone talks about the excitement of vaccine technology. Glass is a technology where the US is completely stagnant, out of the game. It's an old technology. It turns out the US has people doing advanced glass manufacturing that was necessary for warp speed because it requires an ultra cold supply chain that typical glass can't hold. And warp speed came in and was able to tap this technology, which is necessary for the distribution of the vaccine. But there are a host of other examples of where warp speed came in and was able to take this technology that was kind of idling and neutral in the US and get it up to scale and make it work. So we can talk more about
So
that.
it was a success. It was a government.
Oh no, it was an absolute success in a huge way. And all that was not successful is the whole story became politicized afterwards.
Great.
But that's a little bit beyond warp speed.
Okay. Liz, let's get into a little bit more about what we still need. So what do we need to have a successful industrial strategy? Do we need an Office of Industrial Strategy at the White House? Do we need more legislation, more money? Do we need a 5-year plan? What do we actually need to make this work?
So I think that first thing to say is that we are building off of, our lessons learned over decades. And I think that the part that makes this, I think, particularly important is that we have a bipartisan view on the problem in many ways, whether it was brought on by the pandemic and a sense of vulnerable supply chains, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, and geopolitical vulnerabilities, whether it's climate related, or whether it's also based on a view on inequality in this country and what that represents as a threat to social fabric. So with that, I think we've come up with a number of different tools, this portfolio approach across these different, this legislation. So supply push, demand pull, offices of demonstration that are about trying to focus on scale up, not just startup, which has been a challenge for the country. We've created, obviously, a CHIPS office. We have now new offices that are building bridges between Department of Transportation and Department of Energy. All of these things are actually building what I call the scaffolding for a smart industrial policy, which has to be flexible, which is going to have to be dynamic. And we will, we are in the process of doing this, but there's still real gaps. And I think we'll hear about some of them this afternoon. But the analytic capabilities of the federal government to understand, where we have strengths, where we have weaknesses, our ability to respond in a relatively quickly manner. Now, Operation Warp Speed had a global threat behind it. So we had tremendous resources behind that. We are not going to be bringing the resources and the approach of Operation Warp Speed, I think, to all of our industrial policy challenges. We need something that's more grounded. So I think data and analytics are a piece. I think the focus on not just R&D, which has been very strong, DARPA, all of our ARPAs, ARPA-E, ARPA-I, ARPA-H, a very solid model that we have been improving upon. But we're going to have to focus on the other Ds, the demonstration and deployment. And that's where I think we have, again, offices, we have funding, we have an LP loan program office at DOE that's now, got even more resources. But we're going to need more than that. In my mind, we should have sort of financial incentives and more tax policy that's really incenting private sector investment and long-term commitments by the government as well to support industries that matter as we've identified them. We do have, and I'm sure Erica will talk about this later, but we have for the first time in the Science Act of Chips and Science, a real effort to put a stake in the ground and say, these are the technologies that matter to this country. And we're going to be investing in not just the R&D, but also in later stage sort of applications with the new directorate. So I see institutionally, I think we're making steps. I think we are, we have gaps that we have to fill in terms of supply chain capabilities in this country. I think DoD is leading the way on that, but others are trying to figure out ways we can actually build our supply chain and our capabilities. But there are these gaps that are either going to be filled, we're going to be building, I hopefully, more capabilities as it becomes clear what is not in place for us. And I think data is one of them. I think demonstration and deployment is another.
So let's maybe on data, what exactly do you mean there? Do you mean looking at what is working with our federal investments and what isn't, and then adjusting? What do you mean by
Again,
data
I think
analytics?
others will get into this later in the day, but we have, we basically have, when we did the CHIPS Act, what was remarkable about that, and when Secretary Raimondo was convening the auto industries and others in semiconductor, what was remarkable was how little insight anybody had into the semiconductor supply chain, industry or government. We just didn't know, and people didn't really know what was going on in their own supply chain 2 or 3 tiers down. And I think there's been now a concerted effort to understand that. I think companies are doing that themselves. They're investing also in their own resilience, but the federal government has also played a role. If you think about the RFI that was issued by Commerce to try and understand, how do we get our arms around understanding supply chain vulnerabilities? So we had proposed at one point an Office of Supply Chain Resilience that would be housed in Commerce. That was not part of the legislation, but I think there are ways in which we're going to improve upon our ability to predict and look ahead. I mean, the semiconductor crisis should not have been a surprise to any of us, right? You could have said 10 years beforehand, 92% of the country's semiconductors are produced by one company in one region in the world. That doesn't sound so smart. And now we have a massive strategy and I think a very solid one that I think is going to reduce that number from 92% to some 80-something%. I don't think we're going to revolutionize anything here. But what we're doing is building capabilities, and we're identifying where we have opportunities, I think, to again build on economic and national security priorities. I'll stop there.
So just one to follow up. Data analytics then means infusing throughout the government an awareness of markets and our supply dependencies, and making sure we are quantifying those and constantly aware of them. Is
Yeah,
that
I think that's the long-term view. Let me give it like a very immediate view, which is we just put out the Biden administration just put out funding for building EV charging capacity in the country. Again, as part of an incentive to build our climate, meet our climate goals. We had no producers of EV chargers in the country a few years ago. With the incentives, with a market signal, we now have 11 companies who are actively making those products. And so EV chargers, we see a path forward. But what about heat pumps? What about transformers? What about all the shortages that we read about, DoD facing and others in the face of Russia, Ukraine? Are we going to how do we actively respond to those? Again, in a public-private way. But now we have a gap in our knowledge as to how we respond to those, or what are the capabilities we have, who's out there, who's not out there. We are, the federal government is trying to figure out real time, what are our responses in that. And I look at, casting and forging, another major crisis right now for the country. How are we going to respond? Well, we need kind of a strategic thinking that involves information and data. And that's one where I think, again, U.S. innovation is going to lead the way. We're one of the global leaders in 3D printing, additive manufacturing. And so as we build that capability in this country, we actually can start to respond to what is going to be a challenge in the rolling out of our supply chain goals. But we have capability here in the country, but then we also need sort of an analytic capability to say, here's the challenge, here's our strategy for addressing it.
David, are there lessons from Operation Warp Speed that we could apply to other sectors to boost them?
Yeah, there are lots of them, mostly that the US can leapfrog technologies and move to the frontier very quickly. I think another lesson, though, is the fact that Warp Speed essentially was reactive to a crisis, and maybe a better way forward would be to set up structures so you don't have to panic at the last minute. I think the real lessons, though, is let's take a negative slant. This conference has been very positive. Let's go negative. Warp Speed showed its success also highlighted some of the failures in the US innovation system. As I told you, the fact that mRNA vaccine technology was just idling and going nowhere. And even though the US innovation system is now in play for the first time, maybe in the early 90s after the Japan challenge, there was a few initiatives, and suddenly there's some major radical changes that have been implemented. So let's celebrate those. But overall, I think it's fair to say the US, what you might call the innovation chain, is not neatly tied together, including invention, scale up, financing, workforce, and that has not been solved and is not even really close to being solved. So it's a start, but it's not done. And just to make a historical example, that's not my panel. My panel is not history, but let's go to history. It's when Vannevar Bush set up the US innovation system, he said it, and this is, I'm going to reference work I'm doing with Bill Bonvillian for an article. It's that innovation and production were detached and largely remain detached. So that universities and manufacturing, sure, there are pilot projects all over the place, but overall, the US innovation system is not tightly integrated with its manufacturing system, and that needs to be solved.
Did you want to pick up on that?
You know, I have to. As the special assistant to the president on manufacturing, I couldn't agree more. We've had what we've seen as an innovation strategy separate from a production strategy, but in fact, process innovation is as important as product innovation. And I will just say that it's an honor to be looking at David Teese here right now in this moment, because the work that we did at MIT focused on the fact that we had a very strong startup ecosystem. And what we found after about 8 or 9 years is that any of these companies that had a hardware component to them could not find ways to scale up. And so they ended up going offshore where they'd find partners, and these companies and countries pulling them with lots of great incentives. Every one of those decisions was a rational decision by those companies. But as a whole, what we lost were our capabilities and what we called learning by building. And so the capabilities for that tacit knowledge developed in the process of building to scale have been lost over time. And now, I mean, this is the very exciting thing that I see out there, particularly in my new job at Unless, which is, we see a huge investment in our capabilities, in this kind of industrial transformation that we're at the cusp of. The 3 bills that we're talking about are essentially about reindustrializing the US. You cannot decarbonize without reindustrializing, right? And so this is going to be about building capabilities within firms, in ecosystems, and that's what we're actively building. Again, we've set the course. We have bipartisan support on this, on the need for this, and then we've got to land the plane, and that's going to happen in regional ecosystems. That's going to happen in workforce training. It's going to be something that we are actually needing a dynamic process to follow.
One thing I still don't quite understand, though, is do we need more scaffolding in the federal government to make this all work? Do you feel that we need more of one central office or one person running this, or more infrastructure at the regional level, or both, or neither? Do you have a view on that, either of you?
One view is one strength of the US system is its disaggregated innovation system. This comes back, actually, Vannevar Bush, to keep going back to history, tried to centralize it, and he basically lost the argument in the Truman administration because Truman's chief of staff didn't want it to be centralized. But nonetheless, so we have a DoD system that is more centralized, but the other innovation system is scattered across agencies, et cetera. And maybe that's a strength for innovation, but I don't think it's a strength in terms of actual production and manufacturing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that. So I will say the same thing. I mean, having spent time in the White House, I would not want to bang my head against the table trying to get agencies working across, to perfection. But what we do need is a view across that says, okay, we're investing in semiconductor capabilities here, and clean energy, capabilities here, and certain types of infrastructure. And they're all drawing from the same industrial base, and they're all drawing from similar workforce. And so if we are going to create these siloed approaches, we're going to miss an opportunity here to actually create not only, strategies that are effective, but also strategies that that are additive. Because if we start to pull these together, you say, oh, guess what? We have a large demand signal in this particular part of the supply chain. Maybe we should be strategic about this and leapfrog through our innovation capabilities and start making X here, if there's a significant, case to be made. So I do believe we need some sort of overview on the strategy itself and how there are synergies across. And then I think you do want to be building, we need something that is going to prepare us for the next 10 years, because there will be another, 5 priorities. In fact, I guess every 2 years, NSF is going to have to come back with our top 10 technologies. Let's hope it's not changing every 2 years. That would be problematic. But the point is, we do need a view across, and I think that we're starting to build that capability. I think, I would like to see something in commerce that can do that. But each agency has its, is going to have a view on this. I mean, DOE has been looking at energy supply chains for many years. They have a lot of expertise. We want to bring that expertise to the fore. But now, and then we need a strategy for, okay, exactly how are we doing this on the ground? So that's the part that I feel is really, focused.
Do you know where that should reside? Who should write that strategy and be responsible for overseeing it? Are we talking about one person? Or are we
I don't think we should ever talk
committee?
about one person. I think that this is, a lot of people in this room have spent a lot of time thinking we should have, a czar, the czar model. And I think industrial strategy is much bigger than a czar. I think it's got all of these pieces. I mean, DOD has been at this, for decades. They published and this around many areas that we think are priorities, and where DOE and DOD are working together on critical minerals. We've got authorities that we didn't have before.
David?
One proposed idea would be to follow Japan's example, not for the current idea of MITI, but actually their national economic security strategy. Because first of all, I'd like to make a plug to a forthcoming webinar hosted by ITIF with Rob and several Japanese participants on Japan's new economic security strategy. But the point is, Japan uses economic security as essentially a framework to deal with the China challenge in a way for issues that go beyond military security. So it bleeds into economic growth. It is useful organizationally to see what they're doing, that they have a minister of economic security, but also they have somewhere between their NSC and NEC, an interagency group focused on economic security. And furthermore, every agency has a Department of Economic Security, and every company has a Department of Economic Security. So up and down, the entire system is reorganized to basically deal with the China threat, though China is, of course, never, ever mentioned. But I think in the US, that's an interesting organizational model, but B, I think its true value is political, because even though everyone in this room is sold on the concept of industrial strategy, and it's just taken as a given that the US is moving towards industrial strategy, that is far from the case. In fact, far from the truth. But if you start talking about economic security, which is a fungible term that it can also mean high wages, suddenly some political opposition melts away. So I see that as a politically galvanizing approach to move industrial policy forward beyond the current administration.
We should probably go to questions from the audience in a minute, but one final quick one from me. Are there lessons we can and should learn from China here?
Oh, lots. I mean, first of all, let's talk about the negatives of China. I've been negative about the US. Don't forget, China completely flubbed it when it came to the vaccine. It was a huge failure. They got nowhere. So it proves China's science and innovation system is hardly unassailable. In fact, China's innovation here, aside from maybe inventing COVID, but we're not going to discuss that here, are we? I think their innovation was actually in lockdown policies. They're really the world leader there, maybe followed by New Zealand. So we can turn to them for that. And so China's riddled with failures. For instance, their big fund for semiconductors, the head of the big fund and the semiconductor team are all in prison now on corruption charges. But what does corruption mean? We have no idea. No one in this country really has deep insight into why they were arrested. People may try. Was it corruption, or did they just fail? Is that deemed corruption? So China's riddled with failures, but it also has huge successes, such as electric vehicles. And I think the main success, as I keep telling you, is One, they're reconfiguring their innovation system. They're rethinking it. So they're taking state labs, for instance, and they're making them closer to commercialization. For instance, they're moving state labs into China corporate champions, including Huawei. So the US used to have corporate labs, it does not anymore. So there might be need for the US to just move beyond basic research labs and start embedding them across the value chain following China. And I think their funding does not really distinguish between basic research and applied research. But I think a key lesson across the board is directed finance, that they direct their financial system to support national goals rather than just to sort of create short-term profits.
Yeah, I would just emphasize that piece is that while I don't know if there's much to learn in terms of their process, the end game is that they have been able to support scale up of important types of technologies. And so we have to ask ourselves, given our capital markets, et cetera, how can we be better at that?
And do you have an idea of how we could be better?
Oh,
In
funny you should
30
ask.
seconds or less?
I do. Well, what I would say is that I think, we've used the R&D tax credit to relatively good effect, but it's been largely used against labor costs and employment costs. And I think if we could expand that tax credit to really move into demonstration to help at that pilot and scale up phase, we might see more ability for the private sector to cover and invest in that pilot phase. What we have now is a system that gets companies to the point where now they're ready to pilot or demonstrate at scale, and it starts to cost them $20 to $40 to $50 million to build that facility and that capability in this country. And our capital markets, our risk capital, have not been very interested in investing at that. I think that's changing. I'm part of that change myself, but I think we're seeing it elsewhere. But could we have a tax system that actually would really lean in and help the private sector step up and be that first customer and be willing to help fund that? I also think there are opportunities, and this is what DOE is doing, is to try and provide the capital for the first of a kind facilities, or where we have new technologies, where we're building new capabilities, where you can have an infusion of significant capital where companies need it.
Gotcha. All right, let's go to some questions from the audience here. Do we have anyone? There's a mic at the back. How about you, sir, there? Can some, maybe, I think you have to wait for the mic potentially. Yeah, and it's making its way. Just this gentleman here in the brownish blazer in the front.
Brian Kane, I want to ask, are we captive to a kind of top-down model of innovation and economic development that constrains the way we think about industrial strategy? And related to that, I think it's pretty hard to do strategy in a democracy. And are we sort of captive to the idea we do policy within particular domains that preclude the possibility of thinking across domains at a governmental level?
I will say an authoritarian system does seem to be closely correlated with rapid industrialization. In fact, we'll look at Park Chung-hee when he took over right after the Korean conflict, said to his major quasi-industrial groups who were busy trading currency or speculating on flour, saying, you will industrialize. He actually arrested them. And he said, I'm going to arrest you. I'm going to take away all your assets. And I may physically torture you unless you do as I say. So that's not the US system. That's not the approach. Maybe someone in this room advocates for it. Maybe Liz does. I don't know. But what I would say is, look, the US has lots of systems that work outside of democracy, such as the Department of Defense. I think, again, where China's useful is it experiments, and if it fails, it moves on. It uses campaigns. So it did guidance funds. It rolled out $1 trillion. It's learning, and it will roll out another directed finance approach. But again, let's go back to warp speed. Remember, it was a portfolio approach. So some things worked, some didn't. So the key to industrial policy is to involve some sort of competition and elements of failure. So you're not just picking a single winner and hoping for the best, but you're letting, I think it's politically salvageable to bring in the word the market. So the market half decides.
So I would just to follow up quickly on that, I think actually we are not captive to top down. In fact, this strategy right now as it's laid out very much depends on regional specialization. So whether you're doing a portfolio approach in chips where we're going to have 5 different places, billions of dollars going in, so, Ohio, Arizona, Texas, the success will be success based on those ecosystems. Same thing with DOE's hub strategy for hydrogen. We have billions of dollars that are going to be going through a competitive process to 8 locations in the country who have put forth plans to build that regional specialization from the ground up across the country. And that to me, again, is building on US competitive, principles and relying on what we know to be where we develop specialization, which is through regional clusters.
How about to go over to Andrew there on the side?
Thank you. 2 questions. One is, Liz, you were talking about that we don't want a czar. We want an office that can scan across the government and coordinate. So given the current state of the Office of Science, Technology, Policy and the National Economic Council, if you were back in the White House and the president said to you, how would you improve the institutions who have this role? What would you want to do next? And that's question 1. Question 2 is, and this is back to history, when Reagan got elected, all of a sudden...
I'm being told just to limit you to 1 question.
Fine.
I'm sorry.
Deal.
I have to crack down, but let's go to that one. Yep.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly say, I think the White House needs industrial strategy focus, and they already has. So NEC has a team who's not looking at that, and OSTP is as our window into the future, and our strategy office also has that. And I think then now we see the agencies also sort of reorienting, particularly around supply chain resilience. So I'm very encouraged by what I'm seeing. I don't think we've landed at the final structure, and because it's going to be a dynamic model, but we're already seeing a real understanding around the need for that kind of capability.
And again, back to warp speed, not to keep kicking a dead horse. It was an example of interagency coordination, so that was one success. But overall, the agencies in this country were developed for earlier conflicts or issues, the Great Depression, World War II, or most recently the financial crisis. So it clearly will require some rethinking of the agencies to deal with the current crisis or challenge or competition with China. And I think we already, from what we're hearing, we're seeing that in the middle of happening. But overall, the agencies are somewhat focused on earlier issues.
Okay, I've got a question over there.
Thanks very much. So the industrial sector is the only major sector of the United States economy whose greenhouse gas emissions are increasing, and it will soon be the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in our economy. And so can you guys talk a little bit, we've heard a lot about industrial strategy for economic development today. Can you talk a little bit about both the challenges and the opportunities that fighting climate change brings into this issue?
Well, I hopefully both the infrastructure bill and the IRA underscore how central that is to this industrial policy. I mean, we've seen unprecedented investments toward decarbonization across a number of strategies. But those strategies, and I completely agree with you, I think 70% of our greenhouse gas emissions are coming from industrial sectors. So this is in the building, building efficiency, this is in materials, in manufacturing itself. Well, so there are different ways and incentives for companies, for example, for auto industry to green their buildings, to transition into EV, EV production. I mean, I think there are different ways in which we're looking at it. There's incentives for them in terms of the kind of materials they're using. I think that's also a manufacturing issue. And again, I think innovation in this space, I think if we're innovating, for example, in 3D printing, that's a huge step forward in terms of decarbonizing and changing our path forward. I mean, in the process itself, I think what we're doing is trying to invest in the technologies themselves that are going to change the manufacturing process to make it more energy efficient.
Right here, please. Yeah, up in front.
Thank you. My name is Wilson. I'm creating a company, like systems thinking company, using complexity science to create knowledge networking. and I use a quadruple helix model that was developed by the OECD to integrate different sectors and within sectors. And but the biggest problem I have is collaboration between sectors and within sectors, even the universities, except maybe MIT, which is doing a great job. So how do you change that incentive structure so that people can collaborate and talk to each other? Because even at the biggest universities in New York, it's crazy how siloed people are. Thank you.
So I completely agree with you, and I think what we know is the problems of today and of the future are interdisciplinary problems, and we want convergence of thinking and convergence of action. And I do think that we're seeing leadership in our academic communities in that space. If you look at in bio, for example, I think some of the ways in which that's playing out is very encouraging. But how we do that on the ground now with in a semiconductor space or in across energy, across other areas, I think it's often just about, it's carrots and sticks. That's how we get the private sector to move, I think, on any of this. They have to see some end game. And so hopefully, again, there are those incentives that we've laid out now that are promoting investment, and that the path forward on that investment is going to be, we're going to be able to see, that innovation and collaboration are, a path toward making that work. Because none of these projects are going to work without that. And I think probably if you talk to the semiconductor companies right now, they would tell you they're not going to be able to do this, go it alone.
And I can't speak in great detail about how universities are funded, but basically that their funding needs to move them towards an applied approach. So they can't just pursue projects that are of great interest to them personally, but also have to think through the applied moment. And that is a funding answer. And I don't know which funding specifically needs to be adjusted to make that happen.
Okay, we're going to go right here to this gentleman. The mic. Oh, there we go. Got another one there.
Thank you, Jeb Nadonner. I was involved in Operation Warp Speed, and I can say that it was fairly top-down. I think if you look at most of the very large U.S. successes of the 20th century, you'll find they're top-down. So Operation Warp Speed, essentially it was a DoD cell put in HHS. HHS had very little operational capability, despite many billions of dollars. The generals put in charge of it didn't know that much about health, but they had a mission. They had very liberal authority. The lawyers had to get out of the way, and they placed lots of different bets. And I think this was a very large key to success. I'm hoping CHIPS replicates it, but it's very important. You need someone that's accountable, that is resourced, and the massive web of restrictions that exist in the U.S. government are shunted aside.
Okay, so I guess you didn't have a direct question there, but that's a helpful comment. Thank you. Anyone else with a question? Maybe in the back there.
Thanks. My question's for David. I think you mentioned Moderna had developed mRNA vaccine technology that was not scaled into deployment, and framed that kind of as a failure that maybe slowed Operation Warp Speed. But I'm wondering, is there a way to look at that as a success, and that a technology was developed, did not immediately have a market, but when it was needed, it was further along than if it had not been developed?
Well, no, it's partially true that it was sitting there on the shelf ready to be used. But my point really beyond mRNA vaccine technology is there are many, many other technologies sitting out there that could be scaled, that might not require the billions of dollars and human trials which are necessary for vaccines. So maybe that's infusion hydrogen, I don't know. But the US needs to have a more routinized process for scaling and financing breakthrough prototypes, and also identifying what those are. So it was sort of anomalous because it involved human trials. But overall, I think, yeah, it's great that the US did that and China did not have that. So it's a positive for US science.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we have to end it there. I'm sorry, we've run out of time, but thank you both very much. Thank you all for your questions.
Thank you, Gene. That was great. So we had a poll, which I didn't announce. The poll was, should the government pick technologies and industries to support or remain agnostic? 61% said pick winners, 39% remain agnostic. The next poll for this panel, should the government try to align corporate interests with national interests? So feel free to vote. This is going to be panel 3. Come on up. Let me introduce our moderator, Chris Kane. Chris, I've known Chris for a long time. Chris has a long and distinguished corporate background, principally as the director, vice president of government relations for IBM for a long time. And then in the last maybe 15 years, Chris is the founder and president of a really interesting think tank consulting firm blend called Mercator 21, which really looks at how to align companies with the new global marketplaces. So we're gonna have a panel on both Lord Sainsbury and David Teese have talked about dynamic capabilities. There's no way we can win this race without improving and aligning the capabilities of the private sector. That's critical. So I think we probably don't want to do what David Adler said, which was put CEOs in jail that don't do the right thing. So I think we're going to try to come up with other answers on this panel. So over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Rob, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, we're going to try to stay out of jail on this panel. We have the question for this panel really is how government and the corporate community can work to align national development goals better. And we have two people, I'm fortunate to have two people who are experts and have great experience in this topic, all right? First, Mike Brown. Mike is a partner at Shield Capital, was the director of the Defense Innovation Unit, and prior to that, CEO of Symantec. So clearly has experiences on both sides of this question, the public sector side and the private sector side. We also have Sam Palmisano, who's the chairman of the Center for Global Enterprise, as well as the chairman of the America's Frontier Fund, which is a very new and innovative model about investing in the very types of strategic technologies we were talking about earlier, and former chairman, president, and CEO of IBM. So Sam and Mike, thanks very much. What we thought we would do is give both Mike and Sam the opportunity to offer up some opening comments. Then I'll ask a couple questions, and then we will definitely be coming to you in the audience for your questions, so please be prepared. So also, I'm reminded that there is a poll, all right? So scan your barcode, please answer the question in the poll. Otherwise, I'll get dinged by Rob and his team that I didn't do my job thoroughly. So thanks very much. So Mike, how about if we start with you? On the question of how government and the corporate community can better align national development goals, your opening thoughts?
Yeah, thanks so much, Chris. So I think there's really two different rationales or imperatives for why there's a need for rethinking and implementing industrial strategy. And it's really starts from the comments we heard from Lord Sainsbury and Rob this morning. Economic prosperity depends on us being leaders in advanced industries or advanced technologies, particularly the administration's list of 19 critical technologies that are going to be important for national security. That's the other reason. So you can start from the economic side and say we want to be a leader in the world economy the way we have been and be a more productive society. It tells you to move into those industries. The other is national security. Those technologies, as Rob already said, 17 of those 19 are being developed by commercial industry. This is a big change from 60 years ago when the Defense Department was developing the technology it needed. So the chips industry came out of defense industry where it was an early adopter and funder. In the 1960s, I think the space program took a third of the semiconductor output. So that model is flipped now. The Defense Department is no longer leading in the technologies it needs. It's leading in a couple of them, like hypersonics or directed energy, laser weapons, but it's not leading in AI. It's not leading in cyber. It's not leading in autonomy. And first, you wouldn't go to the defense primes to get the leading edge of those technologies either. You have to look to the Googles, the Microsofts, and startups for these technologies. And that's going to be true for some of the others on the list, like synthetic biology. So from a national security standpoint or economic prosperity standpoint, we need to pay much more attention to the critical technologies, the advanced industries that we've talked about. There's three trends that we really have to think about that are frustrating us in this sense. One is we believe, as Rob had in his slide, in the free market system, wealth of nations, governments stay out of the way. That's a little bit of the American ethos. And that's not going to give us the right answer here, because if you believe in that, you'd say potato chips, computer chips, what's the difference? There's a big difference. So if we let the free market just go without any guidelines, we're likely to get more potato chips, video games, dating apps. None of those things are going to help us in the competition with China. So there are important technologies where we need to be leaders in that will create entirely new industries, the way the US was a lead in the 4G generation, and then we lost our way when it came to 5G. I think there's a way to recover that, but the tremendous amount of economic prosperity that we have by leading in a technology creates high-paying jobs, whole industry, and technologies we need for national security. So the first is, without a plan, we're likely to get more potato chips than computer chips. The second is the globalization trend. So kind of the belief that the Ricardian principles are going to lead us in the right direction. Free trade, it doesn't matter where things are made. Well, the pandemic showed us that sure ain't true. If all our PPE is made in China, if 85% of our pharmaceuticals, 95% of our antibiotics, 85% of the processing of rare earths is in China, that's a problem. They are not aligned with our interests. So we have to think about where things are made. So globalization has some limits. You can't just say, I don't care, wherever is the lowest cost wins. We have to pay attention to who's aligned with us. The third is the shareholder revolution. In the 1980s, we began to believe that stakeholder model of capitalism, where we are in what we're doing for our communities, our employees, may not be as important. The shareholder is almighty. Every penny per share per quarter is what matters. I've been a CEO, as Sam has, and if you didn't follow that, you're going to be replaced. But that doesn't lead to development of national capabilities. If the world is full of just allies, that might not be such a bad system, but the world isn't. And we look no further than, the disbelief that we're in a land war in Europe again to say that it's a dangerous place. So we can't just follow as an economic model pursuing market efficiency and return on investment as the only thing that we look at. We have to be focused on developing national capabilities. To do that, means we have to be thinking longer term. So we have to get out of 1 quarter at a time is all that matters. Sam and I were laughing and getting a drink. He characterizes time at IBM as 44 quarters. It's just ingrained in how CEOs have to think to be successful. China's thinking about what capability they're going to have in 2049, the 100th year of the PRC. How do we start thinking about 10, 20, 30 years down the road? We have to infuse that long-term thinking into our business community, because the business community is important to be successful here. So we have to start rethinking, what are the alternative measures that we need? Why is the R&D tax credit not differentiated between dating apps and quantum sciences? So our government policy, the incentives that we create, critically important here to get the right answer.
So Sam, Mike's comments as well as some of the other remarks earlier this morning were talking about alignment and the need, obviously, for new models, right? And when you're in a transition, old models may not necessarily be effective going forward and trying to deal with the challenges of the future, moving to the future. And when you have alignment, you don't necessarily have execution. But in order to have execution, you generally need alignment. But so any opening thoughts by you on the overall topic?
Yeah, Chris, thanks. And Mike, thank you for that. I mean, 44 quarters or prison, I don't know, Rob, or somewhere in between maybe is a better model, given the alternatives we've been expressing here, fire to go to jail. But it's probably, Chris, to your point, there's probably something between Hamilton and Jefferson here. I mean, and I'll talk about that. You talk about the transitions. I'm probably one of the few guys in tech that actually graduated with a liberal arts degree from a school up the street. But anyway, because I got my draft number and it was 4, and I was no longer a math major after that if I was going to get shot in Vietnam. But having said all those things, my point is that alignment is so important. As as some of you know, I was I guess the chair of the competitiveness committee back to the Bush administration. I was the vice chair of the cyber commission under President Obama. I mean, I've done a lot of these things, so I have kind of a view. I'm going to get to the model in a second, but I'm going to describe something that's a hybrid model that really doesn't exist today, and we're trying to put one together. That's the learnings of the past, where I wouldn't say the mistakes are, but the gaps in execution of the flaw in execution where it occurs. And by that I mean that you need to have some basis of strategy on where you want to head. And I think Mike talked about those key technologies. You can call it values. We have an open democratic system. I mean, I spent a lot of time in China. I've probably been there 70 or 80 times, sold a business to the Chinese. But having said all that, would I want to be part of that system? Probably not, right? I mean, if I have to pick. So the question becomes, you need some strategic alignment and some value system. Now, that's hard to get in a democracy, which we all understand, unless you have a pandemic or a war, and then we kind of get aligned for some short period of time. And a lot of technologies have come out of those if you look at this thing historically. But it starts with some level of alignment of what you're trying to accomplish. I would avoid the word industrial policy only because my friends on the West Coast would probably have a heart attack if I talked about industrial policy. And you're laughing, Mike, because you're out there at Stanford now. I mean, if the Hoover School or the Graduate School of Business at Stanford that I work with today had me talk about industrial policy, they'd probably hang me by my toes. So they kicked me out of some golf courses that I belong to. But it's really, anyway, I'll leave that alone. Because I almost had to retire from a couple as being part of these commissions in the government, by the way, but put it aside. My point being, though, that where I'm going with this whole subject is you have to have that alignment. We've created this thing called the American Frontier Foundation, and it focuses on 5 or 6 key technologies of the 17 or 18. Clearly, semiconductors, AI, cyber, quantum, biosynthetics, I'll call it the big 6. I left one out, but it's basically the big 6. And fundamentally, the point of this, it's kind of a the motto is it's a nonprofit and a for-profit. And why is it combined? Because the nonprofit that I chair the nonprofit, and the CEO of the American Frontier Fund on both sides is Gilman Louie, who was the founder of Incutel, and it's been a lot of government service. He's heavily involved today still with all the initiatives around the Quad and the CHIPS Act and all that sort of stuff. So he kind of is the operating guy. But basically, the nonprofit, what we focus on is policy and research. And we've been able to raise enough money to get going, to get that established. We used to operate for a couple of years, mainly from the board and some other generous people that have been kind to us. But fundamentally, that's the long-term research. And basically what we're doing is taking something that we actually took from IBM, since Gilman and I are sort of familiar with this stuff, take a long-term 10 to 15-year model, look at the gaps technically that need to be filled, but you have to do the analysis on the long-term models from a technology perspective, especially in semiconductors or biosynthetics. I mean, you talk about mRNA. These are long-term views. You define the gaps, that exist. And then based upon those gaps, you begin to fund the research, again, in the nonprofit model, so that it becomes productizable. I mean, it could become commercial, without a pandemic or a war. And then once it's at that point, which many of us know because we've done this for 50 years or so, as Mike and I know, then you pass it to the private sector. The private sector does work. That's the venture funds, the growth equity funds. It works. It works really well. And it drives innovation, and if funded correctly, to scale. So our point of view is that you need people who have a long-term view of capital. That could be government. In some of our cases, it's states. It could be family offices that think like a lot of us, that are patriotic at the end of the day. I mean, the board is all not getting paid or anything, or just, as the expected a nonprofit board. We have a lot of background in technology and intelligence and defense, and I won't be a name dropper here, but you can imagine who it is. But having said all that, there's this belief. Now, once you pass it to the private sector, you create competition. I guess we heard that on the previous panel. There'll be an ecosystem of companies that are funded that'll compete to drive the innovation at speed. if you don't have multiple companies competing, go back to my old world, if it wasn't IBM, Intel, Micron, AMD, I can go on and on and on, and now TSMC, it's go around the world if you like. But anyway, having said all that, Samsung, I mean, if we weren't competing, the speed of innovation would be slower, right? So our view is that you have to have the competition, and you do that through the capital structures and let them drive versus some level of oversight or control. The problem with oversight and control, in my experience, it just slows everything down. I mean, it really does. I mean, if you have to depend on some level of public funding to get speed, I mean, the funding cycles just don't work, quite honestly. So, you know, you need to be somewhat pragmatic about that. So the model that Chris asked me to talk about, it's this combination. You know, Gilman and I came up with this idea, but you need both of these things to work to be able to get this done. We've been fortunate. We've only been around for about a little more than a year. We're up and running. We'll probably we'll have enough money to operate in the nonprofit world. We have that now, at least for the next year or two. And I think we'll raise probably another 500 or 600 million in the typical VC growth equity fund by the end of the year. So that's kind of where we are. But the model is the important point, not so much the economics of it. Of course, if you want to write a check to the nonprofit, I can accept that on your behalf, or a 501c. But if you decide to pass on that, I'll send you to the investment fund.
Thanks, Sam. So you both have had a lot of experience in leading national public sector efforts. Sam was referencing the National Innovation Initiative previously, the Obama Commission on Cybersecurity, now the AFF. Mike, you, the Defense Innovation Unit. Could you talk about examples where government and the private sector were aligned well and positive results came from that alignment? One or two examples.
I think there's lots of good examples of where that's worked well. I'd go back to the historical one of the space program, where we channeled the objective. President Kennedy gave us a big, hairy, audacious goal, and then we channeled the money. It was a tremendous amount of money, and that galvanized private industry to support what NASA was doing. We're seeing kind of a second evolution of that now with the space industry, which is basically happening in the commercial sector. What SpaceX is able to do is amazing, and we've now combined, you know, rocket launch as a service. The government doesn't need to own the rockets. They don't need to own the satellites either. Those are being made by commercial companies and just buy the data as a service. So incredible innovation there that's happening, where there's alignment between what we need as a country and what the private sector is producing. What I see as a danger there is we're not actually spending enough, because the companies, except for a leader like SpaceX, backed by a billionaire, are a bit fragile. There's a whole supply chain infrastructure for the new space economy that's fragile. And we haven't made the commitment from the government. NASA doesn't have the budget. DoD Space Force doesn't have the budget to really make sure those are very viable suppliers for the long term. I'll just touch on Defense Innovation Unit, which is an interesting example of not having incentives aligned. Because I think in all these cases where I see public and private partnership working, it's all about the incentive alignment. So Defense Innovation Unit, if you don't know, was an Ash Carter idea. And he looked around him and saw the trend that I talked about earlier. Most of what defense needs these days comes from the private sector. We need AI, we need cyber, we need autonomy. And so if we're going to need that, how do we think about working with a different set of companies beyond Raytheon, Boeing, Lockheed? We need those people to be very successful. Also, there's so few of them now compared to there were 50 of those in 1950. So he said, let's set up Defense Innovation Unit so we can bring in that technology from smaller companies. So that was a fantastic idea, and I had the privilege of leading that organization for 4 years and was with it for 6. But what we didn't solve was the fact that the Defense Department is geared to buy tanks, aircraft carriers, and fighter aircraft, not commercial items. And how do we do that at the Defense Department? Well, the first thing we do is tell the industry what we want to buy. So we spend a long time, the case of the F-35, 20 years telling the market what we want, coming up with the requirements, the design specifications. So if Sam and I were thinking about the way to develop a leading edge product, the last thing we'd do is sit and plan for 20 years. You'd start doing something and seeing how it worked. So that's a bit flawed for commercial items. The second thing, our acquisition process. It's been reformed by Congress. It's something called the Federal Acquisition Regulations. My favorite quote about that from Senator Dan Sullivan: we should make that top secret, give it to the Chinese, and set them behind 20 years trying to make that thing work. Fortunately, there are other authorities. It's called Other Transaction Authority. It's a very boring name. Congress gave that to NASA in 1958 after Sputnik and said, go fast. Why isn't every part of the Defense Department using Other Transaction Authority to the max extent possible? It's a compliance culture. We're afraid of using that because we don't know about it or haven't used it. So there's a big opportunity. And the last part is the budgeting process, and Sam just talked about this. 3 years to get $1 of spending in the Department of Defense, meaning I had to think 3 years earlier of what I want to buy. Otherwise, I don't get that in appropriation. So that whole process is not agile and takes too long. So here's where the incentives weren't aligned. Let's bring in commercial technology and work with these innovative companies and get technology to the warfighter as soon as possible. Great. Who wouldn't be for that? But what you ran into is a buzzsaw of, I don't have a requirement for that. How can I write a requirement for a piece of AI software? How long will that take? The truth is, you don't need that. We should throw that part away. Acquisition. We were pioneering Other Transaction Authority, but running into folks who were more risk averse, didn't want to use that as frequently as possible. And then third, the budgeting process. So doesn't matter whether you're a 4-star general or the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, if I hadn't put that in a budget 3 years in advance, it wasn't going to get materialized. And that's completely inconsistent with businesses Sam and I have run, that it would take you 3 years to get something done. So those incentives weren't aligned. So there's a way to make those aligned and get what we're looking for. But for today, that's the friction in the system.
So the distinction between alignment between the private sector and the government is one issue of alignment. The other one is around aligning the what and the how, which is what you were just referring to. Sam, any examples of successful alignments that you've been involved with? And at the same time, any examples of lessons learned where the alignment didn't produce the result that people had wanted at all or within the time frame needed?
It's a great question. Think about, I mean, I'll take you back to the 70s and the internet. And if you think about where it began, it was MCI, DARPA, IBM, and a couple other places. It became a transport system for technical information and scientific documents. Right? I mean, that's where it started. I mean, I know other politicians have claimed they were the creators of it, but some of us were working back then because we're also friggin' old. But anyway, that's really what it was. And then things happened like the browser, that was Mozilla, and then you had Netscape and Microsoft Suites and all that stuff. But look at what it is today. I mean, you think about this platform, but it all came out of that collaboration, and it was done for research purposes, right? You see a lot of that material science, Chris. I'll give you something I'll put on the, I'll call more the, I call it the administration or civilian side of government. The NIST standards around cyber. I mean, we were all involved in that as well. But again, you know, at the time, there was a point of view of heavy regulation. We're going to regulate and tell these companies what to do, right? The other side of the argument is no set of framework and standards that they have to comply with. Now, I would have argued that compliance meant a carrot or a stick, but I was voted down by some of my colleagues because they liked the carrot but not the stick. But I felt that if you're going to give them a carrot, you got to hold them accountable. Like we'd hold ourselves accountable. We have shareholders that held us accountable because we get fired. I mean, but you know, we were held accountable ultimately. So you need, but then putting all that aside, that's the methodology. But now that's a lot of these standards that have been applied. A lot of the security that exists today around cyber came out of those initiatives. And a lot of the work that was done was, quite honestly, and this is something that's not very popular, but General Alexander ran the Cyber Command Center as part of NSA, and we were all on it. IBM, Google, AT&T, Verizon, Microsoft, HP. You know, we were all we were all on it, all of us, and they asked us to do things, and we did it. And we didn't ask for money. You know, we didn't talk about our product cycles and shareholder value and all that sort of stuff people like to blame us for doing. We just did what they asked us to do and solved a lot of the issues in the core technologies, and then made that open sourced or commercially available. So I guess the point of it is, what is it? There's alignment, Chris. I mean, there was a goal, share information. If I go back to the internet, solve a critical problem called cyber risk in the economy and in our society, you know, solve those problems. The private sector was more than willing to collaborate. They didn't have to be given some big grant or some big pot of money. We could stick our nose in the troughs like a bunch of pigs, you know, what have you, right? I mean, be honest about it. But, you know, this is how it all worked, and it worked quite well. And a lot of the stuff I know, I still can't talk about it. I'll execute myself and my wife, and Mike has the same paperwork we signed. But there's a lot of those examples. But the key, to me anyway, so what works and what doesn't work? What works if it's pragmatic and can be done. Sometimes we get into these philosophical or theoretical conversations driven off of brilliant people. And I forgot the numbers, like 10,000 PhDs at IBM, Nobel Prize winners. I've sat in these conversations. I mean, that doesn't necessarily become reality. So you have to take this brilliance of the insight, and let's call it the points of view and philosophy, and grind it down to things that you can measure, fund, staff, execute, review, adjust. I mean, this is boring work and people don't like to do it if you're brilliant. But if you don't do that and you have these initiatives, if alignment doesn't get to execution, you'll find inefficiency in the deployment of the resources, whether that's capital or human.
Good. Okay. So at the last panel, there was a little bit of a discussion about short-term mentality, short-term thinking. And a lot of commentators have asserted that the United States is a short-term mentality country. Our private sector, our government sector, the private sector chasing profits, the government sector chasing the crisis of the day and or just turnover among the talent within the government. Do you both think that short-termism is a structural issue and problem for the United States, or do you think it's more of a marginal dimension? Mike?
Well, I already commented. I think it's a huge issue for us. One, on the government policy side, we need policies that will be bipartisan and beyond one administration. Good news, China is the kind of catalyst that can force us into making those kind of trade-offs. So if you think about how we won the Cold War, it lasted for 40 or 50 years, but how do we win? Consistent policy of containment. It was well understood throughout all of government and the private sector. As a private sector company, no one was thinking about how do I expand into Russia. So I'm not arguing to go back to all of what we saw in the Cold War, but it was a consistent policy that worked. And you know, fortunately, we didn't have nuclear war, even though we came close more than once. So we need longer-term thinking in government. But the other issue is on the private sector side. Because we haven't been thinking about a world where we have adversaries, because, you know, Francis Fukuyama said in 1992, you know, the West has won, the end of history. That wasn't quite true. So it's time to rethink, what does that mean for our capital markets? So if you think about how ownership in public companies has changed, we've gone from average of 8 years of ownership of a stock, you know, in the 1950s to now less than a year. Most institutions hold a stock. We've both been CEOs of public companies less than a year. What does that do to the incentives for the CEO? We've got many more activists and private equity taking a much bigger part of our economy. Their incentives are not long-term. Activists, they need to make money right away, maybe in less than a year. Private equity, 3 to 5 years. That's not a long-term mentality of I want to invest in a program that might have a huge payoff 10 years from now. You'll get replaced as a CEO if you're thinking about that. Stock buybacks, over 10 years, I think 2005 to 15, I don't remember the exact decade, $3.8 trillion of public companies spent on buybacks. Why? Because the institutional owners want the quick return. Is that really the best use of the money versus investing in something that might have a high payoff but longer term? So a lot of symptoms we see of all the short-term incentives that we have. We have to rethink the capital markets and how CEOs are incentivized if we really want to invest in these advanced industries, and we want long-term thinking. We want breakthrough capability so that more of the products in, you know, Lord Sainsbury's study we see from the US and the UK rather than from China, countries that are thinking about long-term incentives and their capital markets are set up to operate in that way. So I think it's a huge problem.
Sam, you're 44 quarters of your tenure. Is that presumed the answer? Is you agree with that?
No, I really don't. I mean, I'll give you, what's happened in a lot of these things is that there used to be a ton of commercial research done by a lot of the companies. IBM still has a very large lab. It's a $6 billion budget, at least when I left for R&D. And, we've been working on quantum computing I said 10 years ago it'll be commercial in 10 years. Well, I'm only off about another 5 or 10 anyway. But so we've been at this voice recognition you take for granted today. That was in research for 50 years before it became commercial. Now, and we teamed with a bunch of academic organizations even when I was working. So we never messed around with the R&D budget, right? Now, we had the financial flexibility, which was going to get me back to business model. If, for example, if an activist came into IBM and looked at that $6 billion budget and measured its return of the $6 billion, $1 billion was long-term. I mean, that's 7 or years or longer. And then $5 billion was say 3 to 5. And that's pretty much, I don't know if it's changed, but that's how it was. Anyway, having said all that, all the stuff in physics and semiconductors was certainly in the long term, material science, all those sorts of things. Having said all that, what would they cut? That'd be gone. They'd say partner with somebody, go fabless. You have this great firm in the UK that are phenomenal. Let them, you could do all the design. Look at their stock versus the IBM stock. That's what you should do. Now, I mean, we didn't buy into it, but we had the financial flexibility. We had the financial flexibility because we executed. Stock went from, I think, when I took 83 to 217, it created 151 billion in market value. Not that I knew the numbers anyway, right? If I hadn't done that, I guarantee you an activist would have come in. This is the facts of life. So Mike, I completely agree with you, but you got to understand how the world works, as you and I know. So you have to do both. You have to have all your stakeholders of interest. I mean, broadly, I throw in society. IBM was always, back to the Watsons, defined itself as doing more than run the company itself. What can you do for the world? Back to Tom Watson Sr. in 1910, 1915, 1930. Equal work for equal pay, 1933. Closed plants because governors said you couldn't integrate them. I mean, my only point is that was the history of this company. It has nothing to do with me. But those models have come under significant pressure. And I think, quite honestly, this is where we're going to get back into partnerships, because you can segment things out to make the argument that you're going to change the capital structure of the U.S. economy, which is the best in the world. It is what it is, but it's best in the world, right? And change it overall, transform the whole thing is kind of at a lot at risk and really, really hard to do. But you could segment things off. You could take the critical technologies and the companies that are involved in that and create models that make sense for those critical technologies. I don't, the macro issue today is to do this, whether it's in the energy transition, carbon sequestration, all those sorts of things, hydrogen, nuclear, all those things, our industry, which we all know, the capital is so large, it is so large, you can't expect a individual company or 3 or 4 companies and maybe a couple states to be able to afford the funding. There's too much risk long term. There's just not that sources of money. If you have to borrow it, nobody's going to give it to you. So my only point is that I would propose, and I've made a lot of proposals to the government have been ignored, by the way, so please feel free to ignore me again. But I would suggest, I mean, I can give you a list as long as my arm. How about the Chinese on innovation, Chris? How about that debate with when and who? But anyway, put all that aside, my only point being is that if you could think in a segmented way and not throw everything into a big bucket, because you're not going to change the capital structure of the U.S. economy. I think that's sort of it's Don Quixote. And it works quite well. So my point is segment it out. Things what are important, which requires in a democracy, people can decide. That's really hard to do in a polarized system, but somebody's got to make a call, right? Because resources have to get allocated, and it can't be all things to all people.
Okay.
Can I add just one thing?
Yeah, we're going to come to the audience for questions.
Sam made it sound like I was ready to throw away the capitalistic system, which is not true at all. I don't feel that way. But I think the capitalist system we have today is optimized for short-term results. So part of it is the research that government needs to do for projects that are too big for one company. Fusion would be a good example of that. We need government research. That's where so many of the technology from the space program came because the government was willing to do long-term, capital-intensive, risky projects. And then for the capital markets, I agree with you completely. It's not throw away the system. It does work very well, but we need to complement that with some incentives that will provide for more capability investing in these advanced industries. So some incentives that would help.
How about one question from the room, and then we've got some online. Any questions? Over here, please.
Yeah, hi.
Can you stand up? Stand up, please.
Sure. Jim Hurd. A long-term question that's not talked about. The U.S. is hurting itself, in my opinion. See what you think is human capital is being squeezed in the corporations, and investors are dominating the returns. And so everybody's pushed to go to a startup where they might actually make big money. Do you think that there's a fundamental problem in letting investors take the predominant share of the upside?
I mean, I guess, I don't know. I mean, we really know our world. We have to pay competitively to attract top technical talent. So it has not about, I mean, IBM competed with all of them, Google, pick anyone you want, and we hired the best people out of the schools, tops of their class, from Harvard and MIT and Stanford and all those places. So, I mean, but you have to be competitive. That's just the way it is. So it goes back to, if you don't make money, you can't pay competitively. And if you can't pay competitively, you can't get the talent, and they go someplace where they can get the money, which is Silicon Valley. But it starts with the fundamental principle. You got to make money and generate cash over a long period of time consistently, or you can't afford to hire the people. And we spent $1 billion a year training them once they got in the door. But that's what you have to do in the tech, any engineering or science-based company or in pharma. We all do that. So I guess I might respectfully disagree, but I would argue that the top companies pay their people competitively and can compete with any startup out there. The other thing about this, I'm a VC now. You remember, 8 of 10 blow themselves up. So, I mean, I got stuff that's 10, 15 years, and it still isn't product yet. Now, I mean, my kids hope I'm right. Could be wrong.
Mike?
Yeah, Mike?
I just add I think Sam's absolutely right on the corporate side. On the employee side, it's a great thing to be able to migrate from place to place. I think we got to make sure those folks have the skills, and our education system's failing us now. And we need a lot more encouragement of STEM talent if we want the workforce that's going to be ready for these advanced industries. So that's something that is another area where government can play a role.
We've got a couple minutes left, and there's a question online here that I really want to give some attention to because we haven't taken questions from our online audience. The question comes as, is India the next, quote, China as a major destination of American, Japanese, and European foreign direct investment?
Well, I've had a lot of these discussions in India, and with the previous prime minister. I encouraged that if he wanted industrial investment, I suggest he'd have energy and clean water. I mean, these were in a health system that people didn't die in. Now, I know that was a ridiculous request, okay, right? My point is that India has great strengths. They tend to be in human capital, which is there for software and pharma and those kinds of places. They want to diversify the economy. I've been in all, I mean, I spent the night at this house and all this sort of stuff. I won't bore you with the crap. But having said all that, to diversify their economy, you need an industrial base to diversify your economy, not just millions of smart people that are trained in math and software. And that's what has to happen. Now, I mean, maybe they've made some progress, Chris, but you need infrastructure. I mean, we couldn't do a meeting in India without providing our own power and satellite system to do a broadcast. And that was what, to 15 years ago. So are you going to put a semiconductor facility and you can't get consistent energy? You can't get clean water? I mean, anyway, so my only point is that there's a long way to go. Now, having said all that, I mean, I guess it's it's great to think about India strategically as an alternative to China in the worldwide economic system. And we hear that discussion constantly. But I always remind myself that the military technology for India comes from Russia.
Mike?
Yeah, I think Sam covered it. There's a tremendous opportunity strategically to work with India. They have a lot of work to do to really have the same kind of capability that China does today.
We've got 1 minute left for a question and a really short answer.
Pat. Short answer.
That was to us.
I was general counsel of the Senate Banking Committee when we saw the movement from stakeholder to shareholder primacy capitalism. We tried to develop some legislation to slow that process down. We got it out of committee, but we couldn't get it on the floor. And then later I had 5 two-year terms as a commissioner on the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission. And here's what I saw. When these corporations judge themselves, they're judged on their ability to increase shareholder value. And they moved that was their key objective. They had no responsibility to the country, their workers, their customers, anything else. And then the Chinese put in policies to incentivize our corporations to transfer our industrial and technology policy from here to there. And then we brought in Willie Shih and Gary Pisano from the Harvard Business School. And they said, the fact that we've offshored so much of that stuff, we're losing our ability to innovate. Now, about 4 years ago, the Business Roundtable said that they're moving back to stakeholder capitalism. I haven't seen any movement that really reflects that. What do you guys think we need to do to change back to where these companies in the old days, like in the Cold War, had a responsibility to our country, where now they're being played by other countries to help them, not us?
Let me suggest, since we're out of time,
Offline.
that you guys can answer Pat's question offline. How about that? Rob, thanks very much. Can you just ask, I'd like to ask you to, thank you.
All right, that was great. I don't think there's going to be any jail terms after that session. So let me answer the poll. Should the government try to align corporate interests with national interests? 74% said yes, 26% said no. Maybe what we should do later, like one of these like corporate group dynamic thing. We put all the one side on one side and the other side on the other side. We're going to take a lunch break, maybe 20 minutes. I don't think everybody can. Feel free to come back and eat here because we're going to get the next panel, which is going to be the China panel. And then right after that, we're going to have Senator Coons and Senator Young. So thank you so much. We'll see you in a few minutes. Oh, okay. All right, good. Hey, Ian, could you do your mic and tell them to tell people to come in? All right, why don't we get started, and Jonathan can join us in a minute. As you are well aware, the world in Washington revolves around senators' schedules. So both Senator Young and Senator Coons are planning to join, but what I think we will probably end up doing is when they come, we will interrupt this great panel, they'll move over here, we'll do the Senate panel, and then we'll finish up with however long we need to give this China panel the appropriate amount of time. So the last two substantive panels were really about what do we do domestically, both in terms of government strategy, but also aligning companies and helping to build key national capabilities. This panel's a little bit different. It's going to be focused not so much what we need to do here, but what do we need to do with regard to confronting the China challenge. And we have a great moderator, Anna Swanson, who speaks Chinese still, lived, yeah, a little rusty, lived in China and had covered China and now focuses a lot on these related issues, particularly export controls and CFIUS and the like for the New York Times. If you don't read Anna, you're missing out a lot of really excellent core detailed coverage of these spaces. So Anna, over to you.
Thanks for that plug, Rob. I appreciate that. So I think we've seen from the panels today that there may be debate about how exactly to go about it, but there is a lot of broad consensus around this idea of the United States trying to run faster in its race with China. But this panel is about maybe the slightly more controversial aspect of it, which is whether or not we should try to trip the other guy. And when is it okay to do that? So there have been some interesting administration officials speaking on this topic recently that I think would set up our discussion nicely today. We're actually going head to head with Jake Sullivan, who's speaking at the Brookings Institution soon, kind of a tough act to match. And then Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen also spoke on this topic last week. Some really interesting remarks in which she said that the United States was not seeking to decouple its economy from China. And I think there's a lot in that speech we can discuss here today, but that argument seems, very much at odds with a lot of what we're hearing on Capitol Hill today and in other circles about China, being depicted as a much more existential threat to the United States. Let me introduce my panelists. Matt Turpin is a visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution, specializing in U.S. policy toward China. He's also a senior advisor at Palantir Technologies. And he was previously China director for the U.S. National Security Council and senior advisor on China at the Commerce Department. He also had a long career in the U.S. Army and served in a senior China advisory role at the Pentagon. And Jonathan Ward is the author of the book, The Decisive Decade, American Grand Strategy for Triumph over China, which came out just this week. Congratulations. Which looks at revitalizing U.S. and allied economic power vis-a-vis China. And he's the author of the previous book, China's Vision of Victory. He has a PhD from the University of Oxford, and he's also been an advisor on China to the Department of Defense. And he also operates a consulting company called Atlas Organization. So maybe we can start with that Yellen speech. I wanted to get your thoughts on that. She said that China's economic growth need not be incompatible with U.S. economic leadership, and that the Biden administration strategy was not centered around suppressing or containing China. And that the Biden administration's policy is really aimed at protecting national security on issues like export controls, not at giving the US a competitive economic advantage. So my question is, do you think that's actually true? Is it the strategy of the US government to gain a competitive economic advantage over China? That's kind of a positive question. And then the normative question is, do you think that should be the case? Do you think the United States should be trying to slow China down economically, and why? And Jonathan, we'll start with you.
Sure. So look, I mean, first of all, I think Janet Yellen's speech caused quite a stir because in a way it was two contradictory approaches to China. On the one hand, it says we're going to foreground national security. And then it says, but business, don't worry, go and invest, go and participate in this market. And I think that's the central contradiction in US strategy towards China since the opening, the idea that it used to be called engage but hedge, but engage but hedge eventually defeats itself. I mean, you can't maintain a military hedge in Asia while your adversary is growing through access to your technology markets and capital. And that's what we've done for 40 years, somewhat unrestrainedly. I mean, we've really given them the keys to the kingdom and hope for the best. And I think the outcome here is plenty obvious at this point. I mean, what kind of state is the People's Republic of China? Well, it's one that's carrying out a genocide. It has a very clear vision of world order in a post-American world, a world where Beijing is at the center of the global economy. And it's building a military that is quite simply designed for combat with the US and our allies in the Pacific. And as a historian of modern China and sort of military decision-making in the first 20 years of the People's Republic of China, I mean, they fought half a dozen wars with their neighbors. And, in recent years, well before the trade war or any real counteractions by the United States government, Xi Jinping has been telling us that he's preparing to fight and win wars in Asia. So these are all just the facts. I mean, so I think that we have to remember why we're talking about this. I mean, why are we here? Why are we talking about China? Why are we talking about industrial policy? It's not just that Beijing has an industrial policy, it's that they have a very clear vision of geopolitical power that is, essentially about the destruction of the US-led order. And, for those reasons, we have to take what I think of as economic containment seriously. And we can't keep running a strategy that allows us to invest in our primary adversary as our adversary builds up the means to overtake the United States and tells us explicitly that they want to do so. So, I think Yellen missed all of that. And that was, in that sense, it was a landmark speech. It was a landmark speech because it revealed that perhaps we do not yet have a real strategy for this competition. And incidentally, that's what I've laid out in the decisive decade. I mean, what would it actually look for us to win this game across the military, economic, ideological, and diplomatic spectrums? I mean, we're going to have a whole of nation, whole of alliance system grand strategy that deals with the problem as it actually exists.
Great. Matt, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Jonathan. The idea that we're not constraining or suppressing the Chinese economy is just not true. That is what we're doing. I mean, that's essentially the administration's announced strategy, right? And so I would just pull out, so the administration published in February 2022, the Indo-Pacific strategy. Our objective is not to change China, but to shape the strategic environment in which it operates, building a balance of influence in the world that is maximally favorable to the United States, our allies and partners in the interests and values we share. That strategy would suggest that we're building an international system that is maximally favorable to us and maximally disadvantaging our principal adversary. So it strikes me that Secretary Yellen's speech is just sort of not honest about what the U.S. strategy is, right? We just take, for example, the Commerce Department's actions on advanced semiconductors last October, right? To think that this is solely focused narrowly around national security interests ignores sort of what advanced semiconductors are primarily used for. Advanced semiconductors are primarily used in dual-use items. It's across a variety of commercial products. It's for all the algorithms in terms of advanced, artificial intelligence and machine learning process. So it strikes me that it was a speech meant as rhetoric to sort of reassure a business community that don't worry, we're not going to change anything, but it's not accurate to sort of what the U.S. seems to actually be doing and the laws we seem to be passing. The Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act would suggest that we're going after and we have interest in suppressing the Chinese economy in certain ways. So I mean, there's just a variety of activities that the United States government is doing that would suggest that, in fact, we do suppress and constrain other economies. And of course, this shouldn't be surprising. We've been doing it for decades, right? I mean, the idea that, I mean, Secretary Yellen's line that the United States doesn't do this. Well, you mean other than North Korea, Russia, Cuba, Iran, right? I mean, we've been doing this for decades. So obviously we do use these tactics and we are doing it against the PRC, right? Even her own department continues to sanction Chinese entities for a variety of reasons. So I'm struck by sort of our denial. I think we'd actually be much better off with a sort of a policy of honesty about what we're doing and what our intentions are. That doesn't actually do us any good to sort of not be honest.
I wanted to ask you that as a follow-up. Is it helpful to have sort of the fig leaf of, we're not actually trying to do this, or is it better to, be open about that? I mean, do you think being too explicit about the strategy of sort of holding back China economically could have any downsides in terms of, provoking more aggressive economic actions from China against U.S. companies, for example?
Yeah. So I think, I mean, just real quick, my take would be Beijing knows that we're doing this, right? So we're not fooling them, right? So are we trying to fool our own companies and open them up to material risks in which our own government is going to do things to the Chinese economy, yet we're rhetorically telling them that we're not going to do these? I mean, like, that seems really unwise. In fact, quite irresponsible. What we should be doing is communicating very clearly to U.S. companies that, in fact, we view the PRC as a principal rival, and we are going to take actions to protect U.S. interests. And they are not going to be narrowly focused just around purely national security things, because, of course, that is not what the PRC is doing. They're not doing things purely in the national security realm. And so that honesty is what's needed in order to develop a policy that actually works, right?
Look, I agree with Matt there, because, I mean, on one hand, Beijing is going to read this as containment anyway. I mean, they've earned it, to be honest. I mean, they've done all kinds of things for which containment, I think, is a very polite response. I mean, if you look at their overall objectives and intentions, I mean, we're lucky that we have this opportunity, very narrow one, frankly, to do economic containment, to take an economic approach to this competition before it becomes something far worse. So I think we're lucky to use that window if we're willing to do it. And part of utilizing that correctly is the fact that you can't win an economic competition without your private sector. I mean, we need the Fortune 1000, the Fortune 2000 to be fully engaged in this. I mean, China has already gone about bringing its companies fully into the framework of their national security strategies, their, as they call them, just their national strategies in general. Whether that's SASAC corporations or state-backed corporations or the entire set of strategic industries. I mean, they've basically defined this game for us, and they have a corporate battle fleet in that sense, and we do not. So we're going to need to get our companies, I think, fully involved, and that's where White House messaging really matters. I mean, I've been working these for almost 6 years now. A lot of Fortune 200s, market leaders in very interesting industries. And, I remember when it was a transition from Trump to Biden, and CEOs were saying, hey, well, we want to see if Biden's going to be totally different. So White House messaging matters. And I think it's important, unlike the speech we just heard, where Beijing is working on a global grand strategy that's been defined for quite a long time. It's got something to do with us, but a lot of it's just what they would like to get done. And we're in the way of their long-term vision. But if we're not going to be clear with our own companies, they are not going to know how to have, investment certainty, strategic certainty, all the kinds of things that actually form the bedrocks of corporate strategy, to say nothing of corporate strategy in a time of probably the most enormous geopolitical change since maybe the early Cold War. And I think realizing that we're headed towards a world of bifurcation, and that's not really a bad thing. I mean, it's good to be able to, we're going to have the tech split. I mean, we're not going to be using Huawei smart cars, and they have already done DIOE, as they call it, getting rid of Oracle and IBM and everything in government computers. So we're going through that, but then, we're going to have competition for capital markets, for, global emerging markets. It's going to be a game that's won or lost based on our ability to act as an economic superpower in ways that we've never done before because we could always take that for granted. So that's why this is new. And we can't forget that this is a military competition too. I mean, Matt's seen that probably more closely than anyone. The total transformation of the military balance back during, the headiest sort of engagement years. They built the military that changed the balance in the Pacific, despite us giving them the keys to the kingdom in all sorts of ways. So, it's us that have to catch up to the game that we're actually in.
Great. Matt, you mentioned dual-use technologies. You both talked about national security. It does seem that there's a trend, a very clear trend in both the Trump administration and Biden administration toward considering more economic activity as national security. And I want to know where you think we should draw the line and whether that's always clear. And, I would love to even get into specifics. I mean, solar panels, beauty products, pharmaceuticals, passive investment, are there things that are okay and things that are not? Or is it, is that is it kind of an unclear topic to some extent?
Yeah, I think, of course, we need to take sort of a case-by-case approach on this, right? There are going to be things that fundamentally, if the PRC produces them, they're not particularly problematic for us. They're commodities. Why shouldn't we buy things that are significantly cheaper? But then there are going to be some areas that we are going to draw that line, and I think it requires us to sort of be very honest with ourselves about the condition that we are in. Is we are in a new Cold War. We therefore have to, through that lens, we have to think about where are we going to draw our lines, and think about, what the various components feed into other products that give sort of market power and the ability to sort of grow and conduct research and development in areas that we would think is problematic, and think about those sorts of things. So it requires us to sort of think through those things. We are going to draw some line, right? And I think we have processes that are more than capable of kind of going through this effort, and those lines are not going to remain static. They will change over time, right? Because technology will develop, market conditions will change, the way in which commercial institutions are set up will begin to change, and business models will change, right? And so we should be willing to adapt over time. But I think the ability to adapt in ways that sort of protect our interests over time requires a very upfront and honest assessment of ourselves of what the geopolitical situation is, right? That we are in a comprehensive rivalry with them, and therefore we have to look at it through that lens of how we draw those lines. And unfortunately, I think we have started with, I remember Secretary Yellen's speech also talked, up front, and it made it give the impression that the priority was national security, and then I think her quote was, "We will not compromise on any of those things." She then went about and sort of laid out in detail all the compromises that would be made in national security. We're going to do this very narrowly. We're going to write all of those sorts of aspects, which probably shouldn't be our going in position, right? We should probably be thinking about somewhat much more broad-based of what this looks like, and looking at things that the presumption is that we're not going to do those things, and what are those carve-outs that we are going to allow through, as opposed to the presumption is kind of everything gets to happen, and then we have this narrow fence line around just the most advanced, right? Because in terms of chips, I think where we're going to find ourselves in terms of chips, or in terms of sort of dual-use export controls, is that while we take these actions in advanced semiconductors, Beijing is going to build out in mature nodes massive overcapacity, and those will be dumped onto our markets, and those are going to put out of business all of those semiconductor companies that still rely upon mature nodes, being able to sell those things at mature nodes that funds our own R&D cycle, right? I mean, this goes back to Rob's whole innovation drag, right? In which the actions that Beijing is going to take are going to be things that are primarily taking place in sort of the civilian realm that it would appear that the administration has carved out as being sort of things they're not going to restrict, but it is going to have a significant impact on those national security elements because we depend upon a commercial enterprise to drive the R&D in these areas, right? And it's that situation and dynamic that we need to be much more mindful of than I think that we are right now.
Yeah, and I would add to this. I mean, you know, Beijing's geopolitical strategy is based on an economic ascendancy. It's based on a very clear approach to the global economy. I mean, they've laid out, you know, strategies from Made in China 2025 to Belt and Road to dual circulation, even civil military fusion as part of this broader approach. And in that sense, I mean, we're going to require a restructuring of the global economy so that it essentially forecloses their ascendancy. And I think that's where we have to get a little broader. You know, it's not just about the dual use technologies and the most advanced edge. It's also going to be about the fundamental and foundational industries. I mean, part of what you want to do, I think, is take a more classical approach to economic containment, where this is not just about dual use, it's about the overall capacity of an adversary economy. So when you look at their manufacturing revenues by sector, and a whole lot of it's in ICT, electronics, automobiles, chemicals, metals, I mean, the general industrial base, the fact that China's 30% of the value add in the total global industrial base, and we're about 15, I mean, that's part of the contest we have to win. I mean, rebuilding the US industrial base, integrating allied supply chains, you know, putting essentially import bans on, you know, let's say sectors or companies where they've benefited from IP theft or other nefarious practices, all of that starts to chip away at their overall strategy. And I think we do want to reduce the growth of the People's Republic of China for as long as the Communist Party is in power and essentially confronting, contesting, and fighting against the United States. I mean, their geopolitical strategies, I think, make it clear that we, you know, a rising, growing Communist Party is not in America's interests. And in fact, we have 85% of the global economy with which to work on restructuring and rebuilding. So that's where I'd want us to focus. And you know, it's not going to be limited to dual use systems. And at the same time, I think you can stabilize the economic relationship by ensuring that there's some very fundamental pieces in there, such as agriculture and energy and things that, you know, if we're supplying, let's say, the Chinese people with food and energy, but denying the party the ability to create a you know, economic military state that can genuinely challenge us in all kinds of regions that matter. I think that's the kind of economic relationship we want to be working towards with China in order to win a longer arc and foreclose this turning point in history that they envision where they become the dominant power.
I want to go ahead and invite audience questions through the Slido app. And if I look at my phone, I'm not checking my TikTok. I'm looking for your questions. But I'll ask also, before we get into that, one more about export controls. So we've seen a really notable expansion of global export controls in the past few years. Are those controls effective? And, you know, how much need is there, do you think, for multilateral approaches in this area? How do we ensure also that when the United States withdraws, it doesn't simply result in foreign companies taking their place in the China market, or is that inevitable to some extent?
So, I mean, I think, you know, first of all, I think export controls, particularly in sort of dual use export controls, we have to be mindful about the timelines in which, you know, the likely effects will play out, right? So I think, you know, the idea that suddenly you strengthen a regulation around, or you deny an export of a certain component, that like the next week that's going to result in sort of a positive outcome. I think we just have to be much more mindful of sort of the business cycles and the stockpiling and all those sorts of things, that it just takes a little bit longer for us to sort of think through what this looks like. But I think fundamentally it does shift. You know, so if what you're talking about are sort of choke point components or technologies in which are highly determinative of where you would conduct manufacturing, and issues like that, right? So advanced semiconductors, if Beijing is not able to get access to sort of the most advanced node chips, and those are the things that are going into various advanced commercial products, the likelihood is that the manufacture of those products is going to move to other places. Because if you can't get those components, you can't actually make that product, right? And you're gonna make that product somewhere else. And to a certain degree, it is a way to shift where those things happen, and that could have a long-term effect on Beijing's overall access to technology and sort of move along that area. On the second part, I'm drawing a blank on the other half that you sort of started with in your question.
Oh, it was about other companies rushing in to fill the
Yeah.
US place or multilateralism.
Yeah, so I think certainly the actions that the administration took in October around advanced semiconductors, that was a big fear that we would see this sort of backfilling. You know, my hat's off to the administration and what they were able to do, really would appear over the last 5 or 6 months, which was to get the two principal countries and their companies that we are sort of most concerned around, both Japan and the Netherlands, to be in a position in which they themselves were placing those kinds of controls on there, right? So that's like the best outcome is that you have a multilateral approach in which the folks that control technology agree to be able to sort of make the same controls, right? Now, we have a multilateral institution called the Wassenaar Arrangement, which is the successor to the Coordinating Committee on Multilateral Export Controls, COCOM, that went away at the end of the Cold War. Unfortunately, Wassenaar is not a particularly useful venue in this because the Russians are a part of that, right? And so everything we've had to do around the export controls we placed on the Russians, which have been quite significant, right? We can't do through Wassenaar because Wassenaar requires unanimity. And so therefore we're having to create new minilateral and new multilateral institutions. And I think fundamentally that's what we're going to see come out of these experiences, is that we're going to see a new set of multilateral institutions. But that starts with the US starting to take some actions to be able to bring folks along in what this is going to look like. And I think the administration has actually been quite effective on this. It again goes to my point, we should be honest about what we're doing. It doesn't actually it doesn't really help us to sort of say two different things at once.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's something that the Yellen speech notwithstanding as a vision statement, I mean, chips is really, in the semiconductor industry in general, is sort of a test case, I think, for how do we do this? How do we work with allies? How can we start to take perhaps the most strategic industry and figure out that template for real economic competition? And the administration has, I agree, done that well. And also looking at the ways to incentivize allies, because this is the problem. I mean, export controls in a multilateral setting have been a challenge even throughout the Cold War. I mean, even the COCOM was hard, and we were not always in agreement, even when we knew we were in the midst of a deep Cold War with the Soviet Union. But I think today we can start to see, some of the examples here. For instance, it's recently been reported that Germany is willing to restrict exports of essential semiconductor chemicals. And I think if you're in the German situation, you can understand that eventually your industrial power is going to be totally undermined by the rise of Chinese industrial strategy and its focus on certain, made in China 2025 industries and such. And if you're Japan, you understand exactly what's going on because you're on the front end of the entire military strategy. So, the allies, the capacity to work with allies, I think is going to be functional at a policy level, but we need to get companies involved. Again, this H.R. McMaster wrote the foreword to my book and addressed it to the business leaders of the free world, because at the end of the day, if our business leaders, boardrooms, CEOs, and shareholders do not go through the same enlightenment and awakening that the Congress has and the national security community has, then we're going to be playing a game without any chess pieces on the board, frankly. I mean, the pieces that matter are our companies. So we need, I think, clarity there, because the policy community, I think, is going to figure this out, and we just need our business leaders to be able to work towards similar objectives and not get into the prisoner's dilemma of, Boeing leaves and Airbus goes in, and that's something that we're all going to have to figure out how to resolve.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for your comments. Really enlightening. Our next very distinguished panelists are here, so I don't want to keep them waiting, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if I could ask Senator Young and Senator Coons to come on up and join me. Hello. All right, so, oh, Phil, my apologies. Phil English, former head of Ways and Means in the House, ITIF's co-chair, and he's also with Aaron Fox. Phil is going to make the introduction of two senators.
Rob, I really appreciate the opportunity as your co-chair for the ITIF board to participate in this Hamilton Center event. And it is particularly bracing to have our two congressional co-chairs here at a time when we are debating an inflection point. Clearly, the United States has to pivot to deal with new international realities, and we've been exploring that all day. I believe that we have an opportunity to do what this country did after World War II, which is to build a bipartisan movement, and in this case, to focus on a strategic industry strategy that would deal with the needs long-term of advanced industry and the tech sector, and to focus on the need for American competitiveness for a whole variety of strategic reasons. We know that that strategy is going to include a regulatory component, resistance to techlash, and a focus on creating a rules-based and predictable regulatory environment. We know it's going to include a programmatic component, which is going to require investment in research, investment in infrastructure, and investment in human capital. And we know it's going to include and has to include a tax framework that encourages investment in economic growth. We're here, I think, to hear from two of the leaders in the Senate who get it, who understand the needed vision, and are, I think, well positioned to build a coalition as they choose to work across party lines and to build a movement that has the potential to find an American solution to these challenges with a root in economic freedom. Senator Chris Coons of Delaware is widely known in Washington as one of the key leaders and interlocutors on the Hill for the administration. He is a leading appropriator and an extraordinarily effective advocate, and we know that because he is an extension of our regional Pennsylvania delegation. They work very closely together, frankly, as Joe Biden did, and that's a very strong tradition. Senator Todd Young of Indiana has already established himself with Senator Coons as a master legislator. He is a thought leader on the Finance Committee and on the Commerce Committee, coming out of the greatest legislative body, I think, in the free world, the House Ways and Means Committee. Welcome them. I think their vision on this is going to be critical and is going to give us a real sense of what the political next steps are. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Phil. So obviously, I'm delighted that both Senator Coons and Senator Young are here because they are like the shock troops of advanced industrial strategy for the U.S. You guys both have played enormously important roles. I don't know. It seemed like a good analogy. It was like, I don't know, the pincer movement. So we passed the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the IRA, other measures. And collectively, they were important steps. There's no question about that. And we should be proud, and particularly Senator Young, you co-chaired that with, co-sponsored that with Senator Schumer. Senator Coons, you were deeply involved as well. But there's more to be done. And I'd just be curious, maybe start with you, Senator Young. Kind of where are we? Where do we need to go? What are your thoughts about that?
Thank you so much. I want to thank you, Rob, personally for your longtime leadership in this space, for your help in getting CHIPS and Science passed ultimately, but really providing counsel to me
through this organization over the course of putting the legislation together as well. And it's always a delight to be with Chris. Chris is the master legislator among us. And I continue to learn a lot from my good friend from the state of Greater Pennsylvania. Listen, one thing to remember about the CHIPS and Science Act, if you remember nothing else, and you probably will not, is that this was possible, to my mind, earning significant Republican support because of a very considerable national security nexus between, if you like, industrial policy on one hand and this legislative effort to reshore semiconductors on the other. There's a plus science component that's really important. And I think increasingly you'll hear and learn more about that. And for me, that's an easier lift for a Republican. But in industrial policy is drawing on recent decades of GOP philosophy. It's an unnatural act for a limited government Republican, right? And so it took quite a bit of argument that economic models need to be adjusted when the environment changes. Economic models like those relied on by some of our most popular and broadly read newspapers among Republicans that certain editorial page writers have been wedded to for years and years and years, actually do need to adjust every 40 years to accommodate the onset of a strategic competitor which weaponizes interdependence across economies. So for me, that's my very high level reflection. I think the objective now should be to implement this difficult effort in coordination with countless other friends and partners. Our objective here was not to become independent of other countries as it relates to most chips. There are some discrete areas of chip design and manufacturing where we should indeed be independent of other countries, those with our very direct national security application. But we wanted to take some risk out of the system so that it's more manageable should a China or a global pandemic again interrupt these supply lines. We wanted to create a platform, the CHIPS and Science Act, for collaboration with other countries as we produce different steps along the supply chain. And we wanted to relearn some of the manufacturing expertise that we had forgotten over the years, so that we have the ability to make the high-end chips. And you can only do that by reshoring significant components of it. So that's what this is all about.
So, Senator, we had a really interesting panel this morning around the history of these kinds of policies in the U.S., all the way to Alexander Hamilton. But, one of the things I think too many conservatives or Republicans forget is Ronald Reagan was committed to this. Ronald Reagan supported the R&D tax credit. He had his own council on competitiveness. He was active in making sure that the Japanese couldn't dump memory chips. His Defense Department took the lead in creating Sematech. So it's this sort of distortion of history. Of course, President Reagan was committed to markets and freedom, but he also understood that we needed to be strong, and he's willing to use smart government policies like the R&D credit to do that.
That's right. We have not departed from, to say nothing of abandoned, we have not even departed from the Reagan era economic principles. We are just reapplying them to a different era.
Senator Coons?
It is great to be with you again, Rob. Thank you for what you and ITIF do, and to Phil for the introduction and your leadership. It's great to see my dear friend Adam Bromwell here, my former chief of staff and longtime friend. And I want to thank Sam and Ashley for my team. Anything I say that's foolish, ill-informed, and wrong, my fault. If I say anything insightful, credit Sam and Ashley, because they're the ones who actually are doing all the writing. Todd is a spectacular leader in the United States Senate. And if you haven't gotten to know him and you don't appreciate what as he put it, a natural act it was to legislate on these topics in this time, there's a dozen other Republican senators who could have, by virtue of their chairmanship or seniority or could have led a very similarly configured bill over the finish line, but they didn't for a variety of reasons. And as I've said to some of my friends, imagine if I helped Mitch McConnell lead the signature initiative of the Trump administration, how Democratic Party folks would think and talk about me. It requires courage to see clearly the significant threat to our security and stability posed by the current global configuration and persist in legislating regardless of the partisan sniping of the moment. So I think you ought to give Senator Young a round of applause for leading critical legislation. To Rob's opening framing, yes, there's a lot left to be done. We just came from a stirring address by President Yoon of South Korea. And it is encouraging to think that we might very well enjoy close alignment between Korea, Japan, the United States in terms of advanced technologies in the Indo-Pacific and regional security. And many of us, upon my first visit to Taiwan as a senator, led me to think, wow, are we exposed and vulnerable? Should this island no longer be connected to the world economy and completely controlled by a power not aligned with our interests, we would be enormously exposed. We won't have at scale semiconductor manufacturing in this country because of this critical landmark legislation built, staffed, and running for years. This isn't happening in 6 months. It isn't happening in 2 years. You know that. But for too many of my colleagues, they think, oh yeah, we've done it. We've passed the infrastructure bill. We passed the Inflation Reduction Act. We passed CHIPS and Science. You're going to hear a lot of that nonsense. You're going to hear that frequently said. And we need to be clear that there are many other things to make chips real and then to take the plus science and have that matter. Manufacturing USA is a terrific initiative to create these nodes around which new technologies, new companies, new skills are being deployed, but it's still really in its infancy. It needs more resources. It needs more partnerships. There is more we can and should do in tax policy, in investment in skills, and in carrying through on the chip side in order to actually deliver a robust, secure, modern, cutting-edge manufacturing sector in the United States and all the other things that are possible. Todd really kicked open the door. Now we have to keep walking through it and fine-tuning the R&D tax credit, for example, something we were discussing outside. What does Rob Atkinson do for small talk? He chats with you about 3 different ideas for tweaking the R&D tax credit, which is one of the things I love about him. So in short, yes, we have a lot more work to do. Let's not breeze past as if, what have you done for me lately? Let's not breeze past the significance of what Senator Young's accomplished. But we have a lot of hard work to do. There is no guarantee that critical minerals and their mining and processing will not end up being every bit as much mission critical to us as the Germans discovered Russian natural gas was to them. There is no guarantee that we will, on the timeline we need to get it done, get the chips industry at scale. But to hear the president of Korea cite several significant multi-billion-dollar investments in the United States in advanced manufacturing and electric vehicles and batteries and semiconductor chips was very encouraging.
So I agree. I think we're going to see in the next 5 years, we're going to see a significant turnaround, and that's all to the good. But as Andy Grove once said, only the paranoid survive. And I think we need to be paranoid and constantly on our game. Earlier, we heard a quote. I think
Chris and I are paranoid, right?
Very.
Yeah, we really are.
So I want to switch to, I want to talk a little bit about a couple other bills I know that you both are involved in, but I want to talk just quickly about the R&D tax credit. We did a study last year. We were ranked 20, we had a study done on this. We ranked 24th in generosity of the 30 OECD nations and the 4 BRICS. So half of what China was doing. We ranked 24th. But now with the expiration of expensing, we went down to 32nd. So there's only 2 countries in that whole group that have a less generous R&D credit. And I know you're both involved in that, in working on that. Senator Young, you want to just talk about kind of where we are with that and what do you think is going to happen? Because it is an area where I think it's a little easier for Republicans to embrace a tax policy that's going to drive innovation and competitiveness.
Well, let me let me blend my response to that question based on the lead-in to tossing it to me with the previous answer I had as well. Your observation that Republicans are a lot more comfortable with tax expenditures, if you like, or incentivizing certain behaviors, choosing winners and losers through the tax code as opposed to direct appropriations. And that is indeed the case. From a strictly economic standpoint, it's no different. It's really no different. So those who have visceral apprehension to an industrial policy, that it bears reflection why one should support significant incentives to, say, buy homes through the home mortgage deduction, but not incentivizing certain behaviors on the other side. There's all sort of administrative considerations about whether you choose to incentivize behavior through the tax code or directly, but that's just worth noting since we're having that conversation. But R&D, listen, if we want to be the world's leader across a range of strategic industries, and that means making strategic judgments, strategic bets, if you will, as policymakers in consultation with industry leaders and technologists and others, then we need to incentivize research and development. We've become used to doing that over the years. The provisions lapsed in 2 years, a year ago. And our high growth potential businesses, or the would-be businesses that would be started here in the United States, have lost that incentive that occurs through the tax code. So what does it mean? You indicated where we rank, which is really important in terms of competitiveness, but China has a super deduction. So if you invest $100 US dollar equivalent in China in research and development, you end up deducting $200 from your taxes. In the United States, under current law today, if you invest $100 in research and development, does anyone know how much you get to deduct? It's 10. This is a 20x differential. That's no way to ensure we lead the world in research and development and innovation and jobs of the future. So we need to remedy this. Blessedly, there is bipartisan recognition of this. There has been a long history of bipartisan support for research and development incentives in the code. That is a deduction for profitable businesses, and we are making more generous in the latest iteration to restore this deduction credit for pre-profitable businesses in these areas. The legislation, Rob has been tracking this closely. He indicated there are roughly 40 co-sponsors, 40 plus in the House of Representatives. We have roughly 30 in the U.S. Senate. Senator Hassan and I are leading the American Innovation and Jobs Act, and we need to get it done. And there have been some hurdles, a tying of this legislative effort with another priority of some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And we're hoping that they can rise above the current challenges. Yeah, exactly. Maybe Chris will have more on that topic if he likes.
I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the bill that Senators Young and Hassan are leading. Some of you remember that I helped lead the PATH Act back in 2015, which made the R&D tax credit permanent, but also more accessible to early stage and pre-profitable companies, and to make it more usable for companies of revenue less than $1 billion. On behalf of the global manufacturing company for which I worked for 8 years, I came here year after year to advocate for R&D tax credit permanence. So it took me 4 more years as a senator to get anything done in that direction, but it was one of the things I was most passionate about as a newly elected senator, perhaps to your surprise. I do think that we need to find ways to manage the linkage between the child tax credit and the R&D tax credit improvements that Senators Young and Hassan are agitating, are militating for, working towards. I do think there may be some compromises we can figure out because a full and permanent child tax credit scores fairly robustly. And I don't think we're going to get bipartisan alignment around that. Strengthening the R&D tax credit, I think, can and should enjoy bipartisan support. So I think to the extent reasonable here, we need to take the wins we can take I also briefly want to add that while we made significant progress in semiconductor chips and in some of the other advanced scientific disciplines, we haven't made similar advances or investment in precision medicine and biology, and in biofabrication, bioengineering. The Chinese are making dramatic investments in R&D in this area and significant progress. In the chips plus science part, there's a lot more we can and should do. There are several manufacturing USA institutes that are aligned around the manufacturing of biopharmaceuticals or biofabrication through DoD or through NIST that I think need and deserve more investment, and that will help us meet that challenge as well. The problem is there are so many challenges. There are different discrete areas of technology where China is determined to be globally preeminent and where we need to significantly ramp up our partnerships. This is not a America alone view. Partnering with the Japanese, partnering with Europeans, partnering with the Koreans is our real strength. But we have to provide this sort of investment through the tax code and in some cases through direct expenditures necessary for us to be at the head of the pack globally.
One addition to Chris's thoughts on this topic is we also need to be thinking about investments in workforce as developments in R&D. And as you know, much of chips and science does go towards workforce training, particularly higher level training through major engineering universities like Purdue University and so forth. So that too is an R&D investment, and we need to sustain support for those programs that also invest in people that are currently in the books as well.
I couldn't agree more. We issued a report on Monday looking at the state of electrical engineering education in the U.S., and it is shocking. The share of American citizens or permanent residents who get degrees here compared to getting political science degrees, divinity degrees too, it's gone significantly down. So I was on that panel, I think the last week, Senator, you were there as well after on the Purdue CHIPS panel. Yes. Awesome what Purdue is doing. Awesome. We need 10, 20 more Purdues in that space.
That's right. I'll brag on them a little bit, but Purdue has a dedicated training pipeline. You receive certificates or degrees in semiconductor engineering, and you'll have many people visiting and attending Purdue University just so they can participate in that. And it goes even further. They've partnered with our statewide community college system so that we can produce technicians, and then you really have the overlooked, underappreciated Midwestern rank and file who will virtually all of whom will have access to that sort of training so that they can participate in the jobs of the future, as it were.
So one of the things we talked about this morning, particularly on the panel about what do we do domestically, there was a sense that if you take about innovation versus deployment and building, we're stronger on the former than on the latter, and we need to strengthen that. And Liz Reynolds talked about a number of things that the bills have done to help that. But I know, Senator Coons, you have a bill I'd like you to talk about at the Industrial Finance Corporation. And it's trying to really get at that problem, and also sort of touches a little bit with what Sam Palmisano talked about. How do we get, and Mike Brown, how do we get more patient capital for companies to do the kinds of things they'd want to do, but maybe have a hard time now because of the way the capital markets are structured?
Well, thank you, Rob. It's a bold idea that really would apply domestically, a model that Senator Corker and I worked hard on and is now in law, which took something the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, or OPIC, which helped with financing and risk insurance for exports, never lost a dime, returned actually excess money to the taxpayers every year reliably for 40 years, but was under-resourced and underpowered, and gave it the capacity in the developing world to invest in equity, to take on different structures and partnerships, similar to what most of our major partners and allies, South Korea, Japan, the Nordics, EU, UK, and it is getting some strong bipartisan support. It literally is to help match Belt and Road, not in scale, but to show a different path towards financing infrastructure projects, for example, in the developing world. Higher labor standards, more transparent, more competitive bidding. And the DFC, or Development Finance Corporation, I think is already making a significant mark. The IFC would do something comparable, although not identical domestically. It would use U.S. government capital to provide lower cost, longer term, de-risked capital for investment specifically in manufacturing and in industrial development in the United States. It would be a full-on abrasive industrial policy, and I understand the hesitation of some of my colleagues to do so. But frankly, as we look at the parts of our country that have been deindustrialized, the scale of investment we're going to need to reindustrialize at the timeline and scale that we're talking about is significant. And this would help de-risk and deploy capital in targeted parts of the country, all across Ohio, all across Indiana, all across Pennsylvania, in southern Delaware. We've got towns where DuPont shut down massive plants decades ago, and they have never recovered. Seaford, Delaware, to give just a quick, brief example, was the nylon capital of the world. And there were tens of thousands of people who worked in the world's largest nylon facility. And when it closed, the overwhelming majority of the people in the city of Seaford lost their jobs. And for the 30 years since, they have struggled to find or attract the investment to do anything like it at scale. To reverse that and to reindustrialize small towns or mid-sized cities all over the Midwest and in my home state is going to take significant patient risk capital, which my argument would be our capital markets are not at the scale we need currently deploying. So I'm intrigued with the possibility of this and would love to talk with folks here, with ITIF, with my good friend Senator Young, and many others about it, recognizing that in the current environment, it may or may not be viable in the short term. But I think it's an idea well worth looking at, particularly as we try to do things at large scale, whether it's transmission lines, mining and processing, scaling up precision biomanufacturing, or the semiconductor facilities. We're talking about at the scale that we need.
Yeah, my sense is, frankly, I mean, one of the concerns you always hear about that is it's displacing private capital. My sense is actually it'd be the opposite here. Once you get through that, then you go to the banks, your local bank, your regional bank, and then I need a lot more capital to go to that next level. But Senator, you want to comment on that, or I can move on to another question?
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on the DFC. I mean, this is, if Chris Coons were to do nothing else, and he has done and will do much more, but if he were to do nothing else throughout his United States Senate career, that legislative initiative alone was such a service to our country that he can be very proud of his career and his legacy. It does indeed provide another option. Chris and I travel overseas quite a bit, him more than me. Chris, I know I need to go on a Codell with you sometime soon, but I hear about this every place I go, and its importance. And now we are seeing other countries begin to consider how they can complement this effort so that they're not free riding off of his good work and those of others. So well done, Chris.
So we need to wrap up, but I want to. We talked principally about domestic policy. I want to pivot over to China. One of the things that's been clear about the Chinese is they have an iron fist, if you will. They're more than happy to use pretty severe coercion to keep other countries in line. We saw that with Australia. I was just down in Sydney, and they basically said no more exports, and the Australians stood their ground, but it was a cautionary tale. You are both co-sponsoring the Countering Economic Coercion Act, which is one solution to that, or address that. Maybe Senator Young, you want to talk about what the goal of that is, what the vision is?
Sure, and Chris can amend or correct anything I say here, but no, I mean, what we're trying to address is exactly the dynamic that the Australians have been faced with. The Lithuanians who made the mistake of actually recognizing the leadership, the free and democratic leadership in Taiwan, the Taiwanese themselves who are a burr in the saddle of the Chinese. And what happens is the cutting off of China's domestic market. That's typically the sort of coercive activity or the mere threat of doing so whenever, say, a small island nation in the Pacific decides to vote the wrong way in an international forum, or in the case of Australia, insists that we actually learn more about the origins of the COVID virus. The mere utterance by a Taiwanese politician about their independence from China could lead to the cutting off of access for pineapple growers in Taiwan. 80% of their produce is sent into China. That did happen. The Japanese, in that instance, came to the rescue. And so we have this sort of ad hoc response. Sometimes it's the Japanese, sometimes it's the Australians. We have been helpful to nations who are being coerced in various ways, but this needs to be formalized. And we actually need to empower the President of the United States in very short order to assist a nation that's being coerced. And we can do that by empowering the president without significant debate in the United States Congress to lower tariff barriers so that the coerced nation can send more products into the United States, to increase tariff barrier and the coercing nation. China comes to mind, but it could also be, say, Russia or another bad actor. And then to expedite the regulatory process so that closer trade relations can be established. Congress would, of course, have the ability to undo the president's handiwork after a short period of time and in an expedited fashion. And then we would link together America's efforts with the Japanese, the Australians, and others. Prime Minister Kishida is making this the top agenda item for the G7 in May in Hiroshima. And other countries have already acted to formalize their own process. And so this is at the ready to be become a whole of West effort, so that hopefully we can prevent coercion in the beginning, because its effect would be significantly diminished should the Chinese try to do this in the future.
That's right, Todd. I think this is a smart combination of economic policy and foreign policy, a recognition that the CCP and under their control, the PRC, has an enormous amount of market pull, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. And they have recently exercised it to coerce countries. I've seen it in Central America and Africa and South America and small island nations in the Pacific. The two examples you cited, Australia, a significant advanced economy, but losing access to the Chinese market for their beef and their wine was a significant punishment. And for a tiny country like Lithuania, it was assumed that they would, both of these countries, that they would come to heel almost immediately. They didn't. But it was an instructive example for other countries that maybe did not have leadership that was as determined. So Todd's described it very well, and I'm glad you're on finance, because we're going to have a bit of an uphill climb to get it done. But I think it's smart policy, and we'd be grateful for your encouragement and input as we refine it and try to pass it, because I think this is an important tool in the toolkit. It's important to emphasize that there are guardrails. If we had a president who did something in trade that Congress looked at and said, hang on a minute, that's not what this was meant for, we could reverse it. So I think it's well crafted, and another piece of great legislative leadership by Senator Young.
Chris is the lead senator on this effort, and I am happy to play Robin to his Batman as it relates to this.
Do you have a Batmobile?
I hope to.
Okay, great.
It's tucked in the appropriation vehicle.
There you go, where everything is. As you know, I could do this forever, but I know you can't, because you have the nation's business, a vote. So this was fantastic. Again, thank you so much for your leadership. It's a pleasure working with you.
Let's do it again. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Twice in a week.
What a privilege. Nice wife.
Okay, we're going to move right on. So thank you so much. Is Mike Schmidt is here? Mike? Beautiful. All right. Well, thanks everybody. We've talked this morning and just now. We've sort of in the ether, in the background, or even in the foreground of a lot of this conversation is the CHIPS Act, which I think is safe to say is really a fundamentally unique, transformative piece of legislation. We've never done something like this before. And it's a big deal. There's money for, as we'll find, for fabs. There's money for R&D. There's tax incentives for equipment. But it's a big deal, and it really requires careful implementation. This is one of those deals, if we get the implementation wrong, the next round of doing something will be like this. So Mike is the person who's going to make sure that we get this right. And Mike is the director of the CHIPS Program Office at the Department of Commerce. Where he's obviously in charge of a team of folks who are dealing and addressing the implementation of the CHIPS Act. More recently, he was a senior advisor at the Treasury Department, and before that was a commissioner of the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance. So, Mike, it's really a pleasure for you to be here. I don't know if you want to just make a couple of opening remarks, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Well, I'll start by thanking you for having me. Very pleased to be here. We're very pleased to have a chance to speak with all of you. We all know why we're here in terms of implementation of the CHIPS Act. I think you're right. CHIPS is a public investment in private industry of a scale and significance that we haven't seen in recent time in our country. It is, in that sense, I think, unprecedented. And so we have to build a machine at the Department of the Commerce that is capable of rising to that challenge. The challenge is familiar. We used to be a country that produced semiconductors at scale and at globally significant volumes. Right now, we only account for about 10% of global production of semiconductors and essentially no production of the most advanced chips. And these are devices that we all rely on in our day-to-day lives, medical devices, automobiles, critical infrastructure, but also devices that are going to drive the next generation of technology with our economy and of global strategy and geopolitics, things like artificial intelligence. And so CHIPS is a statement by Congress and by the president that says that we need to change that status quo, that there's an economic and national security imperative to invest in the domestic semiconductor industry, to increase the domestic capacity of semiconductors. And we at Commerce are now charged with the significant challenge of making that work. We have $50 billion, $11 billion of that is for R&D, $39 billion is for manufacturing incentives. That $39 billion is the part of CHIPS that my office runs. And we've been working feverishly for the last 8 or so months since the bill was passed to put our country in a good position to implement this critically important legislation, and pleased to talk about exactly what we're doing.
I think it'd be interesting if you can just chat a little bit about how do you see the timing rolling out over the next year? I know you're planning interim phases and all. Can you just say a little bit more about that? In a year, where are we going to be in terms of program implementation?
Sure. So to zoom out, I think for a program of this nature, of scale, and this kind of unprecedented nature, there are fundamentally 3 things we have to get right. The first is that we have to lay out a vision, right? We have $39 billion for manufacturing incentives. I've been proximate to state-level economic development in previous parts of my career. I've seen kind of state incentives where you kind of give the incentive and then you figure out the theory of the case after. That's not what we're doing here, right? We believe we need to articulate affirmative theory of the case. We put out a vision for success paper that articulates where we want to be 10 years from now. What is the future of the semiconductor industry that we want to create? What is the nature of the ecosystem that we are driving to? So that's number one, is vision. Number two is we have to build a team. So we now have a team of about 80 people in the CHIPS program office that we built over the last 8 months. I think we'll get to about 150 people by the end of the calendar year. We are pulling together a set of folks from across our country, from people with dozens of years in private equity and investment banking, to people with significant industry experience, to people from the Defense Department and the intelligence community, to focus on the national security aspects, to people with deep workforce expertise. So we need to build an operation, the talent that is capable of sitting across the table from some of the largest and most sophisticated companies in the world and representing the taxpayer interests and driving towards strategic outcomes that are good for the United States. And then the last thing we need is a program, nuts and bolts of how a program is going to work so that we can expeditiously execute against our objectives. And that's why we put out a notice of funding opportunity in late February. I think by any measure, we ended up putting that on the street in rapid speed, kind of feeling the commercial urgency of the moment. And so now we're in a position where we are receiving statements of interest from companies. We've received over 200 statements of interest from potential applicants. Incredible interest in investing in the United States suggests that we have some really meaningful tailwinds that we get to work with here. We are open for pre-applications and applications from leading edge semiconductor companies. And starting on May 1st, next week, the pre-application window opens for current generation and mature companies, as well as for back-end packaging companies. And then in June, we're open for full application from those companies. So we are at a point now where with our team, with those 80 people, we are poised to engage directly with our applicants and potential applicants and work swiftly towards working people through the process we've developed and making awards that are going to drive the strategic outcomes we're looking for.
So it's a nice situation to be in where you might be oversubscribed, if you will. I'd just be curious if you can mention or discuss what's your thinking or strategy about how it sounds like you're going to be in a capital allocation question, and you can't give everybody everything they want, obviously. How do you think you go about making those decisions?
That's exactly right. We are going to have to make tough choices. There are going to be a lot of really high quality applicants that are not going to get as much funding as they might hope. A lot of good applicants might get no funding at all. And that's the nature of the decision that we have to make. That is why we thought it was so important, and this really came from Secretary Raimondo herself, to articulate that vision for success, to put out to the world what is the ecosystem that we are trying to create. So we said we want to create at least 2 clusters at scale for leading edge logic production. We want several advanced packaging facilities, which we view as essential not only from the standpoint of supply chain resilience, but also from the standpoint of the future of technology and technology leadership. We want to expand in commercially viable ways memory production in this country, and we want to strategically invest in significant ways in current generation and mature technologies. So that's the roadmap, right? And so our job fundamentally is going to be to sit as an office and try to create a portfolio of investments that drives towards those outcomes. And there are two vectors here. What is the investment that we make? What are we choosing to support? And then how much bang do we get for our buck, right? How much can we do? How good a deal can we strike for taxpayers? That comes back to Secretary Raimondo's speech, which she gave before we released our notice of funding opportunity. She said, a couple of decades from now, we'll be judged based on 2 imperatives. One is, did we advance the economic and national security of the country? And 2 is, were we good stewards of taxpayer dollars? Those are reinforcing imperatives, right? Because the more successful we are in effectively and efficiently deploying taxpayer dollars, the more we can do to advance the economic and national security interests of the country. And so we are focused on evaluating our applications and then the overall portfolio through those lenses.
So let me ask you one more question, and then I want to open it up to the audience. Kind of around the time we were all thinking about this or doing this, other countries started thinking about it. And in the interim, other countries have put their own packages on the table. You got the Europe one, you got Japan, Korea, India. How's the program office thinking about that? Is that changing the landscape at all, or how does that affect you?
I think we can view, in a sense, the U.S. CHIPS Act as the U.S.'s contribution in an effort towards global supply chain resilience in concert with allies and partners, right? So the world I want to see is a world in which we are working with allies and partners in constructive and coordinated ways to advance collective interests, shared interests in terms of supply chain resilience. Let's be clear, we have $39 billion. That is a very large sum in absolute terms. It is a small fraction of what we're going to see in terms of global semiconductor investment over the course of the next, let's say, decade, right? And so I view the investments that we're seeing from our allies and partners as a real opportunity for us to work with them to create to advance shared goals. But that means we have to work with them. Like that means we have to do that work. So within the CHIPS program office, as part of our strategy team, we are establishing or have established an Office of International Engagement. So I had a team a few weeks ago that was in Korea, Japan, Taiwan. That same team last week. So we are engaging these conversations proactively. Fundamentally, what we want to avoid is counterproductive competitive dynamics, race to the bottom type dynamics, right? We don't really have an interest in getting into those types of subsidy races with our allies in a coordinated way to advance shared interests.
Great. Yeah, and the other thing that we don't need to go into, but the other area of cooperation is obviously on the the $13 billion for the advanced R&D, and there's been some things already announced and huge opportunities with our allies to help collaboratively advance the innovation part of it.
That's exactly right, and I'm focused on the manufacturing side of it. I'm focused on the $39 billion, but we're hand in glove with the R&D team in terms of driving a coherent domestic and global strategy for the semiconductor industry, right? Because we can, our goal on the incentive side is to use our investment as starter capital to create the kind of ecosystems, the kind of scale that ongoing investment in the United States ends up being core to the business model of the major semiconductor companies around the world. It doesn't mean they're not going to invest in other places, but investing in the United States is going to be core to that business model. And R&D is a huge part in driving towards that vision, because if we're a technology leader, people want to be here. If we are creating technologies that drive down the cost of production, to make it cheaper to produce chips, people are going to want to be here, right? And so that is all part of the kind of coherent way that we're thinking about this.
Great, thank you. Questions? Phil in the back, if you can hold on for the mic.
Mike, thanks for your leadership and your service. My name is Phil Singerman. I was a senior NIST executive. So I'd like to pursue the question that you were just addressing, the connection between the $39 billion for manufacturing incentives and the $11 billion for the R&D. Could you talk a little bit more about the connection between those two? This morning we heard we were reminded, of course, of the intimate connection between innovation and manufacturing.
So thank you also for your service. I've been at NIST for 8 or 9 months now, and
You're just getting started.
Couldn't be more impressed with the group. I mean, just a tremendously high quality group of public servants, a very cool public institution to be a part of. I think zooming out, right, the relationship between innovation and production is absolutely essential. Like that's a key part of, I think, the theory of the case of the CHIPS Act as a general matter. And when you look at where we are today, we have allowed production, our productive capacity as a country to erode, but our capacity for innovation and technology leadership is still quite strong. When you look at leading companies, including the main fabless companies, right? The companies that aren't producing chips, but are the customers for the major fabs and are truly at the forefront of human innovative capacity and what they do. So that's a huge treasure for our country. But the nexus of production and technology is key, right? Innovation fuels production, but production also fuels innovation, right? Because innovation doesn't matter unless it becomes commercially viable, it can produce a scale with high yields, right? And so strategically, it's absolutely important that we drive both of those things together. That means figuring out ways that the programs can work with each other and self-reinforce. So like, let me give you one example of that. In our notice of funding opportunity for commercial fabrication facilities, we said one thing we want to see from applicants is a commitment to work with the NSTC, the National Semiconductor Technology Center, right? You're going to accept our public subsidies. We want that. We want you to be successful. We also want you to participate in this shared organization, which we think is going to be hugely beneficial to all members of it, of the NSTC, but also hugely beneficial to the U.S. ecosystem as a whole, and therefore, very important for advancing our long-term economic and national security. So again, we view them as two sides of the same coin, and we're trying to work in parallel to drive both objectives.
Great. Yes, sir, right here, and then Mike, and then we'll stop. So right here, and then Mike.
Thank you. Hi, Mike. I'm Jeff Ferry with the Coalition for a Prosperous America. I think the CHIPS Act is a great step in the right direction. My question is, how do you think about where we end up strategically at the end of 10 years? And I should say that I'm an economist now, but previously I was at Infinera, the company that built the only fab built in Silicon Valley in the 21st century. And just to expand for a moment, Morris Chang has said, and I think he's right, that Taiwanese fabs have a 40% cost advantage over US fabs. So you're going to give the chip industry $3.9 billion a year. The state governments are going to amp that up to say $6 billion a year. At the end of 10 years, there they are with brand new shiny facilities in Ohio, New York State, and Arizona. And it's still more expensive to make chips here than in Asia, Taiwan or Singapore or Korea. And on top of that, all their customers are in Asia. So Intel's going to make chips in Ohio and somehow ship them across America and over to Asia to get built into servers. As a veteran of the industry, I can see in 10 years people sitting around the room at Intel's headquarters and thinking about which one they have to close. And that's what worries me. And I think there are solutions to those problems. Some of them have been overruled by the Biden administration, but some of them could be on the table. For instance, focusing on we need more PhD engineers. And the government needs to subsidize that. It's not enough to say it. I'm sorry, Rob, I've gone on too long. So my question is, at the end of 10 years, how are we going to still be competitive?
So this gets back to one of the things I was saying earlier, which is that $39 billion is not a large sum relative to the amount of investment we need to see, but it's enough to make a difference now. And so what we need to think about is how do we use the $39 billion as starter capital to create the kind of ecosystem that will have self-sustaining competitive dynamics going forward, right? And so that means creating enough scale now that you have enough of a supplier base, a strong enough workforce, the infrastructure, and the kind of cluster dynamics that make ongoing investment economically attractive. Now, we might not close the cost gaps, but there are a lot of attractive things about doing business in the United States, right? Including the major semiconductor customers in the world right now. When you think about, particularly on the leading edge, all the big fabless companies that are driving the design and the production of those chips. All the major customers, or many of the major customers of the major leading edge companies, those are American companies as well, and they're really attractive dynamics around kind of shared innovation that happen with co-locating with those companies. So we have a lot of strategic advantages as a country. We also have a cost gap, which the CHIPS Act is designed to address. And what we're trying to do with the CHIPS Act is to address that cost gap in the short term, right? But then make sure that we are creating enough scale, enough cluster dynamics, and enough innovation that 10 years from now, the cost of doing business here is competitive enough that we're sustaining ongoing investment. Again, folks will continue to invest around the world, right? And that's a good thing. The question is, can we make it core to the business model of the leading semiconductor companies to continue investing in productive capacity in the United States?
And let's not forget the 25% tax credit. That's another cost gap filler. So
hugely important.
Mike, we have no time. So if you would like to do a super quick question, and we'll get a super quick answer.
To close the gap, really, to get more demand, I would think the government could play a key role in stimulating demand. Let's modernize the electric grid. Let's do something that creates U.S. demand for chips. Any conversation like that that talks about how do we build back better and create more U.S. demand?
Yeah, I think we spend a lot of time thinking about the demand side, both with respect to the role the government can play, but also with respect to private industry. And again, a lot of the tailwinds we're seeing right now is driven by a desire across the ecosystem of semiconductor customers to see more supply chain resilience, right? And to see supply chain diversification. And you're right, the government can be a customer as well. That's obviously particularly important with respect to the defense industrial base and our national security needs. So I do think that's an important piece of the equation as well.
Great, thank you. Mike, we could go on for a long time. It's super fascinating. And as I said, I think it's an amazing experiment we're engaged in. And I know you guys will do great, and look forward to sort of following the milestones of both process and outcome. So all the best, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for coming, for having me, and thank you for the questions.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back with a session on analysis. We're actually going to shift for the rest of the day on sort of the process analysis. How do we organize the federal government? And then finally, and perhaps most importantly, what are the politics in a divided society and divided Congress? So. Okay. All right. All right, let's get started. So the next panel, as we've been focused on up until now, yeah. All right, let's get the show going here, please. So we're going to move into as I said before, the first part was framing, the second part was what do we do? But in a lot of ways, the hardest and most important part is not what we do. We can probably all come to some consensus on that. It's how do we get it done, and how do we then build capabilities institutionally, politically, to be able to manage and handle an advanced industry strategy. And one of the, core basis of that is better data and better analysis. And without that, we're just throwing darts at the wall, and some of them will stick, but some of them won't. So I wanted to have a session on this question, and I couldn't think of anybody better than my colleague Erica Fuchs. Erica is a founding director of Carnegie Mellon's Critical Technology Strategy Initiative. She also has a unique background, which I think is super important for this area, where you're both you're in the policy school and you have a policy and management background. You're also operations research. Close enough?
I'm actually in the engineering school, in the Department of Engineering and Public Policy,
Yes.
and I have an undergraduate degree in material science and engineering and a PhD in engineering systems.
Beautiful. So Erica actually knows the technology side of this, but also the policy side, and that's a really hard combination to do. Most relevant for this conversation now, she's the director of a $4 million pilot program, the National Network for Critical Technology Assessment, funded by NSF's Technology Innovation and Partnerships Office. So I think in that regard, why don't you just kind of jump in and, I know you and I both we're kind of the lone wolves of pushing for this idea, which I still think is the greatest idea I've ever had, creating a national innovation National Advanced Technology Agency or organization. It could be a NIST, it could be freestanding, and you've proposed something pretty much the same thing, and I think in an article in Issues in Science Technology. In my vision of that organization, one of its core tasks would be a data analysis, both internal and mostly extramural. So, and then you're trying to do that part here with this really cool initiative you're leading. So do you want to just riff on all that?
Okay. So I'm going to make some remarks. Rob sent me like 8 questions. I was like, Rob, how are we going to do that in 20 minutes? So I'm gonna answer all 8 of them and then open it up for Rob and you all to ask questions right now. So over the last half a century, the global geopolitical balance of scientific, economic, and production capabilities has shifted away from U.S. dominance. Meanwhile, we face equal or greater challenges on the home front, where economic inequality has increased and social mobility declined. Central to these issues are trade and technology. And yet, despite bipartisan agreement on the challenges, the policy solutions are less clear. Some have argued for the need to fund critical technologies to compete against China. Others have argued for slowing technology progress and trade to enable institutions to catch up. But my own research demonstrates that in certain cases, we need not choose between security and jobs or health. There can exist, and we can identify win-win critical technology investments that advance national security, economic competitiveness, and the social well-being of all citizens. We can identify those. I just want to repeat that. Within this context, the bipartisan CHIPS and Science Bill is truly landmark legislation. The bill mandates the Office of Science and Technology Policy, I wrote something wrong there, to define a national technology strategy, and mandates the National Science Foundation's new Directorate for Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships to inform that strategy. And there are 3 things in the legislation. 1 is that TIPS should scan the domestic and international landscape for challenges. Congress includes in those challenges, it takes it upon itself to answer the question the first time around, China and inequality. It should scan globally and domestically key emerging technologies. We need to know what's going on. And Congress adds, there's a list of 10, which by the way, there's at least like 15 words after each item, which always makes me laugh a little bit. And 3, then to say, what is the possibility for these emerging technologies to address the identified global and international geopolitical challenges? But how do we do that? Right, that's the question. So how do we ensure that we fulfill that legislative mission? And indeed, that the CHIPS and Science funding achieves its important goals of ensuring US access and leadership and reducing inequality. How do we go from lists of technologies to concrete recommendations for policy action? And how did Congress, or anyone else for that matter, decide that those were the right 10 numbers and 15 words after each number? So to fill this gap in a series of testimonies and policy briefs, I have proposed the creation of a national capability for, and wait, cross-mission critical technology analytics to build the intellectual foundations, data, and analytics needed to inform national technology strategy. Concept is that each agency acting perfectly to achieve its own mission, defense or energy or labor, could lead to suboptimal outcomes across national objectives. Maybe we would invest less if we only care about a health dimension from a national security perspective than if we also care about it in terms of the implications for all citizens. Maybe we would make a different investment. So my view of the needs for such an entity have been informed by 3 real-world critical technology challenges. 1, I believe we need to redefine timely situational awareness, given the possibility with modern data and analytic tools. During the pandemic, during COVID-19, Admiral P thought we had half the capacity that we did in masks and respirators. And we were able, with modern LTI and text processing capabilities, to identify small and medium-sized enterprises emerging across the country in real time in a way that the economic census couldn't do, because they had last collected data in 2017 that was going to come out in 2023. And now they've brought people inside to do that type of capability, which is phenomenal and fantastic. So 2, we have to be able to quantify how innovation can redefine and re-architect supply chain bottlenecks and the country's domestic and international geopolitical standing. So for example, in batteries, LFP doesn't have the same geopolitical challenges that NCM does. And NCM is currently the primary battery by industry. But if we took shocks to the system now that we might be able to relatively expect in the future and do scenarios thereof, we might be investing in rapidly improving the performance of LFP instead of NCM, as well as domestic innovations and processing capabilities and otherwise. And so 3, and that, by the way, that there are some positive labor outcomes that would come with that. 3, how do we identify win-wins across departments where the total is greater than the sum of the parts? So we were approached by Commerce in during the semiconductor shortage, because what they thought initially they needed was figuring out who was holding back sharing chips with the automotive sector, because the automotive sector had less power. But the problem is that semiconductors, especially in safety critical robust applications, are designed to single lines in single fabs. So even if there was capacity somewhere else, you couldn't switch to a different fab for 6 months to a year. And so what we actually need to be doing is strategically, and I'm so into strategy, it is a game. We need to strategically re-architect supply chains with common design platforms like RISC-V in order to win at both higher volumes for the Department of Defense and greater power for the automotive sector and other industries that have similar strategic interests. It doesn't have to be the exact same chip, but that common platform might enable us to switch and have a more flexible supply chain under expected scenarios of future outcomes. So through these activities, I became, and I promise I'll stop them, increasingly convinced that to successfully be able to address these types of cross-mission critical technology challenges, we needed a strategic program that was forward-looking and could bring together integrated interdisciplinary teams from across the country, the best talent from academia, industry, and nonprofits, MITRE, RAND, so SRI, the Allen Institute, in order to rapidly mobilize experts to think strategically about these challenges, run scenarios, run what alternative outcomes could be, and how we could re-architect our competitive position. July 7th, we had this incredible opportunity, given the legislation, to bring some of the best minds across the country together from academia to start to think about what a vision for critical technology assessment would be. We have 13 Tier 1 research universities. We are currently focusing. I had very little time. We had 4 weeks to pull together a team. So I called everyone I knew and said, can you show that analytics could practically make a difference for the country? And so we have MIT, we have Stanford, we have the University of Chicago, we have Georgia Tech. I'm now about to insult everyone on our team who I've now failed to list. Carnegie Mellon, that's my university. But we are coming together to say, let's just show a couple of examples of how we could tractably make a difference. We've received funding from the Sloan Foundation to bring academia together with industry and government to say, what are the real problems? Academics might say, I don't think that's the problem. And government may say, you don't even understand the problem. And how can we have that bilateral back and forth? I believe in the long term, to really leverage the capacity of the country, we need to basically have an ARPA type entity. And I actually believe, I had a congressperson say to me that I was arguing for a ARPA OTA mashup. That was what the gentleman said. But we did an ARPA in each of these areas that is teaming the best capability across our country, from industry, government, and academia, to basic look at the government problems and how analytics could bring answers to those problems that help us push through the politics to say, this is you decide what you care about, legislators, what your values are, right? But I can tell you that with shortages in critical semiconductors that are expected in most scenarios, one of our teams ran, it was a team across MIT, Carnegie Mellon, and Georgia Tech, that we were talking about $15,000 more per vehicle having to be charged during certain shortages, very likely shortages with the ramp up of electric vehicles. And that means 70,000 people can't buy a car. And that means that's on the same order of magnitude as the chips shortage had on vehicles. So how do we start saying, wait, you can decide what you care about, but let's just tell you what some of the facts are.
So thank you, Erica. That's fantastic. Think about asking a question, because I'm going to turn to that in just a minute. But we wrote a report a few years ago. It was called Think Like an Enterprise. And basically what it was essentially, it wasn't saying the government should be social. What it was saying was many of the problems we have now are not sole firm problems, they're system problems. And there's no analytical insight into that we have really at the end of the day under our current system. And that strikes me as what you're trying to do is enterprise-wide analytics on key issues we have to really understand that we don't know right now. Is that right?
Yes, and I actually thought it was really exciting when a bunch of venture capitalists started talking to us about whether they could fund students. So, because I hope we're getting out ahead of what the modern data and analytics may be able to help us do.
Yeah, and obviously that's the other component of this is the analytics capability, the data availability, the tools. 10 years ago, they were nowhere near what they are today. And so it's kind of this combination of the need with the capability, and you're putting that together, and it sounds like a super exciting way to do that. So when are we going to see the first results?
Well, we were in stealth mode until today, Rob, so you're ruining everything.
Okay. Tomorrow?
I'm sorry?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Officially, our release is supposed to be on September 13th. I won't quote the person, but I was saying, oh my God, we were given 1 year to demonstrate, not solve the country's problems, but just demonstrate how we could tractably be helpful. And I said, that's crazy, especially for the academics who are involved. So they did demonstrations at 6 months. So on March 15th already, but privately, stealth. But the person commented back there, said, well, at least the government's moving quickly for once.
Here's a question. We should have a poll question. Who's slower, the government or academia?
Hey, actually, let me say one other thing, which is I believe that it is imperative that the agencies are coming together to fund the challenges and the analytics they need across mission. And so I believe it is imperative that we're talking to the agencies first before we're out there.
Sure.
In the public domain.
No, and also the other component of this is it's customer driven, so that it's not just going to be some interesting. It's trying to respond to a customer need and hopefully an enterprise-wide customer need. So maybe time for one or two questions. Yes, sir, right here. You want to hold on for the mic, or just yell. Just stand up and talk loud. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for Carnegie Mellon. I mean, I see a little bit of Herbert Simon and Oliver Williamson in there, so it's a compliment. Question is, how do you coordinate all these sectors? Number one, usually the states are forgotten in this coordination, local governments. And number two, China has a Made in China 2025, and the Communist Party has no transaction costs or coordination costs as such. But in the United States, with all these different government structures and universities and stuff, how do you coordinate those efforts in a complementary way? Thank you. Am I clear? Am I? Okay.
I think that I think it's very important that we are not doing coordination. I think that our job would be bringing people to the table of what analytics they need and what analytics would be helpful, and then producing outcomes. But let me give an example. When I was approached by Commerce on could we help with the semiconductor shortage and doing kind of public scanning of semiconductor capabilities and capacity, the first thing I did and our team did was bring together an interdisciplinary team and also call the automotive sector and call the semiconductor sector and say, what are the real challenges here? And so I think if you're doing this well, then the answer is that you're providing analytics that are helpful to everyone, and then they have the ability to act on facts instead of being, so what happened in part of that process is, and we've written about this in the Hamilton Project report for Brookings, that we went, well, that's why I'm coming out of stealth here with you, Rob. Yes, but we basically, it went from the automotive sector and the semiconductor sector and DoD and Commerce thinking they had conflicting interests to identifying that they had actually a common interest if we were instead talking about common platforms. And also then the question became, how do you identify what the appropriate common platforms are given expected scale up in electric vehicles and otherwise. So, but I think bringing the correct stakeholders to the table to inform what the analytics need to be is step one.
So at that note, we have to stop. Eric, first of all, I really love your work all the way back from that original fantastic report and study on DARPA.
I came out in DC with you, Rob, on
I know.
offshoring and manufacturing.
I know,
and
and
innovation.
then there was that other great report about optics, chips, and offshoring. Like, it's a love fest, all I can say. But seriously, I'm really interested in when you come out with it, because I think it's going to be, it's going to be a whole new way of thinking about this, and I think the insights it can add could really open people's eyes. I mean, I'm hoping that's the case. You don't know ever what you're going to find, obviously. So, but I think you will find interesting things. My assumption.
I also just would say that I think it's a long path, right? It's I believe that, and it's so important you're having this workshop today because our capabilities as a country have atrophied in this direction, and so steering the ship back in this direction is no easy task.
Great. So on that note, let me invite the other panels. So first of all, let me join me in giving Erica And if I could, thanks, sir. Great. Appreciate it. If I can invite the next panel to come up, we're going to segue over to this question before we finish the day. We're just focused on organization, on analytics. Now we're going to talk about organization. How should the government be organized to implement a Hamiltonian national developmental agenda? If you go to the poll, by the way, feel free to do the next poll question, which is, should the government establish a national technology agency? If you vote no, you're not going to hurt my feelings, but we do have a way to track that, so you're not going to get invited to the next ITIF event. I want to just quickly introduce our moderator, my longtime friend and colleague, Dorothy Robine. Dorothy is with the Brattle Group now. She's also on the ITIF. You're not? I'm so bad. Who are you? Oh, you left. You're at Boston University. And Dorothy has a long and distinguished career in the federal government. She was head of buildings at GSA. She was deputy undersecretary at DOD for installations and bases. So it's really kind of deep understanding of how the government is actually organized. So Dorothy, over to you.
Thank you, Rob. I'm also old enough to have been part of the first the industrial policy debate in the 1980s. And when I interviewed at the beginning of the Clinton administration for a job on the National Economic Council, I met with Bo Cutter, who was the #2 person on the NEC. They hadn't hired any staff yet. And our interview consisted of him asking me one question, which was, should we create a civilian DARPA? That was the question. Now, I won't tell you what my answer was because I don't want to bias this discussion. I'm going to be a neutral moderator. But I did get the job, and I stayed there for 8 years. And I have wondered sometimes if I had given the opposite answer, would I have gotten the job? So this is, as Rob said, this is the panel where we talk about how do you organize government to pursue a techno-national strategy, techno-economic strategy. And we have two terrific panelists with just really perfect backgrounds for this discussion. Martin Rasser is the managing director of Datena as of a week ago, which is an OSINT organization. That was a new acronym for me, Open Source Intelligence Organization, focused largely on China. He recently left CNAS, the Center for New America Security, where he was part of a terrific series of reports that CNAS did on the very topic that we are talking about, where they really got down in the weeds on what a techno-economic strategy should look like. He spent 10 years as an analyst with the CIA, and he has also worked in Silicon Valley. Liza Tobin is a senior analyst at the Special Competitiveness Studies Project, SCSP. If you don't know those initials, make note of them. You are going to be hearing a lot from SCSP. SCSP was created as a result of the National Commission on Artificial Intelligence, this remarkable group co-chaired by Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, and Bob Work, who was the Deputy Secretary of Defense. And 800-page report, which I think has led to some really profound, provocative discussions about some of the topics that we're talking about today. SCSP is looking at other technologies. Their first report was on biotechnology. That was your first one. And they're looking at it from a national security perspective. But like CNAS and like the Commission on Artificial Intelligence, they're really getting into the weeds on what the US government needs to do. Liza is a China expert. She was the China director at the National Security Council. And before that, she spent 10 years in the US government as an analyst and advisor at the CIA and at DOD. So let me start by asking you both have these amazing backgrounds in government, in national security and intelligence. And I'm curious how you both came to embrace we need a techno-industrial strategy in order to secure our geostrategic interests. Martin, why don't I start with you?
Great. Thank you so much, Dorothy, and great to be here. Yeah, so I started at CIA in the fall of 2003. Then over the course of nearly 12 years, saw a pretty dramatic shift into how the leadership in Beijing was approaching science and tech, R&D, innovation. At the beginning, it was predominantly stealing and copying of Western technologies, especially American technologies. By the end of my time at the agency in the fall of 15, things had changed quite a bit. There was a lot more indigenous innovation taking place. There was a lot more emphasis on high quality education across the STEM disciplines. And so you could see that there was a growing competitive threat. My views since then, have evolved even beyond that. I spent some time at a hedge fund called Muddy Waters that focused on Chinese companies that are largely listed in the U.S., and we would zero in on fraud. So at the same time, while China has tremendous capabilities, there's also a lot of corruption, fraud, waste, and abuse taking place in China as well. So it's a very interesting dynamic. Most recently, during my time at the Center for New-American Security, that's where I really started paying attention to the latest breakthroughs in areas such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, quantum information science. What I find fascinating is that Chinese scientists and engineers have made tremendous strides in those technology areas, yet where in some of the legacy technology areas such as aircraft engines and semiconductors, they still remain far behind. So it's these greenfield technologies where they're really moving forward at a rapid clip. These, of course, are in large part the technologies of the future economy. So areas where I would argue that the United States is underinvesting relatively, and where our competitive advantage, while we are probably slightly ahead in most of those areas, our competitive advantage is much more at risk than in some of the other technology areas such as semiconductors. At the same time, our policy toolkit is much more limited as well. So we focused already today on the October 7 export controls on semiconductors. We don't have anything that comes close to that in biotechnology or quantum information science, for example. So how we approach the issue, such as through a national technology strategy that is dynamic, it has to be updated, and it has to be a whole of society effort as well. And that's why this conversation today is so fundamentally important, because what we're going to talk about is then, as a government, how do we organize ourselves to actually craft and execute and update such a strategy, as well as thinking about, as a society, how we tackle this, because we're not ready for that. I don't think the American public at large understands what's truly at stake. So with that, I'll turn to Liza.
Thanks so much, and thanks to Rob for putting together a really fantastic event today. Now, one of the perils and the benefits of being the second to last panel and speaking after a fellow former CIA analyst who covered China and has dived into the Chinese open source is that I get to be derivative and repetitive. So I apologize for any of that, but just to sort of think back over the day and a few themes that are really standing out to me that also resonate with my personal experience, a few common themes that we've touched on today. I think the first is this new geometry of innovation. So a few folks, Mike Brown and Erica and Rob and others, have talked about the Vannevar-Bush triangle back in the Cold War, when you had government, industry, and academia working together in this triangle that drove innovation. And as we've discussed, this has shape-shifted, and we face a new innovation geometry where you have new players, the VCs, crowdfunding, and then allies and partners, this globally dispersed innovation ecosystem, and then of course, rivals like China. Another big theme that has stuck out for me today is the importance of process innovation. So, Liz talked about this, and China has really kind of bested us in process innovation. We are still at the lead in terms of, I think, innovation generally and product innovation, but because of the agglomeration effects and China's size and scale and being able to coordinate public and private action and their brute force economics that tilts the playing field and undersells foreign competitors, they really have bested us in process innovation. And then lastly, another theme that sticks out is the power of national moonshots. So we heard about Operation Warp Speed, we heard about the Apollo program. So we can do this. We have a history of doing this. When the nation sets aggressive technology goals, high bars, and allows for risk tolerance, allows for some failure, has competition and incentives, we can meet really high technical bars, and that's what my organization right now is focused on doing, is coming up with action plans that include some of these national moonshots to kind of push the ecosystem forward. So I'm a policy practitioner, not a scholar like many of the former the speakers, and so I get to kind of talk about my personal experience instead of actually giving you any evidence for my arguments. So that's also nice at the end of the day. So my experience is very similar to Martin's, actually. I agree with him that this awakening in the US government, maybe about China and innovation, started maybe around 2015, 2016. Before that, there was this notion that China can't innovate. And I think we started waking up to that, at least in the IC, around the mid-2010s. And then when I was out at US Indo-PACOM and then later at the White House, the US government got some unpleasant tech surprises where China started racing ahead of the United States in key technologies like 5G, of course, hypersonics. And then we started waking up to the fact that China is ahead and dominating the production of a whole host of technologies, commercial drones, EV batteries, the list goes on. And ITIF has done great work in this area. So I think where my personal experience kind of infuses my perspective on this is that I was kind of at the center of the action when the United States started turning the ship of state to face an emerging strategic challenge, that of China. So when I joined the NSC in the middle of 2019, the ship of state had already started turning, partly the work of Matt Turpin, one of your previous speakers, and that early group in the Trump administration. Strategic competition was identified in the 2017 NSS. And from there, the process of the State Department, the DoD, the NSC, of the other departments and agencies elevating the importance of China as a strategic threat started manifesting in organizational change. The State Department started putting regional China watchers around the world. They started putting China experts in different bureaus outside the East Asia Pacific Bureau. A similar change was happening in DoD, the IC, and elsewhere. Now, so our discussion is on organizational change, and my lesson learned was that we can do it. We've done this before. We did it around the counterterrorism problem. We have now excess capacity there that needs to be moved to our new challenges. So it can happen. It's slow. And then lastly, I think we need to do it again. As we've all been discussing, the primary challenge we face from China is techno-economic. And so what we're focused on now at SCSB is what kind of organizational and other changes do we need to deal with China as a technology threat? We face a very organized and determined rival that's made a lot of progress, and the United States needs to get better organized.
Good, thanks. So the government adopts and adapts slowly. I guess the question is, both of you are affiliated with entities that have proposed more formal organizational changes with respect to formulation of a techno-economic or techno-industrial strategy or the actual policy delivery mechanism. So Martin, could you talk a little bit about what's seen as just key elements, maybe the policy formulation body in the White House and other key elements?
Yeah, absolutely. As part of our National Technology Strategy project, one of the recommendations that we put forward was the creation of a position of a Deputy National Security Advisor for technology competition. So this person would be, the central point within the U.S. government to spearhead the crafting of a national technology strategy and ensure its implementation. This person would then be supported by a staff, so an analytic and policy-oriented group. This Deputy National Security Advisor would report, of course, directly to the National Security Advisor, but also to the head of the National Economic Council and the Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. The Biden administration actually initially had something quite similar. So Jason Matheny was dual-hatted as Deputy National Security Advisor, Deputy Director of OSTP. He's since left to head up Rand Corporation. My understanding is that that position will not be backfilled, which, at least in the current situation, I think is okay, because the senior director for tech and national security at the NSC is very, very good, and he has a very close relationship with Jake Sullivan. But this is very much a personality-driven relationship. My concern is what happens when they both move on, which they eventually will. So there has been little movement in institutionalizing these important roles. And that's the biggest risk I see right now, is that we do not have the capacity to sustain this, even within the current administration. If these people move on, definitely won't last within a change in administration, regardless of the political affiliation of our next president. So those are the things we need to think through, how we have a more permanent structure. And it's great to hear all the fantastic ideas that have been put forward. Ultimately, what I'm most interested in is figuring out, not so much focusing what is the absolute best structure to create, but what's the structure and what are the processes that our political leadership will support and adhere to. And that's what we need to have as a government, to have that conversation on what are we actually willing to do.
Yeah, do you want to talk about what the AI Commission proposed?
Sure, I could talk a little bit about that in a moment. I think what SCSP is focused on right now is, what does a new model of public-private partnership look like? We're taking some lessons from the experience of the AI Commission, but because of this new geometry of innovation, where the central nodes of innovation are in the private sector, and in some cases globally dispersed around the world, they're no longer driven and centralized in the DoD and in the USG more broadly. How then can the nation get organized when so much is happening in the private sector? Some of us who I didn't work on the AI Commission, but some of my colleagues did, and then some of us also came from the National Security Council, where we would convene the departments and agencies in the interagency policy development process. And so what we took from there was the importance of a process. And so at SCSP, we are beta testing a process where we're convening the private sector in a voluntary fashion, and we're finding a lot of eagerness to come to the table. This has led to the development of things like our biotechnology action plan. We're coming out with one soon on advanced networks, things like 5G, 6G, things like that. And so the point here is that we may need organizational change within the US government, but if we're going to get technology strategy right, we must be working in a more comprehensive fashion with the private sector. And we've been very encouraged, because in our experience so far at SCSP, almost everyone we've reached out to is eager to have a seat at the table. They're eager to lend their expertise and their perspective. They're just kind of looking for someone to call. So we're beta testing that role, and we're hoping to be able to turn over our lessons learned to the government.
Do you want to say something about the vice president, the National Technology?
Sure. Yeah.
Council?
What we've put out a number of different organizational proposals. Some of these have been in draft legislation. We've called for a technology competitiveness council that could be housed in the office of the vice president that would run a technology strategy planning process. And the idea is that in 1947, we launched a National Security Council, given the nature of the Soviet threat at the time. Fast forward to 1993, we established the NEC. It was the era of globalization. Economics was kind of rising to the fore. And so we've asked the question, do we need a technology competitiveness council now that technology really is at the center of the competition? For something like this to work, I think it would be essential to back it up with sound analysis. That was a theme of the last panel, and one of our proposals there is to address the need for technology net assessment by having an outside entity that is outside the White House, so that you have continuity across administrations, working with the private sector and horizon scanning to do net assessment and say, where is our rival on the key technologies that matter? Where is the United States? Coming from the IC, I can tell you that we couldn't really do net assessment. We would assess where the rival was, but at CIA, we weren't allowed culturally and statutorily to do in-depth assessments of the United States. So we need an entity outside the IC to do that. And we have a number of other organizational recommendations as well, but that one really is to address the need for a net assessment and have a good understanding of where we are, where our rival is, so that we're not surprised again as we have been in the past.
Let me go to the question that was posed to the audience. And this falls really in the policy delivery category. Do you think we need a national technology, advanced technology agency? The greatest idea Rob ever had, similar to the idea that Erica proposes. Yeah, that's right. I think there was a version of it.
So I think even more important than what the organization is the tools and the talent. A lot of think tanks come up with organizational recommendations. It's actually really easy to come up with an organizational recommendation. You identify a problem and you say, oh, if we just coordinate the players better, then we'll solve the problem. I have a pretty high bar for kind of, I think that you have to prove that a new organization will be better poised to solve the problem than the existing ones. We have an NSC process to coordinate the interagency, so you kind of have to prove that it can't do it better than that. I think more fundamental than this lack of a particular agency to address a particular need, which may or may not be a valid approach, is the tools and the talent. So it always comes down to the people. We've had several panelists reference the need for better workforce training, and this is true in the government, of course, as well, attracting and retaining the right kind and enough technology talent, people who understand this stuff in government. That's a real need. It's a real shortfall. Thankfully, there are good universities across the country. I just came back from Arizona State University that's doing the Lord's work in developing professionals who have both the engineering and science expertise and also the national security expertise. And then tools. Sometimes you have an agency that's right on paper, but just needs modern tools. And so the Commerce Department, BIS, Bureau of Industry and Security, is a key example there, where they have the mandate of export controls, but they're using kind of outdated 1980s, 1990s tools, Excel spreadsheets, things like this to track. And so what they really need is tools like Martin's company is developing, harnessing the power of AI and Chinese natural language processing to follow this stuff in real time and get it to the investigators in time.
So let me push back a little bit on that, because I think Rob would argue we don't have an agency whose mission is U.S. competitiveness, U.S. international competitiveness. That's that is not anybody's mission. So that's what this new entity, and it could be in the Department of Commerce, it could be within NIST, or it could be separate from NIST. But how do you, has CNAS expressed a view on that sort of an entity?
Yeah, we've put forward similar proposals. I mean, fundamentally, the way I'm thinking about this is, we're in a strategic competition with a highly capable and very resourceful opponent. And at the center of this strategic competition is technology, right? If you think about technology as an enabler for political, economic, and military power, if we don't get technology competition right, we're going to lose. It's that simple. And I think somebody mentioned the term inflection point earlier today. I think that's exactly right. I mean, we're very much at a point where something akin to the National Security Act of 1947 is needed today. Our government is not structured, it's not equipped, it's not funded for technology competition with a competitor like China. And unless and until we understand that and are willing to do what it takes, because it will take a lot of money, it will take a lot of resources, human capital, as Liza mentioned, we have to get it done. I think there's the political will on Capitol Hill now to make it happen. We saw Senators Coons and Young here earlier. They're willing to push on things like this. They've demonstrated the courage that it takes to make this happen. But I do see the window for us to be able to act. It's closing on us. We don't have a lot of time to get this right. And that's the domestic part. There's also an important partner component. One of our greatest strengths is our network of allies and strategic partners. And they're in the same boat, and they're starting to wake up to the reality that I think sunk in a little earlier on this side of the Atlantic. But you're starting to see Japan, South Korea, some European leaders like von der Leyen in her speech gave a very clear-eyed assessment of the China challenge. And so if we keep pushing on this, America can lead, and we can ensure that we do have a future that is in our interest, because China has a worldview and a political outlook that is fundamentally at odds with our values and our national interest. And that's ultimately what's at stake.
What's striking to me about the difference between the debate now and the debate in the 80s is that the focus on China makes this all about national security, or not all about, but national security is a critical component of it. That was not true in the 1980s. Japan and Germany were allies. They were strong competitors, and they were kicking our butts in a lot of industries, but they were allies militarily. With China, it's different. That seems to me to change the debate in a fundamental way, because DoD's interests are at stake. To what degree can we leverage DoD's mission, DoD authorities, DoD programs, if we fix the problems that Michael talked about? And that's a big if. But to what degree can DoD's mission be the key to winning this fight?
Sure. Yeah, I think DoD has an important role to play. One theme that's come up a lot today is DoD's procurement authority and DoD as a source of demand. Certainly, it's not as much as it was during the Cold War, but it's still significant. And so DoD can move the needle when it does things like require domestic manufacturing of PCB boards and things like this. This can kind of move the ecosystem, this use of incentives and disincentives. And so, the establishment of things like the Office of Strategic Capital is a positive step in kind of having the DoD bring in more of the venture capitalist mindset and harness this demand signal. That's often what American companies lack when they're thinking about where to produce. They need to know that there's going to be a consistent source of demand. So I think DoD has an important role to play there. I'm not a fan of mission creep, however, and it's my conviction that DoD's, it's in their mandate. DoD's primary mission is warfighting. Their job is to deter conflict, and if that fails, to be able to fight and win wars. And so I don't think their mandate is economic competition. I don't think their mandate is sort of these broader issues that are incredibly important, but I will be delighted if they remain strong in their ability to fight and win wars, and then do some of these related support functions that directly relate to national security.
I've got nothing to add. It was very well said. I agree. Yeah.
Okay. Should we open it up? Yeah, good. Okay, so questions? Yes. Yeah, the guy behind you, and then you. Yeah.
Hey, Martin, Liza, good to see you both. Jason, formerly a legislator from Taiwan, currently a visiting fellow at Yale Law School. My question is, have you thought of the flip side of the competition where China may accelerate their own indigenous technology? And some of the ways that U.S. is trying to work with allies and partners such as Taiwan, Japan, and Korea may also have the negative side in terms of industrial policy being not so advantageous to the partners who try to onshore their technologies, being that the cost is higher in the U.S. and then the short-term cost might be much more to bear than the original structure and recipe. So would you assess this sort of long-term benefit and also the analysis of the policies? Thank you.
In terms of China's desire and ability to accelerate, that's been a strategic goal for the leadership in Beijing for many, many years. It's one thing to say it, but to actually make it happen is a completely different story, right? And so the recent export controls on semiconductors is a good example of that. People said, well, that's just going to cause them to double down and accelerate. Sure, at a minimum, we're forcing them to spend a lot more money than they would have otherwise. But there's, just throwing money at a problem doesn't address some fundamental structural deficiencies that China has. You can't buy your way into knowledge that you need to master cutting-edge semiconductor fabrication, for example. They've been trying this for decades, and they keep falling short. Will they devote more resources to R&D and artificial intelligence, biotech? Yes, probably, but that was their plan all along anyway. I think the U.S. was right to act when it did, particularly in the export controls. And we need to act in a variety of other areas. I'm very supportive of outbound investment restrictions. We should not be subsidizing Chinese technological developments that could be a detriment to us, both from a national security and from an economic security standpoint. I see our allies increasingly thinking along those lines as well. And frankly, Taiwan and Japan and South Korea are ahead of us when it comes to outbound investment restrictions, and even the Germans have put it on the table for the EU's consideration. So I see a lot of convergence in those viewpoints amongst the tech leading democracies.
I agree with Martin's views on this.
I'm a trade lawyer. I've been on the years. I saw a lot of economists. And the formula for GDP has a term, net exports. If you have positive net exports, it can add to GDP and job growth. If you have negative net exports, it can detract from your GDP and job growth. Last year, the United States had a $1 trillion trade deficit in manufactured goods. 400 billion of that was with China. Since China joined the WTO, we've run about $8 trillion worth of trade deficits with China. How can we have a competitiveness strategy without dealing with our massive and ongoing trade deficits? Warren Buffett wrote an article, said these trade deficits are going to sell the country out from under us. So I just want to talk, where is the trade deficit talk about competitiveness strategy? Thank you very much.
So I know the focus of today's talk is organizations within the US government, but you raise an important point that the WTO is an organizational structure that is not fit for purpose today. I don't really blame policymakers 20 years ago for making the decision that they did. I think I would have done the same thing in supporting China's entry into the WTO in 2001. But fast forward 2023, it's clear that that bet did not work out the way that we planned and hoped. So that structure is no longer fit for purpose. And I agree that that's a very important part of this broader conversation about competitiveness, what comes after the WTO. And frankly, it needs to be a more disentangled, bifurcated world where we're trading and investing more with our allies and partners and less with China.
Okay, let's get one back there. Yes. Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Charlie, that's a different discussion.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nee Simmons with Land Council, not resident fellow of Land Council. My question is, I do a lot of my work in frontier emerging markets, specifically in Africa. I haven't heard much about Africa today in terms of critical and rare earth materials that China has secured. What are we doing to talk to some of our democratic partners in Africa to say, hey, how do we support your value-added manufacturing base, that sort of thing, because China is a security debt. So what are we doing? There's no conversation about that, and China has their mitts all over Africa. So.
Yeah, just as a general observation, I'd say that U.S. policymakers have largely neglected the global South, and Beijing has taken advantage of that. I think people are waking up to the fact that we need to do much, much more in the global South. Technology infrastructure development, for example, is one good area for us to pay more attention. And you mentioned critical minerals, rare earths. These are also areas where much better engagement with the region is necessary. Right now, China has a lock on those markets, and that's a huge vulnerability for us.
Yeah, I agree. There's some good work being done at the State Department, the Mineral Security Partnership that's working with African partners, but this is a real blind spot, and we're prioritizing other regions of the world over Africa, so it's a mistake.
Okay, we're going to wrap up. Are you going to tell us the results of the poll?
And this is one of those cases where the results were right. 77% to agree with us to create a dedicated advanced industry promotion organization. 23% say no. Dorothy, great panel. Thank you, everybody. We'll have our last panel, so stick around. Okay. Also, if the next panelists could come on up. We have one last poll, which I encourage you to take, and that is, what is the bigger risk in the next 5 years? The U.S. will spend too much on industrial policy, creating waste, rent-seeking, and a political backlash. Or B, or two, the U.S. will spend too little on industrial policy, losing leadership and good-paying jobs in key sectors to China and other countries. So let me see. Greg is here, Representative Khanna. Great. So come on up. Let me. Greg will introduce the panelists, but the last panel of the day is really focused on the politics of this. At the end of the day, this is not very meaningful unless we get the politics right. And getting the politics right is a Pat, we got to come on, please. getting the politics right is in our environment today, where it seems like we can't get very much right in a lot of areas because of the key and deep partisan disagreements, is a really key thing. So we have a great panel. Congressman Khanna, thank you so much for coming. I know Greg will introduce the Congress, but I just have to say personally, thank you so much for your leadership on so many of these issues, among many, but one of them is particularly the Congressman's commitment to spreading the tech economy to more places. Even though you have the best, most advanced district in the world, you're also working on getting the tech economy and those good jobs to the heartland. So thank you. Greg Ip is going to moderate, and Greg needs no introduction. He's economic and technology columnist for the Wall Street Journal. Sorry, not columnist, writer. And when you read Greg's columns, his face is right there in that little cartoon kind of drawing, and it looks just like Greg. So I have to say, I get the Wall Street Journal, and I'm always on the lookout for a piece by Greg, because I know when I read it, it's going to be super interesting and informative. So Greg, take it away.
Thanks, Rob. Quick technical question. I'm sorry, I apologize. We're a little bit late getting started. Can we have a few more minutes on the back end just to get through some questions? Can we have a few more minutes on the back end of the, instead of stopping at 4, maybe run till 10 minutes past 4? Okay, that's good. Thanks very much. That's right, yeah. Just quick introductions. Congressman Roy Khanna is best known as the Congressman representative of Silicon Valley, but also one of the more thoughtful and outspoken on the issues that we care about a lot here: competition with China, reviving the American industrial base, and building an equitable society. Horton Cass, long active, I think I can say in Republican and conservative circles, is now a leading thinker in terms of trying to modernize conservative Republican right of center thinking to recognize the new realities of what's going on with international competition. You can read more in your packets, but I do want to get into this right away, because I think the topic of this panel is really important for all that we've been talking about today, the pros and cons of industrial policy. The intellectual case really doesn't matter if you can't get the politics right. And in this country, the politics of industrial policy have always been difficult, because the first thing somebody says, like in my job, when I have to explain what industrial policy is, I says, oh, it's picking winners. And in America, we don't pick winners, and so it kind of automatically has that negative connotation. But I do feel like it's changing, and that's actually the first question I want to ask both the panelists. I'll start with you, Congressman Khanna. How have the politics of industrial policy changed in the last few years? Is it more acceptable in your view, at least on your side of the aisle, or perhaps on both sides of the aisle?
Well, I appreciate very much the invitation. I appreciate Rob Atkinson and ITIF's leadership on this space, and along with just have state-run businesses. So I call it economic patriotism or economic revitalization, which says that America needs to have productive capacity. America needs to have diverse industries. America needs to be able to make basic things here. We shouldn't be dependent on other countries to have our own masks, to have our cars be able to get out of parking lots with semiconductors, to have enough Tylenol to feed our kids, to have enough baby formula. I actually think the pandemic was an eye-opener for many Americans that we need more industry in the United States. And that doesn't mean that we have to pick winners or losers. The market often does that, and we can, I don't want to go on too long in the first answer, but you look at the CHIPS Act, it's not like we're picking some startup out of Silicon Valley. We're picking companies that have passed the capital requirements of very strict markets and helping them scale up. Which is why I think our system is much, much better than China, where there's this fusion of the state and private sector.
But thanks for giving us how you sort of see this issue. What's your sense of how widespread your view is, at least in the Democratic Party? Do you think that there has been evolution in the party, or at least among Democratic intellectuals, on the acceptability of the types of positions you're putting forward here?
Absolutely. I mean, I would say that President Biden has really made revitalization of manufacturing a key cornerstone of his administration. Some of us want to have it go at a greater speed, greater scale, but it's front and center in his efforts. And I've worked with Senator Rubio on a bill to create a national development council for the White House with the explicit goal of continual economic development. So you have bipartisan ideas. Now, Senator Rubio probably wants to spend 1/100th of what I want to spend, but there's agreement at least on the idea.
Oren, how about you? You've been in Republican circles for a very long time. How would you assess the evolution of the right of center part of the political class on the acceptability of industrial policy?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Appreciate Rob pulling this together and has been incredibly supportive of our work at American Compass all the way back to when we were figuring out what on earth it would mean to start an organization. I've been influenced by a lot of the work that ITIF has published over the years. I think it's very interesting to look at the right of center generally, the Republican Party, and see the extent to which what I would characterize as a market fundamentalism really had a quite iron grip on economic thinking, beginning in the Reagan years all the way really up past the end of the 2012 election. And Donald Trump obviously represented a very different political conception and sort of tore down a lot of old orthodoxies. But I think that was very different from the project of actually building something up, actually providing some alternative way to think about some of these challenges. And so what's really happened only, I would say, probably since about 2019, is a lot of really good thinking starting in the more sort of in the think tank world about what markets are actually for. That, recognizing that markets have not been delivering the kinds of outcomes conservatives care about. And as a result, if conservatives want to advance a substantive good, they're going to have a view of how you have to shape markets to do that. And so industrial policy has as a result been one of those tools that there's started to be more curiosity about. I think initially there was still sort of an allergic reaction to the term that sounds Stalinist somehow. But I think what people came to realize, especially in the context of competition with China, was that we were going to have to do something different, and that markets were not going to channel the kind of investment we needed into critical sectors. And so starting more in the think tank world, then migrating to a group of folks, particularly in the Senate, there started to be a lot of interest in this. You saw this in the CHIPS Act, and I think there were 16 or 17 Republicans who ultimately voted for the CHIPS Act. And now I think you see it even in the most sort of the strongest bastions of the old fundamentalism. Heritage is starting to publish papers talking about, they're not endorsing industrial policy at this point, but they're acknowledging it's interesting and something that needs to be discussed. Folks at AEI are doing something similar. And so I think there's an increasing recognition that something along these lines is going to have to be part of the agenda.
Let's talk a bit about the CHIPS Act, because it's interesting. As you say, it was a bipartisan vote. A lot of Republicans did vote for it. But afterwards, some of those Republicans, expressed some regret because when Secretary Gina Raimondo from Commerce rolled out the implementation, she was fairly forthright about saying, well, there are going to be certain conditions attached to the money. Some of this was required by the law, some was added by Commerce, but these included things like you have to pay union scale wages. We're going to prefer union workers on the construction. We're going to limit dividend. We prefer you don't do dividends and buybacks. Don't invest in China. You need to provide childcare. There's a whole list of, what was called a progressive, some would call it a woke wish list. And Mitt Romney was quoted as saying, when you do woke legislation like this, it makes it harder to ever get legislation passed again. So I'd like to ask both of you, starting with you, Congressman Khanna, is there a risk that by fusing what appears to be a progressive agenda with industrial policy, you make industrial policy more partisan and less likely to move forward?
I didn't know that Senator Romney would call FDR woke, but the FDR had the war nurseries because all the men were out in Normandy scaling the beaches to win World War II. And we needed to outproduce Japan and Germany. And how were all the women going to be in the factories? They had to be there. Where were their kids going to be? And so we created war nurseries. And by the way, California was the last state to resist them. The argument for getting rid of them was not cost. The argument for getting rid of them is, well, women belong back at the home. Why are we still having them in the factories? So here's where I would be sympathetic. I would say a lot of the things you listed were congressional actions. I mean, we explicitly limited stock buybacks. We explicitly called for prevailing wage. And I would say that the bulk of the conditionality, which is perfectly appropriate for federal funds, should come from Congress. Because if it's coming from Congress, then it has the majority electorate consent. When it's coming from the executive branch on any of these things, then it becomes more dicey whether that is what Congress intended. But I would be perfectly willing to make the argument to the American people that if we want to have industrial policy, we want to be making sure workers are being paid well, and we want to have the types of programs that allow workers to be to be able to work and live up to their potential.
Oren, I know you have some strong views about this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think the arguments for childcare as somehow necessary to implementation of the CHIPS Act pass the smell test, for the simple reason that anyone building a fab who felt that offering childcare was necessary to get the workforce they wanted, of course, could do that. There's certainly nothing preventing it. They could even put in their proposal, here's how much of the money we are asking for because we think we need childcare. And of course, that was not what was happening, because semiconductor fab construction provided childcare is not a prerequisite to building a semiconductor fab. It's just not. And what we see going on here is an idea that we see so frequently, and there are times when the right is guilty of this too, but that we see on the left, of saying, as long as we have government power, we are going to use every piece of government power we have to advance our entire agenda. If Congress is going to give us power to set the terms for semiconductor fab construction, we are going to use that to advance our feelings about paid childcare. And that is exactly the reason that conservatives don't want to give government power to make investments. And that's the point of what Mitt Romney is saying here, which is exactly right, which is that if you are ever going to have a bipartisan consensus on making these kinds of investments, you have to be willing to take the social priorities on which there is no bipartisan agreement and put them to the side for the sake of the national good. You can come right back and have a big fight in Congress over childcare requirements if you want, and try to win that on the merits. But if you say, by the way, anybody who votes for industrial policy, for investment in critical industries, that comes with anything else the Democratic White House wants to put in the package, Republicans will not vote for it, nor, by the way, should they. And so this is the political obstacle right now to continuing to make progress in this direction. And as you said, you can see I have strong feelings about it, because it is extraordinarily disappointing that the Biden administration went here, and that you don't have more people on the left who do want to see industrial policy standing up and saying, wait a minute, this was not the deal. This is not how we move forward to actually get the nation where it needs to go.
Do you want to respond to any of what you just heard?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to take political advice from Mitt Romney. It was, Donald Trump was a far more effective candidate. I mean, Romney was basically the offshoring candidate who put our jobs offshore, and that's how Obama beat him. And I think Donald Trump corrected the Republican Party. And I think when push comes to shove on politics, people in Ohio or New York are going to say, is this president delivering new factories? A lot of people are going to say, is he delivering for my working family and reducing childcare costs? And they're not going to be reading abstract economic analysis. If they were, Paul Ryan or Romney would do better. Now, the person who actually understands this is Donald Trump. And that's why he scares me still as a candidate, because he's saying, don't cut Social Security, don't cut benefits. In fact, one time because I was a co-chair for Bernie Sanders, he said, well, I don't know how to compete with your guy. He wants free stuff for everyone. How do we market that? And I think that the Republican Party that Donald Trump was trying to understand is that people in the working class, in the middle class, have gotten shafted in this country. They want the jobs back, and they don't want childcare costing as much. They don't want healthcare costing as much. They don't want education costing as much. And a populist agenda on that is a winning agenda.
Respectfully, I think the audience here is able to recognize an ad hominem attack when they see one. And that was an irrelevant set of criticisms of Mitt Romney as a presidential candidate more than a decade ago. That has nothing to do with the question of whether or not it makes sense to put childcare requirements in the CHIPS Act. And when I was talking about the political error here, I wasn't saying it's not going to be popular in Ohio. It might be very popular in Ohio. I was talking about the political error of trying to actually get bipartisan progress done in Congress.
Romney is not the barometer of bipartisan progress. In fact, if Romney's on a bill, usually the other Republicans aren't on the bill. Romney's the one person who voted for Trump's impeachment, which I respect, but he's like the Liz Cheney of the Republican Party. The question of the bipartisan, you want to get bipartisan commitment in the Congress, I think you can get it on issues of economic populism, which is both an industrial policy and policies ultimately on childcare, education, and healthcare. Trump himself was for single-payer healthcare in one of his books. So here's where I will agree with you that ultimately as much of this should be determined by Congress and not by the executive branch. But the members of Congress and all senators read the bill. They voted for it. If they had objections, if they thought that it would be interpreted too broadly, they didn't have to vote for it, or it can get struck down in the courts. I mean, the court, it's a conservative Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is going to interpret the statute fairly narrowly. So it's not like Gina Raimondo can do beyond the congressional action, or it would be struck down by the courts.
So I think bringing Donald Trump into the conversation, that's always one way to keep things going. But I think you do raise an interesting question. So Donald Trump, Make America Great Again, was in some sense his brand of industrial policy. He wanted whatever it was that you were going to use or consume, he wanted it made in America. He wanted you to fly in American-made planes, drive in American-made cars, drive over bridges with an American-made steel. And as I think, Rose, you were saying, that people could relate to that. But his short path to all that thing was essentially what we call protectionism. It was to raise tariffs a lot, and not just on China, but on allies like Canada and Germany and Mexico and so forth. It was to pull out of trade agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, threaten to blow up others like NAFTA and the World Trade Organization. He wants to become president again. Is this the path we ought to be following? Should the United States essentially pursue a policy of more and more protectionism and withdrawal from those types of trade agreements?
I think we need a rebalancing of the trade agreements. I think that the World Trade Organization's policy where you can have general subsidies but not specific subsidies needs to be revisited. I think we should have an explicit goal to rebalance the trade deficit with China. Now, I don't agree with Donald Trump that he wants to ban all imports, as I understand it, on day one. I think that would be way too harsh and would really hurt the American economy. I don't think we can have a total decoupling on day one, but should we strive to a rebalancing economically? Absolutely. And look, there were some decent, look, I totally disagree. I voted for Donald Trump's impeachment twice, but there were some people in his administration, like Keith Crouch at the Undersecretary of State, who actually started the process of the CHIPS Act. I mean, he's the one who got TSMC to invest in Arizona and led to the original blueprint that McFaul took for the CHIPS Act. Lighthouser had certain thoughtful points about where we don't want to have dumping. And I say this because I think where Trump's vision was not sufficient is how are we going to develop the workforce? Where are we going to have federal financing for the scaling of the factories? But I don't think it would be fair to everyone up and down in his administration to say the only thing they did was protectionism, because the CHIPS Act actually originated with Keith Crouch, who's now at Purdue and was in his administration.
So one of the interesting, I think it's fair to say that one of the reasons we're talking about industrial policy is because of the recognition that we're in a competition or an adversarial situation with China. And I think it's an interesting question whether we would have gotten this far if we had not come to that realization. We've just had a couple of actually very important speeches from members of this administration, in some sense trying to essentially put down in concrete terms what the economic international strategy is, especially vis-a-vis China. I'm going to try and summarize it here, and my apologies to both of the principals I'm about to quote because I may mangle it. But Jake Sullivan just spoke this afternoon, and his remarks, and if you've heard Jake Sullivan talk about these issues in the past, a lot will be familiar. He's first of all very critical of what he calls sort of the doctrine of market efficiency that prevailed in this country for the, from the end of the Cold War up until the recent few years ago. The idea that markets were always best at allocating capital and resources, that you didn't have to, that the magnitude of growth as opposed to the distribution and the consequences of growth were what mattered, that you didn't worry about what other countries were doing. In previous writings, he's called this neoliberalism. I'm not really sure what that means, but free market fundamentalism is another term for it. So he's framing the Biden administration's response to China as part of many parts of facets of what their administration is doing as essential an attempt to roll back what they consider the doctrine of neoliberalism. He summarized it, and I think I tried to write it down as in the word build capacity, build resilience, build inclusiveness. That's more or less the policy. Now, last week, Janet Yellen, who's an economist, gave a similar speech, but I detected sort of slightly nuanced distinctions. She first of all laid out the case for confronting China as an exception to the general rule that you want competitive markets. She said, for example, that firms produce better and cheaper goods when they compete for consumers. In other words, all else equal, American and Chinese companies should be free to compete with each other because consumers will benefit. She described economies essentially aggregates of people's choices. Now, she also made the case for what she called progressive supply side economics, including, childcare and so forth. But I read that, and as a person who's had a lot of economics training, that seems a very familiar classical, conventional economic distillation of what an economic strategy should be. What we're doing with China is the exception because of national security, but those exceptions should be small and rare. And so maybe this is just me, but I detected a different emphasis between her and Jake Sullivan. So with the caveat that hopefully I've summarized their speeches correctly, I would like to get the response of both of you to where you think this administration is and which of those viewpoints you think gets it right, and if so, how?
I haven't read Jake's speech, but as you summarize it, I'm more sympathetic to his perspective than Secretary Yellen. My sense is that there's probably a tension within the administration between these two points of view, as there was, by the way, a tension in the Trump administration between the Mnuchin point of view and the Lighthouser point of view. I think that these are things that are being worked out. Now, look, there is a huge value to markets, right? Markets are about human freedom, the freedom to transact. I want to do something with Rob. I can give him something and he can buy it, and I don't have to get the permission of 435 members of Congress to do that. There is a value of human freedom, but that freedom then is restricted by the state at the bigger level. Even in neoclassical economics, it's restricted. You can't do things that are illegal. You have to have certain contracts. And so the question becomes, what is the restrictions on the market? What are the values for the market? And I think it is perfectly fair to say that the state should care about the development of community, that we should care about places, that if all of the transactions Rob and I are doing is creating all the wealth in Silicon Valley and Youngstown is being left out, that's a problem. That's an appropriate restriction of Rob and my freedom to transact. It's an appropriate restriction on Rob and my freedom to transact if we're just transacting and just building apps and there's no productive capacity for the national defense or national supply. So I don't view this, I view markets as defined by human society. And what we chose in this country is to maximize individual freedom in the market transaction, maximize corporate profits, maximize lower consumer prices, and we neglected the building of capacity, the building of community, and now we're rebalancing the definition of the market.
Warren, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I think they both missed the mark pretty badly, and it comes back to this idea of protectionism, which I guess is sort of a bad word that we're still supposed to be scared of, the way we were supposed to be scared of industrial policy until a few years ago. But here at this conference with a picture of Alexander Hamilton on the screen, mind that Alexander Hamilton was a huge protectionist. That was the core of Hamiltonian development policy, was a large tariff to protect the domestic market. That was the core of the American system propounded by Henry Clay. Abraham Lincoln, huge tariff guy. In fact, America developed its industry behind probably the highest protectionist walls in the world up until World War II. And so the reason that I think that's so important, that's not to say a policy from 1912 is the correct policy today necessarily, but I think it's important to understand what we mean by protectionism, which in a sense comes down to a form of insulation. It comes down to a question of to what extent do we want activity outside of our boundaries to affect the way activity occurs within our boundaries. And so, I think the congressman's point about markets being more than freedom to transact is exactly right. But I wouldn't think of it in terms of sort of, well, who has a freedom to transact person to person in the capacity of building an app. I would think about it in terms of to what extent do transactions that cross from the economic, political, legal regime of China into the economic, political, legal regime of America distort our market and the way that we want our market to operate. Because we have this instinct, well, if we're for free markets, we should be for free trade. That's not actually correct at all. When you're talking about China as the other side, free trade and free markets are not complementary. They are directly in conflict. Saying, well, because we like free markets, we should merge our market with that of an authoritarian communist country of 1.4 billion people is completely incoherent. And particularly where we are the capitalist free market system that says we welcome everybody to do that which allows them to earn the most money. And the CCP says, well, that's great. We offer pleasing the CCP as a way to make a tremendous amount of money. And according to our doctrine, then all of our business people are supposed to go and try to please the CCP. So free markets, free trade are incompatible. Increasingly, we're seeing free speech and free trade are incompatible. If our media companies, if our entertainment companies, if our business leaders generally have to worry about what the CCP thinks of them. And so, in fact, the correct way to advance free markets, I would say, is to insulate them quite aggressively from China. The only reason we ever opened up to China in the first place is because we had this crazy idea that if we did so, they would liberalize and democratize. If you had said in 1992, actually, China politically and economically is going to look more like the Soviet Union in 30 years, the idea of doing the globalization that we did would have been clearly insane. And so we need to learn from that, say, here's what China actually is, and the path of globalization that we pursued, thinking it would become something else, just does not work. And and it's fine if folks in the Biden administration want to be internationalists, but it's not actually a plausible option on the table.
Roy, you said that you would probably want to do 100 times as much as Senator Rubio would do. And I've read some of what you said. You have big ambitions. What do you think are some of the priorities this administration and this Congress should have in the next year or two to move forward on a modern industrial strategy as you see it?
Well, just one point to Oren. I mean, I do think that the Biden administration has recognized that the ascension into the WTO of China under the terms that China had was a mistake, that the granting of just permanent most favored nation status was a mistake, that there shouldn't be allowed to have increased dumping and intellectual property theft. And they've actually had, in certain cases, more restrictions on China than the previous administration. I mean, Jake Sullivan has limited semiconductors, the advanced semiconductors going in to China. A lot of the tariffs that were kept, that the previous administration has had, have been kept by the Biden administration, standing up to some of the economists like Larry Summers or others who've argued against that. So I think that the administration is probably closer to your point of recognizing that China is not playing fair, and that it shouldn't just be a free trade. Now, I don't think our policy was just motivated by liberalization, though that was part of it. I think we also wanted cheap labor and maximizing corporate profits and cheap consumer goods. And the reality, though, is that we're so conjoined now with China. I mean, we literally have, if you were to tomorrow stop all imports, or you would probably have bankruptcies of Apple, Tesla, a lot of other places. So I think the question is, do you want immediate decoupling? I don't. My view is let's rebalance trade over the next decade to rebalance it. or do you want just the status quo? And I think those are the three camps. I tend to be in the middle. My guess is, Yellen is probably more towards status quo, and Trump is probably more aggressive. He wants, from what I've read, immediate decoupling. On the industrial policy, I would say let's have a broader focus on the chips. The fact is that we aren't doing a lot of the packaging here, even though we are doing some of the chips. China is still going to produce most of the chips for our cars because those aren't the advanced chips. A lot of those chips are 50 nanometers, 70 nanometers. So we may have a situation where we do all the advanced chips here and then everything Americans buy still has a Chinese chip because it's not the latest generation of chip. I would look at steel, which is going to be used for many different things, including in solar panels and in windmills. So it's also got a clean component. I look at aluminum, which we can do much better in the United States and with a much lower carbon footprint. I would look at modern advances of paper, but I would go to the factory town after factory town and see what we can do to revitalize that place.
One quick specific thing, the administration is now thinking about limits on outbound investment, right? Your constituents in Silicon Valley have been major investors and channels for technology transfer to China. How do you feel about limiting those types of interactions in a regime of outbound investment screening?
Well, I supported the ones on advanced semiconductors. May disagree with the group here, but I don't have a problem with sort of Mickey Mouse going to China. So I think it depends on what the business is. If it is low tech in Disney, I'm less concerned than if it's high tech and advanced semiconductors. And then you have in between, which is judgmental.
We have about 10 minutes now, I think, for questions. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Jonathan Cooper-Smith, we had a really impressive bipartisan panel this afternoon of two senators from the state of Pennsylvania, or at least the parts of Pennsylvania to the east and west of it. And I'm just thinking of one word, Solyndra. How do we avoid the politicalization, or can we avoid the politicalization of government and private industry cooperating, especially going further down from R&D?
Not to pick too much on Senator Romney, but that is Senator Romney's contribution to have industrial policy be seen as Solyndra. That's how he ran his 2012 campaign. He didn't talk about Tesla. He didn't talk about SpaceX. Didn't talk about all the other great things that President Obama did. But I do think that the Solyndra example is a lesson, which is I'd be much more reluctant to give money to brand new startups that haven't proven the market test. And I think there's a huge difference between giving Intel, which has proven a market test, has been around there for years, the ability to have funding to scale versus taking a chance on a lot of new startups, which frankly people in Silicon Valley know a lot more about in many cases. And I would think that the venture capitalists can figure that part out. The government can be funding fundamental research, but then should be funding, I think it was Liz Reynolds or others have said, the scaling function. And Andy Grove wrote about this in 2010 in a famous Business Week article that America doesn't do the scaling of factories, that we have not been focused on the financing of factories. So I wouldn't be as quick to fund things like Solyndra, though I think it was a terrible disservice to politicize that issue in the campaign, and I'm glad President Obama still prevailed.
Yes.
Thank you. Sunil Chacko, former World Banker. You've spoken about economic nationalism, rightly, and the importance of domestic manufacturing. But also, there are allies out there who are also good at manufacturing. For instance, in semiconductors, Japan has a lot of experience. How do you see the split between domestic and allied manufacturing in terms of the supply chains?
I want to get a fair chance. Okay. Well, I want to distinguish very briefly. I know it's a technical point, but I call things economic patriotism and not economic nationalism. Patriotism to me means I'm allowed to be happy that the Warriors beat the Sacramento Kings last night, but I still care beyond the the fate of the warriors about America, and I still care about the community beyond my local allegiance. It's sort of appropriate pride in place while still caring about the rights beyond that. And I think nationalism sometimes can be exclusive, where it can get closer to a xenophobia or a inclusiveness that is unhealthy and not having as many individuals. So I prefer deeply patriotism to nationalism. In terms of other allies, I mean, look, I think it is important to manufacture key capacities in the United States, but if we're going to have an Asian hub because you want to supply to Asia, I much rather those Asian hubs be in India or Vietnam or an allied country, and we should look to do that. The one thing I will say is it is totally hypocritical for the Europeans to be lecturing us about subsidies. They've been engaged in subsidies for the last 20 years, often ineffectively when it comes to tech. But you know, for them, they've got a 200 billion trade deficit with us. They've engaged in subsidies, and then for them to get bent out of shape because we're doing the IRA is, in my view, a totally unreasonable overreaction.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say one thing about the economic nationalism point, which is I think it's actually important to talk about it in those terms. Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut had an excellent essay in the Atlantic recently talking about why he felt like, you know, progressives needed to speak much more confidently about nationalism. Because at the end of the day, patriotism is about sort of cheering for your team at the basketball game. Nationalism is about recognizing that we actually have core interests that the policymakers who represent the American people need to focus on, and those interests are the interests of the American people. Now, to the congressman's point, there are times when working with allies in various ways does serve the interests of the American people. That's terrific. But I think it's really important to recognize that we need to be asking how to use economic policy to advance those interests of the American people, not to be looking for ways where we can trade off the interests of the American people to advance broader global goals.
Congressman, I know you're getting the hook for your staff, and I want to be. Yeah, so votes are more important than discussion. As important as discussion is. So thank you so much. So we're going to close. I did want to report on the last poll. This was actually exactly the right way. The 100% said the risk is we'll do too little as opposed to too much. So yay, we've convinced everybody. So I want to thank all of you. This was, to me, a super enlightening and interesting discussion. I learned a lot. We had 300 people watching online all over the country, all over the world. It's also going to be on our website, so if you want to refer people to it or you want to watch more of it tonight, you can don't watch the NBA. It's boring. This is much better. And then also a commercial. If you haven't signed up for our weekly newsletter, feel free to do that. If you haven't signed up for our Twitter account, feel free to do that. But I want to thank all of you, and particularly all the speakers and the moderators. Everybody, I thought, did a fantastic job. This is not something that we're not going to finish this debate in a year or even 3 years or 5 years, but we have to start the debate and move it forward. And I hope we did some of that today. So thank you all, and good luck for the rest of the day.